Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, and good morning, good morning, good morning.
How is everybody doing? We've got a third square on our screen today.
Yeah, we're doing great. So we're coming to you from down on the floor for National Technology Day. So we're going to have some interesting interviews coming to everybody from down here. And I know Todd's got some amazing stuff going on up there, right, Todd?
That's right, I do, and I'm pushing a bunch of buttons here to make sure all the streams are up. and I walked out without my tablet this morning, so it's like challenging to do everything on a mobile.
Oh my!
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. And here I was just thinking about our miking issues down here, but I think we're good to go here as well. So it should be an exciting day, everybody.
Yeah, for sure. And so we've got all kinds of content today. All three locations will be live at various parts of the day, which is a really exciting. We've never tried this.
I always have to try something new every year, you know.
Absolutely.
And what's interesting is that we really aren't that far apart, Marlo and I. Marlo's about 200 feet that way. So, right. But still, it's slick to have a three-way shot here with the tower, the stage, and of course you there in Florida, Scott.
Yeah.
So,
and the thing that's interesting is the fact that you're only 200 feet away doesn't change. It is no less difficult to do that than to be across the country with the structure of the way the internet works, right? So.
I think too is we're really fortunate this year too because CES was really flexible and letting us use the stage for a little while today. Yep. So and of course this is all about National Tech Day too. So Marla, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we launched it actually at CES 4 years ago. It hasn't fallen on during CES since then. So it's kind of exciting that it's back at the show this year. And we're very, very excited to be bringing this to our audience as well. So hello, everybody from National Day Calendar. We're excited to have you joining us today for our continuing coverage of CES 2022. We're very, very excited to have you here.
All right, awesome.
I went and made a mistake. I'm supposed to be wearing my pin today. I showed it off on camera yesterday to everybody while we were talking about the National Day Calendar and how we love, working with you under both brands that you were branded on the show yesterday. And I showed that I keep this on the desk here in the studio all the time because I love the branding, but it's also nice to remember, that we can celebrate every day.
Yep. It is about that. And I think technology really falls into that, doesn't it? Because, we have the ability, even with our smart devices, being able to communicate with people, communicating with friends and family in a multiple, whether it's through, Facebook chat or just making a phone call or whatever. And that all falls into that celebration piece, right? I mean, we like to celebrate with our friends and family. And so technology it's just a big part of that whole thing. I mean, when it's National Pizza Day, you call your friends and family. I mean, you use this technology to get together. And that's what we love about National Technology Day.
Especially the last 2 years, right? So much of our general celebrations have been care of technology.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. And I mean, even the way that we communicate, none of us have actually been together for the last couple of years, but yet we stay in touch, sharing little tidbits or whatever. So it's technology makes a big part of this. Yeah, absolutely.
So what we're gonna do today is we're going to be floating for this morning. Like if we don't have a guest show up, then we're going to kick it to Marlo and he's going to ad lib, or we'll bring it back in a two-way or something. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Regardless, but I think we're ready here with our first guest. So if you guys want to come to us live, and then Marlo, we'll see you a little later.
That sounds great. Have a great time, everybody. We'll see you back on the stage in a little while.
All yours, Todd.
All right, everybody. And again, I'm Todd Cochran from Geek News Central, geeknewscentral.com, a twice weekly podcast. Definitely check that out. Follow or subscribe to it while you're there. Again, this is part of the Tech Podcast Network coverage at techpodcast.com. Definitely get over there and check out all the great shows, 100 plus family safe podcasts that you can subscribe and listen to. And of course, you can listen to any of this content that we do today. Will be come up later, available in our RSS feeds, or be available as a podcast as well. So don't worry if you've missed part of the live, you'll be able to catch some of this later. But lots of coverage here the rest of the week. And we're going to be here through tomorrow afternoon with live, because the show ends on Friday this week instead of Saturday as planned. But I want to go ahead and welcome our first guest. And I'm going to destroy your last name, Olga. Is it Diachuk? Okay, I don't hear her. Oh, okay, there we go. That's better. And you're with Mosquito.
Yes, Mosquito, correct.
So tell me about your product.
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me today. Like, it's a great pleasure. And Mosquito, it's a smart and eco-friendly hardware solution to protect people outdoors from mosquitoes without chemicals. So the key principle that stands behind our product is that the device imitates human being. It attracts mosquitoes, trap them inside, and in 2-3 weeks you will get mosquito-free zone without usage of any chemicals that are being very highly spread nowadays, and it's harmful for people, for the environment, and in general for the ecosystem. So,
I'm going to build a camping site this spring, and obviously when you're building a camping site in the woods, it's never had a camping site before. The mosquitoes are just going to be horrendous. Yes. So I'd already kind of been pre-planning what to do. How big of an area is this meant to be? Indoors, outdoors? What's the square footage it'll cover?
Thank you so much for your question. Actually, we have 3 types of the device, like the small, medium, and the biggest one. Small is basically used for the B2C segment, B2B for the hotels, restaurants, resort, and the biggest one is being used for the governmental needs. So if we are talking about the medium size, one device is covering like half an acre.
Wow.
Yes. But it's like under ideal landscapes, like there are no any lakes, forests. Like, it's like when there is a big and open territory.
Right.
So it's only for outdoor usage. Our engineering team, together with the entomologists, they created the device, taking into account the female mosquitoes physiology, because only female mosquito bite. So everything just went according to the mosquito's physiology.
So so some of the other solutions out there use some sort of chemical or there's some sort of detection unit that you have to change out on a regular basis. Mm-hmm. It only lasts so long. What is the technology used in this? And if you have
the device we use in our device 4-component luring system that includes UV lighting, CO2, like special bait. It acts like a pheromone for female mosquito, and also the heat, like human's body heat. So all those 4 components together, like, what is our secret sauce in our device? Like, we have a control unit, the software component that sets all necessary algorithms in order to put the device at the most efficient way. So these 4 components together with the software make the device that much efficient. And we also had a lot of comparative tests in different climate zones, also here in the United States, in Florida, in Italy, in India. So in all those spots, the device showed great effectiveness.
The mosquitoes in Florida can be big enough to carry you away. Yes.
Yeah, but actually the idea, when we came up with this idea here in the United States, actually, because when we first, we had a business trip here in the United States, it was Zika outburst. And we were so surprised how it could happen that it's 21st century and the people just spraying out those chemicals from the airplanes, and like there is no any ecological solution. Like, we want to go to the Mars, but we cannot beat the mosquitoes.
Right.
And after that, when we got back to Ukraine, like our engineering team with the entomologists, they just started to look for the solution. What is mosquito like? How we can protect people? Because it's not only the issue of comfort; it's also the issue of protection people from mosquito-borne disease like Zika, malaria. The numbers are huge. Like almost all year, every year, 6,000 people are being are dead because of mosquito-borne disease, and 1 million people are getting infected with each year. And unfortunately, the situation is getting worse because of the climate change. also that mosquito is getting more and more resistant to the pesticides, insecticides.
Right.
So we should do something, and we should do it in an ecological way.
You know, and I think too is one thing I don't like doing is outdoors, you know, you have to put mosquito spray on, and I don't necessarily like applying chemicals to my skin as it is. So that's really what you're doing when you're putting a mosquito spray is you're putting a repellent chemical on. So who knows what the long-term effects of that are. And in my part of the country, there's a tick issue as well. So, you know, you have to be real careful about the ticks, but the mosquitoes are the ones that absolutely drive you crazy. So in the application I was thinking about, in a semi dense woods, the effectiveness won't be as well just because of there's lots of shrubbery and lots of places for the mosquitoes to pool. So this is largely for resorts and for business areas and so forth, right?
Yeah, yes, our key goal is to create a safe ecosystem around people's habitat. So we do not want to interfere into ecosystem because
Right.
mosquitoes are the food for frogs and other animals. So we do not want to do this. It should be the part of the ecosystem. But what we would like to do is just to create safe environment. Yes, it's like with the air conditioning. You know, you just create around you around yourself this safe environment, like to act and to be protected from those pesky insects. So, and also I would like to add that now we are in 2 months we are leading the application. With the help of this application, you will be able to remotely control the device. You will get the notification, but more importantly, that you can install several devices, unite them into one single network, and operate them from your application. And secondly, what we are working on, and this is our very strategical and a huge goal, is to create and develop worldwide monitoring system of mosquitoes. So we will integrate inside the sensor that would be able to classify and to count the mosquitoes caught into the device. Then those data would be sent to the cloud, and the information that we will provide will allow scientists, governments first of all, and tourists as well, just to tackle the mosquito activity worldwide. And also it will help us to avoid outbursts of mosquito-borne diseases, or if they happen, you just can do some precaution measures in order to avoid it. So this is our biggest and very ambitious goal.
So with 3 different models, what are the price points on these?
The small is 900, this medium is 1100, and the biggest one for BTG industry is $2,000.
It's 2,000.
Yes. So but the pricing depends. We have already two manufacturing spots in India, in Italy. So we are working on the license model. So in these countries, the price can differ, but I'm saying in terms of Ukrainian prices for now.
Right. So when do you expect this is going to be available then here in the United States?
Thank you very much for asking. This is what we are working now. Actually, this is the reason why we came again to CES.
To get licensing.
This is our second time here at CES. First time we came in 2020, and it was basically just to showcase, to present the device. Now we are here with a very specific aim, just to find new partnership, new distribution, new manufacturing partners worldwide, and also specifically here in the United States, because we know this market, we have been researching it, we know this the solution is highly needed, and we also did a lot of comparative tests with the US products. That's why we are here, and we want to launch it in the US.
I know that my daughter lives in Florida, and she has a screened area outside of her house. That's the only place she can really get relief from mosquitoes, during certain times of the year. But the kids want to play in the yard, and and she asked. So I'm thinking that what this could do for her is, at least even for a household, even though the price is high, but at the same time, for a household to be able to let your kids go out and play in the yard and not get all ate up is a big thing. Or if you entertain a lot and you want something in your small patio area to be taken care of. So this is really, really cool. I'm assuming it requires electricity to utilize it. Yeah.
We use electricity. It's consumes electrical bulb. It's not that much, but also it can be integrated with the solar panels.
Okay.
It can be customized.
Oh, that's smart.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very smart. All right. So it's MOSQITTER.
Yeah,
What's
mosquito.
Mosquiter?
Yes.
And it's mosquiter.com. MOSQITTER.com. Definitely check it out. Thank you so much, Olga,
Thank
for
you very
being
much
here.
for having me. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much for making the trek, and good luck with the show. And
Thank you. Thank you. Have a
anyone
good day.
anyone out there that's in the manufacturing side or want to do a
Yes.
partnership with her, please reach out. Their
Yeah, this would be
information
great.
on the website.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Really
much.
appreciate it. Bye bye.
I don't know about you, Chris, but I hate mosquitoes. You know, the mosquitoes are,
They're the bane of my existence in Texas.
yeah,
They're I grew up in Houston, and it's basically a floodplain.
right.
So yeah, we had just I remember as a kid having the mosquito trucks come through.
Right, and
Where
spray.
where it was just blowing out of the back of it the whole time.
And you wonder,
And even as a kid,
and
I was
you
like,
wonder what was
"This
in
is-
there. You know, were they using DDT or what were they?
when I was a young kid,
Yeah, it's probably
'cause
what they were
DDT
using.
didn't stop getting used till like 1981.
Right.
You want to know what's wrong with us all?
Yeah, I think so. But boy, it was the best, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and your honesty, you know, again, building this camp that I'm going to build in this, I was going to build it last year, but
Mhm.
we end up having the woods that I'm going to build this camp and had it logged. So I could not get in there while the loggers were in there.
Yeah.
And so the simple idea of trying to build a buffer zone and be able to have something enjoyable, but yet still. So, you know, I've come up with a couple of solutions, and this obviously requires electricity. So you'd have to be plugged into the power bank or the generator.
Mm.
And I'm sure it probably wouldn't work in my application, but I know a lot of people that have patios and stuff that would probably really love to have something like this.
Absolutely, man. Because there are some electronic things out there that kind of ultrasonically do it, stuff like that. There's of course citronella and orange oil and bananas, garlic, all kinds of stuff. But when you're talking about a piece of property, like you're talking about, you know, like building a camp, something like that, it's essential.
But you know, again, it's going to be my camp. It's not going to be like it's like, you know, where we're going to have 100 people in there.
Yeah.
So, but still, the last thing you know, and it's in the spring, I'm going to have to go in and spray for ticks.
Yep.
And kind of, and you know, that in itself, it's its own. Some people are probably going to cringe.
Yeah.
You're going to spray for ticks. Well, I don't want Lyme disease.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that has been rampant over the last many years.
And they are nefariously hard to get rid of, you know, and it's depends on how wet the spring is too, to depend on how bad the ticks are. So that's what someone needs to come up with, a solution to get rid of ticks, mosquitoes and ticks, and we would be in business.
Yeah.
So there's a $1 billion idea for someone out there to think about that. So I don't know if our next guest is. Oh yeah, our next guest is coming up. So this is beautiful. All right, not going to have too much dead air. So anyway, we're all, you know, here's the thing. It just feels funny, this show, because we're just going to get into the battle rhythm and doing the content, and then the show's going to be over. The 3 days just seems such a. It's like we have to do such a huge ingest of you know, and it's like today, as soon as we get done here, Kirk and I are going to blast for LVCC. We're going to go over there and try to suck in as much of that as we can today. I don't know how much we're going to get covered, just because you know, that's going to be big too. But
exactly.
So what I want to do is introduce Harold Smeeman. I hope I pronounced that correct. Did I get it right? Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm the other co-founder. So Harold actually went to the airport to pick up our lost luggage. So they lost all our marketing material. So we've been trying to get it back for the past day, basically.
Oh, you know, don't you hate that when the airlines do that? Well, we got a chance here to get people to get a handle on what you guys do. So it's La. Okay, introduce the company. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the company is Lalaland. So I'm one of the co-founders. So I'm the chief data officer. And what we do is create synthetic models that don't exist for the e-commerce industry. So we use generative AI to generate photorealistic human models. and then offer that to fashion brands and e-commerce brands to basically speed up the whole process.
So how does that actually work? What is the process? Because when people say AI now, they kind of like, okay, I've heard AI a lot, but what is that? What does that process look like when you work with a customer?
From the customer side, it's more like, well, let's kind of wind it back, I guess.
Sure.
Let me quickly explain the tech in a kind of short way. So basically, you can imagine there's two neural networks. One's a detective and one's a forger. So the detective is actually the one that sees real models, and it's basically a classifier that can tell that's a real person or not.
Sure.
And then the forger has never actually seen a human. It starts off with like random noise, and over millions and millions of iterations, it reaches a point where the detective basically can't tell anymore if it's forgery or it's real, and that's the point of photorealism, and that's how we actually create these models. And then from the brand perspective, from like a fashion brand, we offer them like a complete portfolio of already generated like models. And then, for example, you need let's say middle-aged plus size model.
Right.
That's what they select on our platform. They select the hairstyle, if they want makeup or not. And then the next step is basically they upload the garments. So let's say a t-shirt. They specify I want this to be tight fit, loose fit. And then within 72 hours, we deliver the finished product, which they can publish on their website.
So it's complete design of the. That's amazing. So do they? What is the? So they uploaded probably the initial base design of the t-shirt, and then you guys do the fitting, or are you guys actually designing the design?
No, so they upload already something that's designed. So
sure.
What we call pack shots. So what they do is it's called the ghost mannequin effect. So it's like a green screen mannequin where they put the t-shirt on.
Sure.
So it creates this floating effect, and that's what we get as input from different poses, basically.
Yeah.
And that's what we use to map to the models that they selected in the previous step.
Okay.
And most of the time, the brands already have this before they go into mass production. They do these pack shots so they can show retailers if they're actually interested or not.
Yep.
Before they they go manufacture thousands of copies of that the shirt.
Right.
Or what we're seeing nowadays is also a lot of brands are like moving to fully 3D design. So they're already designing the clothing in 3D software.
Sure.
And that's already also good input for our software. We can use that already to basically map to the model.
So you deliver to them an image that they can put on their e-commerce site as well, or where is that data used mostly by the end client?
So primarily it's on the product detail page on their websites on e-commerce. And the idea is basically we can offer different skin complexions, different body types. So for example, when you change from S to M, you see a different model appear.
Okay.
You can also try and match it to your skin color, so you can have a better idea, if
what
the color
it looks
matches.
like, right?
And then this way we're trying to reduce basically return rates. But yeah, so that's kind of what they do with it on the website. It's up to them.
Sure.
We deliver kind of right now like an image basically.
Yeah.
And then they can use it for marketing. They can use it for product detail page.
Yeah.
And so on.
Is the actual generated image is not a real person though, right? It is a AI generated image of a person, right?
Exactly. So this person, you wouldn't find them anywhere in the real world, and that's also for a lot of brands that work in different countries. It's really good for from copywriting perspective in terms of they don't have to manage 30 different copyright licenses for different regions, and it's kind of speed up the whole process.
Can you see examples of the end product on your website?
Yeah, on our website, if you go, basically all the models on our website are basically our generated models.
Right.
Yeah, so you guys can play around with there as well. There's some little demo.
So how long have you guys been working on this, and have you come to market? Are you working with a number of clients already?
So we've been doing this for roughly 2 years, and we do have clients. Basically, beforehand we had quite a lot of POCs, and basically kind of starting off. Now we're trying to aim for recurring revenue. But yeah, because we're kind of coming out of the R&D phase where we spent a year and a half basically actually getting the generation to work,
right,
to a high enough level, and now we're basically kind of moving to expanding into getting brands on board.
So is your goal of the show to do that, is to get brands on board?
Yeah, so we're trying to kind of put our foot into the U.S. market.
Yeah,
talk to American brands as well.
Where's the company based out of?
So we're actually based in Amsterdam.
Okay.
In the Netherlands, and yeah, that's where we started. And now we're kind of trying to see a more global picture.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think we're getting to the point where now they're able to do audio reproduction of voices, which is kind of scary in its own self. But now you've got AI generated humans, essentially, that from a realistic standpoint, where do you think, if I look at that image, can I tell that is not a real person?
So we actually had like a in our slide deck, we would sometimes throw in a real model in between the fake models to see if people are able to differentiate, and most of the time they can't, and sometimes they even point out the real model and like start to look for problems where okay, I can tell that she's fake because of this and that, where it's actually they're pointing at the real model and they're okay, her nose is like a bit too off, but it's actually a real person that they're like, how to say, criticizing, not the generated model. So like in that sphere, in the 2D sphere, it's pretty, or like in a non-video environment, it's pretty hard to tell. Video, I think, still needs some time to catch up in terms of generated video. You can find little glitches here and there.
Sure.
But with 2D images, it's pretty hard to tell.
That is amazing. You know, to think, but you know, I guess too, they're going to, if they can make a artificial generated, and I don't know if I'm using the right word, an artificially generated human as a digital image, I guess they can do a pretty good job making not that I actually need a clone. I need a real clone, but not a digital picture of me. But that is pretty cool. If I think about that for a second, in the use, where else can this go?
So we've been, well, for now we focus on kind of the e-commerce, but we've had people from the gaming industry reach out, basically, you know, for creating a population of diverse, NPCs for video games.
Yeah.
So that's one sphere. Marketing. So for example, you know, generating slightly different advertisements based on the actual person viewing the advertisement.
That's right.
So they would see different people in the advertisement based on, you know,
based on the targeting of the magazine or wherever there may be.
So there's still quite a lot of things that we need to explore and see, you know, where we can apply this. For now, you know, we still have a pretty small team at the moment, so we kind of focus on the fashion industry.
Yeah.
But you know, like in the future, you never know where this is going to go.
So, do you think? Let me just ask an ethical question: are you ethically? Do you have to disclose this is a digitally rendered model? Do you think that's a question, because people are going to see the models and they're not going to know. Are we in a point where we're going to have to designate that something's digitally rendered versus real?
In my opinion, I don't. Well, it kind of depends on the brand. If they really want to, I guess, their customers know, if they think that's maybe a risk to, you know, losing potential customers in the future. From our side, I think for us is basically, since you can't differentiate, it's for us, I think it's not really an issue.
Right.
But some brands have expressed, okay, maybe our you know, our clients wouldn't really want to, you know, think this is real, but it's actually fake. And then maybe a little sticker or something, this is like a synthetic, might be also pretty cool in terms of.
Most people don't know it, but most car commercials today are completely CG. They're very rarely even using a real vehicle, and many of it's all digitally rendered. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of digitally rendered stuff now in I guess, for the non-physical flesh world. Yeah. So that's very, very interesting. Very, very cool. So folks, if you want to find out more information, go check this out. I'm definitely going to go check it out because I want to see the images myself. You go over to Lala, L-A, I think I pronounced this right, LALALAND.ai. So yeah, lalaland.ai. And definitely check it out. I hope you guys get your marketing materials. I know how aggravating that can be.
Yeah, fingers crossed, but I think we'll be fine.
Oh,
the most important thing is we're here, so it's,
that's the main thing too, right? And you have show the website and everything else. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it. Have a great show.
Thank you. You too.
Wow. You just never know. You just never know what is going to walk into the studio.
And there, you know, it's interesting because there are so many drop ship printing companies, things like that nowadays, Printify, Threadless, all that kind of stuff. It's exactly what this kind of technology is great for.
You know, I can see too where you can, okay, I'm a chunky man, you know, but I'm kind of weird. I'm kind of like fat on top and skinny on the bottom. So if I could set up a model that, you know, shows my body shape and actually pick the clothes to
even being able to on a clothes website choose a digital model that's close to your body type,
right,
and see how the clothes hang on you,
right. And also, it's true. I bought stuff before online and got the shirt and stuck it on. And I'm not no fashionista or anything. And I said, "Oh, that looks horrible," and it ends up on the rack and never gets wore.
Yeah,
you know, you think it's going to look good, but he got a little uncomfortable when I asked him about the ethical disclosure of having a AI generated human as part of digital marketing versus a real person. But at the same point, if I was a model or aspiring model,
Yeah,
it makes you go, are my days numbered
sure.
as a profession?
That's how I feel every time I see robots carrying boxes. It's like, man, they could push that box right down the hallway the same way I do.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to introduce Kurt Busch with Sentient Corporation. Welcome to our coverage here at CES. So, Kurt, tell me tell us all about Sentient. Give us your elevator pitch.
So, thank you for having us today.
Absolutely.
We're super excited to be here at CES. Sentient was started in 2017 with this idea that the world needs a new type of processor. We had seen that deep learning or artificial intelligence has transformed compute in the data center. And we are bringing about that same transformation in edge devices. So Sentient recently shipped we have 20 million units deployed in the field today. And they're doing things like voice recognition, some sensor work, some image recognition. Basically, what AI at the edge does, it allows your machines to be able to listen, to be able to see, to be able to feel, and to be able to speak. And that is what Sentient is doing, is we are making AI truly a pervasive technology.
So talk to me then about some of the actual practical that maybe folks don't even know there's a Sentient chip in a device or item that they have. What type of things are you embedding in now?
Sure. So we're designed today into things as small as earbuds to as large as automobiles. And Sentient's claim to fame is we bring a large amount of deep learning performance into an extremely small power envelope. So we can add AI to any type of battery-powered device. And it's quite obvious that you see in an earbud because you don't have a very big battery if you want to add a voice interface to an earbud, but also in an automobile where you want to do always-on AI, perhaps sitting on a car battery, sitting on a 12-volt battery for 2 weeks in an airport parking lot.
Right.
So any type that you want to have anytime you have some kind of energy restraint, the Sentient chip is the right solution to bring AI to that device.
So as far as processing power, oftentimes now it used to be easy. When back in the early days, you had the 88, 80, 20, 86, 80, you had this real easy progression of chips to kind of understand where you're at. Today, if someone told me the Intel chip and whatever version it was, I'd be like, okay, I don't even know anymore.
Right.
And they have so many cores or whatever. What are you guys actually looking at then in your chip technology? It's got to be small if it can go in an earbud, obviously.
Right.
And, I've seen, I remember days and I worked in electronics for many years, specifically in radar and that type of stuff. And those chips were not small. All that technology was big and could take a lot of power. So what are we talking about? Pinhead size chip?
Sure. So our first chip is approximately 1.4 by 1.6 millimeters. So quite small.
Yep.
And we're scaling up to larger and larger chips. Our second generation is about four times that size, but still things that can be put into small battery-powered devices. And you've talked about an interesting comment is that we really haven't figured out how to judge performance. Like in the old days, we could look at Intel processors and say, okay, I went from a 286 to a 386. There's so much megahertz.
Right.
But in deep learning, you really look at the specific workload. Are you doing a voice recognition? Are you doing an image? Are you doing a sensor? And you look at, can I do something like glass break for a year on a coin cell battery?
Gotcha.
So you look at those types of issues.
It's not like it's being used as a computer would be for multi-purposes. It has a distinct job to do, distinct subroutine. Thus, the processing power really doesn't have to be extraordinary. It just has to do the job.
Exactly. It has to do the job. And usually, well, there is no substitute for horsepower. So if you can, one of our claims to fame is we bring approximately 100 times the performance in the same energy envelope as a microprocessor.
Wow.
Or as a microcontroller.
Right.
So if you have 100 times increase in performance, you can really build a bigger network.
That's right.
And typically in deep learning networks, you look at the number of parameters. So you say, a microprocessor or a microcontroller may do a 10 to 20,000 parameter network, while a Sentient chip may be doing a multi-million parameter network. So you build much bigger networks and have much more accurate applications. But I think you use the microprocessor analogy, and I'd like to throw one out there. We often think of that way our Gen 2 processor. is Sentient Core 2. We view that as our 386. And I'm showing my age, but
Sure.
you probably fit in here.
And the rest, if you guys don't know what 386 is, don't worry.
Yeah. So, well, we'll do a history lesson. Is when the 386 came out, it was the first mass market processor that ran multiple threads at the same time.
Right.
And it really allowed us to have the Windows generation.
Sure.
And Sentient Core 2 allows us to run multiple heterogeneous neural networks at the same time. So we view that as our 386. This is the thing that you can run one network for image recognition. You could run one for voice. You could run one for sensors, all acting in parallel.
My car, I have the ability to get on an app and kind of get a status check when it's been parked for a week or two. But after a couple of weeks of being parked at a parking garage, it starts to shut off some of that reporting just because the vehicle hasn't been started, probably the energy consumption. So I'm assuming that major car manufacturers are probably looking at you to be able to extend that lifetime that they can be providing those types of reports back and monitoring, like you said, the glass break or whatever it may be, so that even if the car hasn't been started in 2 weeks, then it's still checking in.
Yeah, with the Sentient devices, you could run sort of the equivalent of Sentry mode for several weeks without ever really impacting your 12-volt battery for a long period of time. And we see a lot of excitement in that. So
for the show, what are you guys looking to accomplish here at the show? Just get education, get more, you're looking to connect with industry clients, or? So
CES has always been a great show for us. Last couple of years, we've gotten a couple of Best of CES Innovation Awards. This CES, we have several partners that have announced products with us. We have a TWS reference design that we announced to help customers add voice to earbuds in a very simple manner. We have a wireless energy solution with Energis that was announced. We have this really exciting medallion that basically with Zenfinite that brings your smart speaker effectively to something that you carry around with you. Effectively, it's your digital buddy. That you would have a always on smart speaker with you at any given time. And then we had an announcement with Ceramic Speed around using our device in industrial IoT to measure the lifespan of bearings. And so you can see really from consumer applications to kind of
all the way up to industrial
is that really AI is being deployed in all of these types of things.
The new world we live in. Well, we got Kurt. I want to thank you coming up. Sentient, is it Sentient.com? Is that the best way?
Sentient.com, yes.
So SYNTIANT.com. Everyone, go check him out. Thanks for coming on, sharing exciting stuff here and exciting what you guys are doing at Sentient. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kurt. I used to kind of 5, 6, maybe even 10 years ago, I used to kind of laugh a little bit and said that all AI really was just some code. Well, it looks like things are, we're getting to the point where it's still code, but it is interesting.
Things have progressed massively in the world of AIs. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, it's interesting to see how often they boot an AI onto the internet so it can artificially learn, things like that. Like the whole world of it has changed just in the last 5 years.
And and the chips he's talking about and that size,
1 millimeter.
Yeah, but it's the 1 millimeter doesn't surprise me. It's the
power,
the power,
1 millimeter,
right?
Kind of,
yeah, and what they're doing. You consider we've come from microprocessors that are
It was like kind of like the sensors that we saw, the LiDAR sensors that were 1.2 millimeters.
Yeah. So. And I kind of laugh. It's just like these little itty bitty cameras we have here now. Used to be they were this big, and now we just pack the sensor in and have the electronics, and you don't need that whole big body anymore. All right, we're gonna welcome Pavel over, Chuck. Did I get it right?
Yeah, almost perfect.
All right, and you're from Alvis.
Alvis.ai.
Alvis.ai. Tell me about what you guys are doing here at CES. Give me your elevator pitch.
Yeah. So what we're doing is that we are building a platform to analyze scientific data online, and we analyze the quality of the data, and we extract insights from it, and then we redistribute the best information there is, scientific information, to our users in the different applications that we have built. So the main one is called Alvis Read Science Beta. It's on the app stores already. And what it does is that it allows users to select what they are interested in, and they will get the best publications, recent ones about it that just came out in a ranked order by quality, right? So it allows people to do easily their scientific watch. So this is
that's cool. So if I'm interested in, let's say, what's happening in the solar field as far as solar panels and solar energy, I can select that topic, and then you guys will go out and curate the best quality, the top ranking, the newest stuff, the newest science. Where are you sourcing the material from? Is it just the entire web, or are you going to education resources? Where you, or scientific papers? Where are you pulling data from?
So the data is mostly coming from journals themselves, actually. So the web in general. We're using a few public databases as well. The goal is for us to find what's best out there, and we analyze it, and then we rank it by quality. So the sources are there's a lot of them. And so what we're trying to do is just find what's best and redistribute it to our users and find what's best for them given their centers of interest, domains of interest.
So it's primarily science topics. So someone that wants to know about what's going on with dogs, a specific breed of dogs, would not probably be a candidate for your app.
I think if they put in dogs, they will get veterinary papers or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. But the breadth of what we're covering is pretty large, actually. We're very good in biomedical information. We're very good at covering almost everything there is about it. But we are actually broader than this. So if you are an engineer, if you are if you would like to have new information about solar panels, as you were saying, or the chips, you were talking about chips, you will have the best information, the recent one there is out there about it, and ranked by quality, right? So that's the concept.
So how do you determine then who's right and who's wrong? How do you determine whether someone is it peer-reviewed articles, or those the ones that get the highest rank? What is your stack? How do you figure out this is the best and this is the worst?
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about peer review, because this is actually what you're trying to automate, basically, the peer review process. There is more than 40 million papers that are proposed to journals every year. So 40 million is just you can't handle it.
That's right.
You just can't. The usual way to do it is have experts read it, 2 or 3 of them, and say, okay, this one is fine. I'm going to put a few comments to improve the paper or something. But right now, it's just not possible. There is so much pressure on professionals, and it's a worldwide effect. So everyone wants to publish. Even countries are actually in competition to publish more, better. So you have a lot of papers, and they all need to be, in theory, validated, read by experts and so on, but it's just impossible. You don't have enough people.
Sure.
That's all.
So if let's say there's an article that comes out on biomedicine, and let's say it hasn't been peer reviewed, does your app give the opportunity for someone to provide feedback on that content?
Yeah. So I'm glad you talked about it, because you can see it from 2 points of view. Either it's a paper that has been published, and what we do is actually look at what it's talking about, the sources, the source of the information, who published it, who wrote it, everything. And on the other side, we're looking at the feedback the paper has been having on the internet, so social media, stuff like that. So it's kind of a general, it's peer review on steroids, actually. So
So it's almost like if someone reads something and you're a scientist, and maybe they put on Twitter to their colleagues, hey, go check this paper out, it may be of interest to you. That almost is a form of self-validation of that content.
Yeah. Now you take this one, you multiply it by 100,000, and you analyze what is actually being said and how positive it is, and how much it has been retweeted, and all of that. You get a sense of what we're doing. So it's obviously an algorithm, an AI algorithm that we're using that analyzes everything, and that is able to generate like an index to actually rank the papers. So this is basically what we do. But you were saying also, I would like to know if a prospective paper is worth talking about, is worth publishing actually. And we recently actually published a tool to do that. Exactly that. I called it the editorial assistant. It's kind of an automated reviewer actually.
Right.
So you copy paste your abstract or your text, your prospective of the prospective paper,
Sure.
and it will get analyzed like immediately online. It takes a few seconds, and this is something that we just published on the internet. Yeah, it's an app.
So this, you say there's an app already available to be able to consume this content. So is there a web-based tool, or is it all app-based?
Yeah, we're thinking these in terms of user experience. We're trying to do apps for all of this, and some of our apps are on mobile. The Read Science Beta, Alvis Read Science Beta, is a mobile and web app, so everybody's covered. We're on Google Play, we're on Huawei, we're on iOS, everywhere, and the editorial assistant, a few of our other apps are actually in the Alvis dashboard that is only online for now. Yeah.
So is it a paid app, subscription? How do you guys make money? What's the business model, and what's the goal here for CES?
Yeah. So the goal here is essentially visibility. I think pretty much for everybody it's the same. So we're trying to get visibility and just show what we can do, and showcase our applications that are, I believe, groundbreaking actually, and very innovative. So this is a main goal. The Alvis Read Science Beta, it's a free app. You can download it and use it. And we're trying to monetize through ads and sponsoring as usual. And the editorial assistant right now is in beta. You can use it, it's online, but we will probably make a paid version for it, because it's very you need power to run this algorithm. So yeah, and we have a few other apps that will be paid for, like the Expert Explorer. We build a search engine to find experts. This one will be paid for as well. Yeah.
Well, I tell you, it's always a great, whenever there's a tool where you can separate the junk from the good stuff, is always a winner for me. Google tries, but often it's biased by so many different things, not necessarily in accuracy or on authority. So it's good to see what you guys are doing here. So Pavel, thank you for coming on. So the website is alviss.ai. Let me say that again, alviss.ai. So definitely check it out. Thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go again. Chris. It's you just don't know what's going to walk through here.
Yeah, it is always something new.
And
what a great way to start helping science peer review themselves. And
it's like this super tight niche of content.
Yeah.
You just wonder sometimes, in all reality, there's so much data out there. It's true. Yeah. It's hard to separate the good stuff from the bad stuff. I see stuff all the time that I'm like,
that's just it. Just it. It's hard to filter.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what that AI
it's
helps.
Too bad we can't filter some social media stuff the same way, right?
That's not this show, buddy. We'll have you on my show sometime.
Do we have our next guest screen?
We do.
Yeah, let me
bring that up.
Okay. So yeah, guests are making it on time today and everything. It's beautiful. It makes time fly here when we're running through. So I'm sorry. Where's your? Anyway, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll let you. I'm assuming you're with Brunswick. Hey, Chris, can we get his mic up? Thanks. All right. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is John Reed, and I'm the Vice President of Enterprise Technologies for Brunswick Corporation.
Awesome. So Brunswick is a name that I'm familiar with, but why don't you give folks that maybe aren't a little background on who you are and basically what you're doing here at CES and looking to accomplish?
Great. I have been with Brunswick about 2 years and spent my previous life in academia and then in industry working for John Deere, actually, who's also here.
Go green.
Go green, yeah. And we're really here about how we're more involved in how technologies, especially ACES-related technologies, autonomy, connectivity, electrification, and shared access, help us deliver products that smart products that have that deliver smart experiences for our consumers.
It seems like this is kind of the theme we've seen already during the show. Some of the same companies trying to do that. Can you give me some specifics and some things you guys are working on?
Well, we've in the past 2 years, we've announced plans for a lot of opportunities in electrification. We have multiple products coming out in the near future. Connectivity is one that we've already delivered to the market in terms of how we connect to consumers through our CZone Connect app. It gives us good insights into what's happening with them on the water and how we can help deliver better experiences for them. And in autonomy, at CES, we had an autonomous technology. We're working with our partner CRL, Carnegie Robotics,
Yep.
and it's providing situation awareness around vessels so that we can deal with those complex situations out on the water where you have difficulty in docking or challenging conditions, and what we can do to make it easier for consumers to use our products.
You know, I if I think back, oh boy, I should know this. There's this global system now to track ships and everything that
Sure,
is
it's like an AIS.
Yeah,
Right,
an
right.
AIS is what
Right,
it is.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So were you guys involved in that at all, or in the early days of that deployment, or?
Not many of we are not,
Yeah.
and not many of our boats use that. But that's an interesting kind of infrastructure that, if we connect to it, can help provide information. We have mapping technology through our Navico organization that allows us to, use those maps for navigation.
Sure.
We have a number of products on the market for automation that are kind of digital control of the vessel, being able to move the boat laterally through our Mercury propulsion systems, and just trying to make it easier to give the pilot the ability to control the vessel.
What is the average deployment size for your guys' gear for as boat size or ship size?
We make boats under 50 feet.
Under 50.
Generally, that's right. And those are, a lot of them are mostly used for recreational marine. That's the focus of our business.
Yeah. And I think that today, with I don't know what you guys have seen, but the camping world is seeing a huge surge because of COVID. People are out sailing more because of COVID. People are out boating. They're trying to get out and away.
Exactly.
So are you seeing a surge in your business from people looking to kind of move a little bit off grid or get away from the population?
Yeah, we have seen that, and our products have been in high demand during the entire period of COVID, and that makes it great for trying to add technologies to them to deliver better experiences.
Yeah, I follow a lot of sailing channels. I don't sail, but kind of live vicariously through YouTube, and it's amazing the tech that they have now, at least on some of the yachts and some of the sailing vessels are out there. What you talked about, some of the proximity stuff and trying to navigate in tighter areas. What are you doing there? Is that through sensors or?
Exactly. So a lot of products that you see here have the ability to control the product very accurately through digital means, and we have that too in our product offerings today. But what's new is providing situation awareness and using advanced compute and AI to complement what the pilot is doing and to help them in those difficult situations, give them insights, be able to do the control operations, things like auto docking.
Right.
And situation awareness means adding perception sensors like you're seeing in automotive to the vessel.
Interesting.
And out on the water, we can sense the surface of the water and things that are above the water, as well as things that are in the water
or under it.
That's right. And we do make sensors for detecting what is in under the water.
My car has self-parking, but I am very reluctant to ever use it. I guess I'm old school. I can look over my shoulder and parallel park, no problem.
Right.
But the vehicle will park itself. Do you find any resistance in some of the old timer pilots saying, okay, we can autopilot, we can auto dock the boat? Do people get leery of that?
I think that's actually kind of the crux of all of this. Experienced pilots can do a lot of things, but boating is becoming more democratized.
That's
where
right.
More and more people don't have that experience.
That's right.
And if you have ever docked a boat, it doesn't matter how experienced you are. There's always people either in the boat or on the dock that have a perspective of how well you did. I mean, if you think about it, a boat is not as much like a car. It doesn't just stop.
No, it doesn't.
And you've got the wave action and forces that are taking place.
That's right.
It could be current or wind. And
sure.
all of those make that really pretty complicated, and you don't want to if you just stop controlling the boat, it keeps moving, right?
That's right. And it can be very expensive, the end result, if you don't control the boat.
Exactly. It's
holes and docks damage and other boats and everything. So that's really awesome. And I think that for me, if I was to ever buy a larger boat, I'd be in that category. I'd be like, let me get someone on here that can help park this thing.
Exactly. With electrification, there's kind of a similar thing. We were at CES the first time in 2020, and we announced a product called Fathom. And there, it's thinking about a lot of people will buy a boat and they have to buy a generator and genset just to take along to repower
That's
things
right.
or to power their house side of the boat types
Sure.
of things. And we introduced a product that year that takes the outboard and uses as a source of power to charge batteries and a bank of lithium-ion batteries that we carry in the vessel. And then we have loads that are in the boat that we can then use, like air conditioners and stereos and grills and everything else that we can help keep those operational and give a better experience out on the water without a genset.
Right. Yeah, because I know that, especially in the sailing world, they don't have, they usually they can motor, but I see a lot of those folks are running full-blown generators because, to recharge the batteries. But also seeing on now even electric motors that people, when they're under sail and the propeller spinning backwards and recharging the battery
That's
bank.
exactly right. So they have the advantage that they can capture the wind power during operation, use that to drive an electric drive that then powers the battery pack.
So how are you guys then taking, obviously on a powered boat, you're under power all the time. So where is the placement then generally for that? Basically you're capturing the spin of that prop or the drive shaft to collect energy. Where does that happen?
Well, in recreational marine, that's kind of the challenge with electrification. You need to capture the power before you go out,
right?
And have a charged battery pack, and batteries, of course, are fairly heavy, and they displace some of the weight that you'd like to carry people on the boat. So we're looking at use cases that you have to get really detailed in how your consumers are using your product. If they use it a few hours on a lake or in special use cases, then we can provide enough energy storage today to allow them to go out and have that experience, and then they have to come back to the dock and plug in like your electric car.
All right, awesome. Well, folks, fantastic stuff going on with Brunswick, Brunswick.com.
Brunswick.com.
BRUNSWICK.com. Thank you for coming out and sharing.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. Good luck with the show, and glad to be back here live with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So remember how I told you CES was changing? You would not have seen a boat manufacturer here 5 years ago.
Yep. Yeah, it's incredible once again to see the ways that the technology is being leveraged.
Yeah, I'm getting
into
feedback
products.
somewhere. I don't know where that's coming. Maybe it's coming from the. I think it's. Oh, very cool. So we're fast moving here. Oh, was Marlo up? Marlo, did you have something you wanted to say?
Hold on, give me just a second.
Oh, we didn't hear it, Marlo. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Marlo.
Hey, how's everybody doing up there?
Great.
We're guests back to back. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing great down here. So, do you remember a couple years ago when Impossible Burger was here?
Yeah.
I think, what was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
It's amazing what has happened with that, right? They're everywhere. They're in Burger King or whatever. Well, there's another company called Myco Technologies. We tried these guys yesterday. They have a chili. They also have a cheese. And we went over there. The entire chili was plant-based. The entire cheese was plant-based from mushrooms.
So how did it taste?
You know, I thought it was pretty amazing, actually. They had a milk as well. That actually was pretty rich. I'm not sure if it would froth like a regular milk, but it was pretty tasty as well. But that chili was to die for. And I'll try to get some for you today, Todd, so you can give it a try yourself.
All right. Well, that's awesome.
All right.
So for those of you that are catching us now, this is Marlo Anderson. So Marlo, what are we celebrating today?
We are celebrating National Technology Day, Todd, and we are on the floor at CES 2022. So we'll be giving you these little snippets of reports all day long. So stay tuned for us the rest of the day.
All right. Thank you so much. And we'll be
kicking
live. Yep. We'll be kicking live to them permanently. I think at 1. Well, I think there's going to be trade-offs going all day, I think. So, but anyway, I want to welcome Stefan Singerman. Did I pronounce it right or did I get it wrong?
It's quite okay.
Whoops. And you're with Sharvie.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hello, good morning.
Good morning. So tell us what you guys are doing here at CES. Give me the full pitch on Sharvie.
Sure. We are just downstairs with the French Tech. So, we're part of the startups which are here exposing.
Yep.
We're representing, some French companies, and we operate mainly today in Europe. With an app which enables to optimize the company's office management type of thing. Like it makes you easy to book a parking space or an office desk, in a situation where COVID has put people away from work. And sometimes when they want to go back to work, they want to know who's there, how many days they're allowed to go to the site, and we help them doing that with an app. And so we are here to explore that and to show that and to demo it, and so that we can start to kick off the business in North America.
I have a separate company where the most employees have been out since the beginning of COVID. We started going back to the office a little bit once a week about a month and a half ago.
Right.
And, some of the employees are comfortable coming back and some aren't. We've made it flexible for them to do that. But I think my organization is small enough. I kind of keep track of, who's doing what, when, and where.
Yeah.
But if you're with a bigger, once you get above maybe 50 or 100 people, you're not going to know who's in the office, who isn't, who's been, co-working together and all that stuff. So
that's correct.
Is your app then providing some tracking then to who's been exposed to who or who's been co-working together? What does that dig into?
You have two sides of seeing the app. There's the employee benefits, knowing that they are allowed to go to sites and they can organize themselves, and the other resources there, and it's clean, because they know, the company knows who's going to occupy the space.
The space, yeah.
And so there's the benefit from the employee standpoint, and there's the benefit from the employer standpoint, who knows who's on site today, and they can know which team is there. And they can organize, the size of the office as well. A lot of companies have been downsizing the number of square meters they need. And so here they need 30% less office space, and they can make sure when they go to site that it's the right people going there, depending on priorities as well of the business.
Hey, Chris, you're still mic'd up. So are you saying that the app will actually help you determine what the new office size should be, or are you saying just because companies are downsizing, it just gives them a better way to manage that space?
It gives you KPIs. You can monitor, you can view the number of office spaces that are being used in real time.
I got you.
So you can determine whether you want to size down, size up, or do whatever. So you can take decisions basically based on figures. and people, the employees, they know exactly where they can go and where it's safe to go, and so it makes the life easier, for the employees.
That's one thing that we're looking at is the office space I had prior COVID was sufficient.
Mhm.
And now I feel like I'm just paying for a lot of empty space.
Yeah.
And when you're in a lease, just really nothing you can do until the lease period is up. But, it's something that we'll be looking at, Mike, to say, okay, can we downsize? Can I go from 8,000 square feet down to 4,000? What's the impact going to be? How many rooms? So I could see where this would be very beneficial to see use cases so that you have an idea what to plan for as lease agreements come up.
Correct, and as well at the same time, what we see, in companies using our app, today we have more than 50,000 people using the app in real time, and so what we see that companies are converting some spaces which were dedicated to, desk positions,
Sure.
workstations, to collaboration spaces, so that they convert the way the office is seen and occupied,
right?
So that it's more attractive. Because you have to to know why you're going on site rather than working from home.
That's right.
And if you go on site, it's because you want to have some interactions with others.
Yep.
And it's why the app gives you an opportunity, even if you keep the same space, to organize it a little bit differently, so that you have more interaction and it's more fun, and you have more willingness to go on site rather than staying home.
Are you looking at adding anything in productivity standpoint? Because this is the thing I always worry about is when you're in the office, everybody can see each other. You kind of know what the productivity is, but when you're out, off site, you're out of sight, out of mind a little bit. You're still getting your tasks done, but you don't know if that productivity level is the same as it would have been if you were in the office. Maybe it's higher. It could be in that case. Are you guys looking at implementing anything in that regards?
In our app, companies are also asking us to add some more ordering of services, because we have the employee list, and then you can order some services your company would provide, like I don't know, it goes from simple thing like I want my office cleaned, and
I got you.
or put into the app like your remote working, doing working from home, so you put that right into the app, and it helps other people know that you're not there, but you're still working, you're not off, basically, and it helps to improve the productivity, because we know that you're at work, or you're at work but from home, so which is a little bit different than being off, of course. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
So right now mostly used in Europe, but you're starting to roll this out more in the United States then? Or?
Yeah, we have large companies, like US companies like Nielsen Group, like Ralph Lauren, and others using the app in Europe, on their headquarters.
Sure.
And big companies like Subsea 7 or others. And of course, they're expanding now or they want to use the app now in the US, because there's no reason why, it can't work.
Sure.
Basically, before we had no time to do it, but with the CES, it's a fantastic opportunity to discuss and to meet customers and prospects, and to show them the value of the app, and so that they discover and then they start using it. So that's why we're here, basically.
Is your business model then based on an enterprise level? So many seats get to use the app, or what's the model?
Kind of, yeah. It's a simple thing. It starts at $3 per resource manage, which is a desk, like a workstation, or it can be a car park space, because in some cities, where there's a lot of tension on car park, the cost of car park, is huge, and we just sell, basically $3 per, the number of resources managed per month, and that's where we start. And then there are some options, of course, depending on maybe you want to open the parking gate from your app rather than having a fob or whatever.
Right.
And so we have other options depending on what you want to put in place.
How about access to the office? Same way, instead of having a key fob.
Yeah, we do that for companies like for Merck, in the pharmaceutical industry.
Sure.
We activate, the entrance to the building depending on your office reservation, and so we connect the gate control system or security control system to enable your access to it. So it makes you very simple. You don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
You have your booking, and then you go and you use your phone,
and
when
you access in, then the app knows you're on site, so it's almost like that automatically gets updated. That's very, very cool.
Yeah,
very, very cool. So, folks, definitely check out Sharvy, SHARVY. Is it .com or where's the website?
Yeah, .com. And Sharvy, of course, the root of it is sharing, Sharvy, because we're sharing office space, we're sharing parking spaces and everything. And so that's Sharvy.com. It's very easy. You can come and visit us as well. and we'll be more than happy to discuss and to present you the thing. Yeah.
All right, outstanding. So for the folks at home, make sure you go to Charvy.com and check out their website. And maybe this is a solution for your business. Thank you for being on.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. So where there is challenges in the world, there is opportunities made available with new business models. And I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of that here at the show.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Why don't we throw to Marlo again real quick?
Oh, let's do that.
Yeah. Marlo, are you there? Oh, I don't know if he's there right now. Maybe not.
Well, I tell you, we've been on quite a good roll here since we started, and people have been making their appointment times. And we've been largely today tech glitch free, knock on wood. So I haven't been monitoring social today. I'll go over and take a look because I, like an idiot, walked out of the office and did not bring my
technology.
Yeah, I did not bring my computer with me. So or my. All right. So, hey, if you're watching live today on Facebook, make sure you give us a comment. And Matt says, wholly empty, not unlike PM21, which so clearly. Yeah. Yeah. So what we, in all honesty, we are kind of in the back of the hall, and there is. Turn that off so I don't get a feedback loop. You're probably hearing me talk, weren't you?
It was
it's just like looking
going through inputs.
Where did that come from? Yeah, I just thought about that. So the downstairs, which I went to yesterday, it was a different layout, mostly countries. Where's the rest of the rest of the innovation zone? Because those were France, Japan, Korea, Israel. They were all the countries were down there, but there was very few individual. And I'm like, something's missing. So we're going to go on the hunt for that today. I don't know if, and we're up here is companies like TP Link, and companies that you would maybe know. Oh, here's Marlo.
Hey,
everybody. It's National Technology Day down on the floor of CES. Any of you guys snore?
Well, I do. And matter of fact, I use a CPAP machine because of sleep apnea, Marlo. I know where you're going.
So this is interesting. I don't know if you've seen this yesterday, Todd, but 10 Minds has a motion pillow. Did you see this?
I did. I did see that.
It's very, very impressive. You actually, when you go to sleep, there's a sensor that sits off the side of your bed, and if you start to snore, it actually will hear it and adjust your pillow so that it'll continue to adjust this until you stop snoring. Now, how cool is that?
Yeah, and it's segmented so that if you have your head laying to the right and you're starting to snore, it pushes your head up or back to the point where it gets you to the point where you don't snore no more. And it'll actually move your head through this multi-phase. It's pretty cool. I wonder. I didn't get to talk to them because there was people lined up there like crazy.
Okay.
But Marlo, what did they say then? Because one of their claims was it helps reduce sleep apnea, or
they had some data on this, and it was really interesting because what happens is it moves your head until it clears the airways, the pathways. So they actually claim that people who are using CPAP have moved away from that simply because of the movement of your head and opening up that airway again. So it's very interesting.
So Marlo, your wife just brought up, and I'm here at the desk alone, so I'm going to take off my mask.
I'm doing the same here because
your wife brought me some chili, some of that
the impossible chili.
The impossible chili, right?
So it's not impossible. It's by a company called Myco, and what you're about ready to try is actually, here we go right here too. is
that is tasty.
it's made from mushrooms, you guys. Is that that
Yeah.
whole chili, everything in that chili is mushroom based.
That would actually be
I'm literally shocked.
that would actually be great to take out to the camp, stuff like that. You know, you don't have to worry about spoilage on the road, that
Yep.
kind of stuff.
Yep.
Is the cheese
Plant-based as
plant
well.
based too?
It is. Yes. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
This is a non-vegetarian and vegetarian's dream.
That's right.
This is delicious.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it is. It's actually shocking how good it is. So
Yeah.
talking to the founder of this company, they have I don't want to use a pun here, but they have mushroomed into existence.
Huh.
It's not the top of the mushroom that they're cultivating. He says that 90% of the mushroom is underground, of course, and that's the part that's valuable here. And they're able to. It's actually a fermentation process that allows this to happen, and it's absolutely spectacular. And he said basically it's endless, the possibilities for food here, and he started this because he's lactose intolerant and he loves cheese, and he just decided he was going to do something about it. It's amazing.
Yeah. Fantastic product.
I be honest with you, I had kind of resisted on having that company that has that Impossible Burger.
Yes, me too.
I'd kind of resisted having one of those. I'd kind of poo-pooed it. A lot of people have it.
Yep.
This changes my perspective.
Yeah.
Significantly.
Well, when you hear about the Impossible Burger, they add beet juice so it emulates blood and all this other stuff. I'm like, I don't know if you really have to do that. I know that people want that sizzle and things like that, but people who want a plant-based food, I think as long as it tastes good, does it really matter if it looks like it? I don't know.
So let's talk about cost. What is it cost? Because that's the big thing. Is it more expensive than beef, or I'm assuming it's going to be?
We didn't get into that discussion, unfortunately, but here's a granola that they made as well. This is, I guess, So what's interesting about this, though, is that the protein is 3x what you'd get in a normal protein as far as the volume to, like 1 ounce of this gives you as much protein as 3 ounces of a beef or a chicken. So if you're wanting to, if volume is important to you and you want to get that down, but also have higher protein, this is interesting as well.
It's just like bison. Bison is, it's, if you eat a bison burger,
yes,
you get like 3 times the amount of protein than what you would get out of a burger.
Yep.
So, and sometimes people think quantity is more important than anything else. It's not.
Right.
It's about food density. It's about protein density. If your body can handle, be trained to eat less, you get the same amount of nutritional value.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, lower portions.
Right.
Better,
now, obviously,
yeah.
As you're looking at me, I'm obviously not a nutritionist. I just eat what's fun and good.
Me neither. It's just like that cake we had at the at the Nugget the other night. That for those that were on Facebook, you got to see that chocolate. That
my goodness,
chocolate cake we had.
And there was 3 of us, and we couldn't even finish the 1 slice they brought us. It was just crazy how big that thing was.
It was like this big, and I'm not telling fish stories here. That was 1 slice of cake.
That was a slice of cake. So I think Michael, they're really onto something. They already have their staff is 95 people. They're looking to expand. They're actually going to move. They want to move into a $300 million facility. It's just amazing what's going on with this company, and I think they have the right process to bring plant-based foods to the market.
So are they self-funded at this point, or they have venture, or what's the skinny with them?
I think it's a little of everything at this point.
So it's goodsidefoods.com. Now they're the same ones that made the chili. Is that correct?
I don't know that domain, but I know it's Myco is the name of the company, but they might have a different domain.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
This granola is from goodsidefoods.com. Is that
okay?
Just reading off the label.
Yes. So,
So-
what they are is they actually kind of white label their product to other companies.
I gotcha.
So they make the base and then they send it off to a granola company or a burger plant or whatever it is that a person wants to make from it. Yep. Yep.
So what again was the name, Marlo, of the main company?
Myco, 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 and they're
Okay,
based in
Myco.
Colorado. Yep.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Who would have ever thought we'd have been eating chili at CES?
I find that interesting too. I mean, I think about 2 years ago, and I think the Impossible Burger is the one who kind of set the stage for this, right? Because if you remember, you couldn't even get to that booth 2 years ago when they were testing this stuff out. I was fortunate enough to have a slider, and I thought it was okay. It wasn't great. This chili, however, has changed my whole perspective on plant-based proteins as well.
And I think with chili too, you have the opportunity to add some spices and herbs and stuff like
Right,
that to help.
right.
But still, the texture of what I would have thought for sure was hamburger.
Yep.
It was the texture of a hamburger, so it wasn't like it was. If no one had told me, I was like, "Oh, that's good chili," I would have not have known the difference.
Yep. And what about the cheese across the top?
Yeah, the cheese across the top was, looked like cheese, tasted like cheese.
That's what stunned me the most, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And to think it comes from the base of a mushroom.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. And I guess they can grow. I'm trying to remember what he said the equivalent was, but how long does it take to grow a beef, right? Well, they can do the exact same thing in 7 days with mushrooms.
Wow.
The growth of these things are exceptional. So the ability to feed the planet moving forward is very interesting with this as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure because you can control, where I live in Michigan is, well, if you think about what's going on out in California and the San Joaquin Valley. When I was living in Lemoore, California, more than 25 years ago, matter of fact, oh my God, maybe 35 years ago,
yep.
Water was not an issue there. So everything was mass. They would flood fields, and now they're running into saline issues. They're running into water table issues. The valley's actually sinking because they pulled so much water out of the ground.
Right.
And they're not, just not enough water coming in to replenish the aquifer and the water table. So
yep.
You see the size of farms in San Joaquin Valley shrinking just because of water restrictions. Now, where I live in Michigan, I'm a stone's throw from 7 different lakes. The water table is very high. So we're becoming the center of this big agricultural boom where everything is going underneath big buildings. Now it creates this huge light footprint, but we have a tomato. I don't even want to, I guess you call it a factory. I don't know, but.
So I call them tunnels. You see these, they're long tunnels, right?
Oh, this is a multi-story building.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah. They go high and wide, and there's just nothing but thousands of rows of tomatoes being grown. And it's controlled climate, less amount of water being used, all that stuff. No bugs, because it's, it's all in the building.
Yep.
So take this plant-based stuff to that level. Yep. Growing mushrooms, obviously, what do you need? A little moisture, a little heat.
Yep.
Certain formula of dirt, and you're
off to the races. Yep.
You're off the races. So
and he talked a lot. He actually talked a lot about vertical farming. He thinks that vertical farming is the way to go, and this is a process that you can do that with.
Yeah, the vertical farming is, and especially if you're competing with farmland, and you basically you go tall, and if you have enough water and electricity and everything. So the central part of Michigan is becoming this mecca of places where they're growing everything now.
Right, right. Well, and the thing with
365 days a year.
When you're self-contained, and I know you know this from personal experience, we won't get into that right now, but
sure.
But the amount of humidity that plants give off is insane.
Insane.
So if you're able to actually recycle that moisture and put it back on the plant again and help that grow, I mean, water becomes less necessary because you're not putting it back out into the atmosphere.
And you don't pull all the moisture back out, but you pull a percentage of it. You know, the percentage of the you know, when you're doing when the plants are underneath the photosynthesis, you know, they're gassing off, and well, they're also putting out CO2.
Right.
But so it's a whole cycle to recapture all that. I think this closed farming stuff in this instance will work. Now, it's not going to work if you're going to grow corn.
Right.
You know, you're still going to need millions of acres of corn to deliver.
Yep.
You know, so it's not going to be a complete substitute, but over time we'll see.
Yes. I believe that fast-growing, smaller plants is where vertical farming really is. So you think about strawberries and other fruits like that. You think about, you know, like mushrooms, you know, alfalfa sprouts. You know, cabbage, lettuce. I mean, all of these things that can grow relatively quickly. You can get many crops off in a year under the right environment.
Yep.
I mean, these are the things that are going to do really, really well when it comes to vertical farming. Yep.
Well, I tell you, we've talked about Myco here, MYCO. Definitely, folks, go out and check them out online. Marlo, this is a great topic for you know. It's almost like we've turned into the farm show, but we are here at CES, and I just had a guy in here from Brunswick that was talking about boat technology. Who would have ever thought we would be talking about boat tech at CES? But
it's amazing. Yep,
it is. It runs the gambit.
Yep, it does.
So,
all right. Well, I'll throw it back to you guys. Remember, you know, stay with us, everybody. It's National Technology Day. We'll be coming to you from the floor with many other reports, so stay tuned.
All right. So we got our next guest is getting ready to come up here. You can go ahead and bring them up. And, yeah, we'll set this like that. Let me, Okay, she's getting stuff out of the box. So, okay. I understand what we're doing, getting the whole demonstration set up here. Oh, I saw this. I know what this. I walked by this and I saw this.
Yeah, this looked pretty cool. I can't wait to see the demo.
All right. So we're going to get Andrea mic'd up here. Okay. Is it going to stay in place? All right. I think we're good. Okay, so we're going to bring Andrea Balboa up from Chillax Car Care Limited. Did I pronounce it correctly?
That is correct.
Well, I tell you, I saw this. I walked by your guys' booth yesterday, but did not stop. But yeah, we'll get there we go. So what we have, ladies and gentlemen, on the table is we have an infant, not a real infant.
But it's a breathing infant.
Oh, it is. It's a breathing infant.
I have to switch it on.
Oh, so we got a breathing infant here, and we have well, I'm just going to let you talk about the product because I'm going to tell everything about it and I'll be wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we have here is it's called the Baby Mood AI by Chillax Baby. So of course it features AI that detects if the baby's face is covered or if there's talk when rolling over. So what we bring here is a breathing doll that actually mimics the real breathing rate per minute of a baby.
Right.
So it features machine learning as well that would detect the breathing rate per minute of the baby. So in our packaging, we mentioned that it's all-in-one smart baby monitor that features a baby. It is actually more than just a baby monitor. So it features the baby monitor itself, breathing rate detection, covered face and rollover detection. And one cool thing about it is that it helps babies to train on how to sleep.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is right.
So not only are you doing protection from SIDS and those types of, things that are
That's
very
right.
devastating to families, but also you're giving mom a way to check on an app, I'm assuming, or have the monitor with her when
Correct.
she's not, or the father when they're not near the baby. So tell me about let's talk about the how to teaching babies to sleep first. How does that actually accomplish?
Okay, so based on the recommended colors from the World Health Organizations, we stimulate the baby sleeps using the colors. So you can preset the colors to teach the babies on if it's bedtime, if it's time to wake up, and you can control it through the app.
I see.
So what we want to accomplish is we want babies to establish healthy sleep routines.
Right. So basically, you'd establish blue is the time that the baby's going to sleep.
That is correct.
White is maybe when they're supposed to wake up.
It's actually yellow, the color of the
Yellow.
sunlight. That's right.
Okay, so what is the red used for?
Red is like a quiet playtime because babies, when you put them to sleep, they will not sleep yet.
That's right.
So
That's right.
they know that it's still playtime.
Yeah.
And then after some time, when we change the color, say it's around 8 p.m. already, and the parents starts the color in blue,
Right.
then they should be able to sleep. It's
So-
their cue for sleep.
So I've raised 5 kids. Well, I've raised 4 and a half, 5 kids, and for me, that nighttime routine was really important to get them down, to get them to the point where they could go to sleep, so I could get, we could get some sleep. How much is this helping? Do you have any studies to see how this color effect is helping with the sleep pattern? Are you able to track that through the device, or is it just? I'm just kind of curious what your research has been on how effective that is.
Yes. So in terms of the research, that's something that we haven't gone through in depth at the moment. So
Okay.
this product, we're planning to launch this at the end of February.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Right. So but we'll be releasing. So our R&D team is working on that.
Okay. So on the monitoring part, then, is it looking for the actual respiration, or is it listening for respiration?
No, so it has basically what we're trying to say here is that based on the micro movements of the baby, the camera detects every single movement that the baby is making.
Okay.
And then based on that, we have like a library from the machine learning capabilities of the product that would identify based on the movements of the baby, and that's where we calculate the breathing rate detection through the algorithm.
Okay. So when it comes to something covering the face, then is that something that the camera is been trained to do? Is look for obstruction of the mouth or nose? Is that what?
That's correct. So that is where the AI works. So it detects the baby's face first. So first of all, it will be a human detection, right? So after the camera detected the person's body, it can detect the face.
Yeah.
So if anything is covered, it will alert parents in real time if the baby's face cannot be detected.
Okay.
So it can the camera can alert the parents through the phone, especially if they're out of the house.
Sure.
And one cool thing is it also alerts in the handheld video parent unit, because if you're inside the house, you're not in your phone the whole time. Let's say the parent is in the kitchen doing household chores or cooking, it can just stay there the whole time.
So sometimes parents don't put young infants in cribs yet. They may put them in bed with them, or maybe they have a separate sleeper. How does this? Is there any other attachment devices for this, or what's the typical? Where would you expect this to be placed?
Yeah. So there are 3 options on how to install Baby Mood. That's why we're saying that it actually grows with your child as well. So first of all, it comes with a wall mount or the crib mount, depending the kind of setup that you have for the nursery, right? So you can install it on the wall, and it comes with a crib mount. And then if you want to take your baby out, let's say you have another playpen in your living area, then you can just simply detach the Baby Mood and place it on the tabletop.
I got you.
So it goes with you.
Awesome.
And it's battery operated, so it doesn't have to be plugged all the time.
Right.
That's why it's lighting up right now.
Awesome. What is the typical charge length on this? How long does it stay charged?
It's about 3 to 4 hours on full charge.
On a full charge. So something, if you're going to put it in the playpen and you're not plugged in, you're going to want to remember to plug it back in later.
That's right.
Awesome. What is the price point on this going to look like?
Yeah, this will be $499.99. It will be available in Amazon starting February.
$499 on Amazon.
That's
and
right.
So it's called the Chillax Care Limited. What is the website for this?
It's chillaxcare.com.
Chillax Care. So
Mhm.
CHILLAX care.com.
That is right.
For those of you at home that want to check this out. So in February, it'll be available on the market on Amazon and probably directly on the website
And the
as
website,
well.
that's right.
Yeah, outstanding. Andrea, thank you so much for coming and showing this new technology for baby monitoring. I do like the ability that it monitors the breathing and it can actually send an alert when there's something that's covering the face, and as well as the training baby to sleep on a more defined schedule. I guess that's the best
Thank
way
you
to
so
say.
much for having me here. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you so
okay with chickens. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. It beats the days when we just had a monitor looking down in the crib.
Right. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
And you had to be plugged in and so
yeah. And I mean, I had one, granted, that I could look at my kid and it on my phone, things
Right.
like that, while I was here in Vegas working, all that kind of stuff. But the active AI to watch and tell if the baby's face is covered.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I had a situation like that happen in my family where we lost a child.
Wow.
And like you said, it is devastating to a family when it happens.
And people will cringe when I say this, but most of my kids spent their first 6 months in between us on bed. We had bunkers, that you could. Baby
pillow forts.
Baby was isolated, and you're not supposed to do that. But millions of people still have their kids in bed with them. It's easier for mom if she's nursing and everything else. And I know people cringe. And I was a very deep sleeper, so for me, it probably wasn't the best. But very, very interesting tech. So, but then again, I know some parents want their beds back. They don't want they'll have a crib off the side or a playpen or something. Yeah,
sure. And I mean, we were extraordinarily lucky. I think it was the second day that our kid was back. I had a show that I had to go to and woke up and tripped over the crib, and I was like, "Yep, he's going into his room tomorrow."
Well,
we can sleep with the doors open.
Well, you're lucky. You're lucky your spouse allowed it. Usually those first babies stay right there.
Oh,
They don't go much out of sight.
And we also lucked out on the fact that he was a baby that slept all the way through the night. He was not a picky eater.
Oh, you're lucky man.
And then on top of that, we trained him at 6 o'clock bedtime.
Wow.
So come 5 o'clock, he would like the eyes would start rolling. So it was like, nice.
It's all good till they get about 3, and then they're not.
Yeah. Now it's like 9:30 at night. He comes out like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like nothing. Go back to your room.
Yeah,
boy.
go to sleep.
You have school in the morning. Get back to bed.
So, that's one of our. Let's see what we've got here. I can look at. Let me refresh this. I'm trying to look at the chat room and see what we've got for chat going on here. Okay. Don't worry. You hear my background.
I know what it is now.
Yeah.
The first time around, I did not.
Yeah. So, hey, Mike, how you doing as well? Thanks for joining the chat room. Those of you watching live, thanks. So we have a pretty good lineup of coverage here today. And let's see, what time
would you like to throw over to Marlo again real quick?
If he's available.
Absolutely. He's there. There he is.
Can you hear us, Marlo?
Oh, here we go with the tech.
There he is.
So speak a little closer. All right. Well, welcome again, everybody. National Technology Day coming to you from the floor at CES 2022. Had an interesting conversation yesterday, you guys, with a company called 6 Degrees. Are you familiar with these guys?
I am not, personally.
So they have developed a gesture software to enable people who are unable to maybe navigate a tablet or a gaming system or whatever because of disability. It actually learns what you're capable of doing. So let's say you've had a stroke and all you can do is move your left arm and maybe nod your head a little bit. This software will actually learn from that, and within 5 minutes, sometimes less. It'll actually learn what you're capable of doing, and then you can start navigating a tablet or a computer or whatever. It's absolutely stunning. And I think about what's possible, and that's what I love about technology. You know, it equalizes the playing field for everybody, right? And this is what's great about this. These people are going to be able to go back to work because of this. It's just stunning to me.
So was the, you know, we've seen some gesture control stuff in the past. So
Yep.
what makes this different? Is it working on both Android and iOS? Because we saw some iOS stuff come to market in 20.
Yep.
Is this a further iteration of that?
So it is. You can use it on any operating system. He was really talking a lot about gaming systems as well. But you could use it for a remote control for your television, which I know isn't probably a big deal anymore. I think the thing that really impressed me, you guys, is the ability of the AI to learn so quickly. You know, because the systems I've looked at before, you know, it takes a week, 2 weeks, a month sometimes to train these things. This one, in fact, the gentleman was talking about somebody who in 30 seconds was able to start navigating a tablet after turning this thing on. And she only had limited use of one arm. It's just unbelievable.
You know, it's good to see this finally catching up, because we think about the basic the impairments of vision, sight, but we don't often think about the people that have had a stroke, or maybe they've been in a catastrophic accident, lost a limb. You just don't know what type of physical disability someone has, and then how that changes their use of tech.
Right.
So it's nice to see that is, there's companies out there that are thinking about. What was the genesis of the idea? Did they have a family member, or were they themselves handicapped or have a disability?
Yeah. So actually, the gentleman lost a foot.
Okay.
That actually founded the company and was dealing with. Actually, he called it a phantom limp. I guess I've heard of phantom pain. I've just never heard of a phantom limp before. So he started developing technologies that would help with that, and then it just was a precursor to what he has now. It's stunning how effective it is. It actually brings a tear to your eye when you're talking to this gentleman about his path to this, and at the same time, it was fun to listen to, because he was like, you know, we would try the software out with people, and they would try to get the tablet back, and the person who was using it wouldn't even allow them to take the tablet back, because it was bringing joy to them finally with this type of technology. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
And it's one of those things where you're like, freedom once again, right? It's
exactly
like having that ability to do what you're used to doing or weren't able to do. I mean, you can't imagine until you're inflicted yourself. We can only, I guess, sympathize, but you don't really know the true struggles people go through.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I have no way to understand the challenges, because unfortunately, I'm very fortunate that I don't have to understand that.
Right.
But I love the ability for people to, you know, whether it is and I think it's always fun to watch, you know, people who are unable to walk anymore, to roll up a sidewalk, go to their favorite coffee shop. I just think about the amazing things that have gone on in the last decade in technology that has kind of equalized the playing field. It doesn't matter who you are or the abilities that you have. Technology can compensate for that inability to make it so it's an equalizer across all things, which I love.
I was in Circa day before yesterday, and a double amputee was sitting right beside me playing a poker machine, having a cocktail, and him and I got to talking. And he had was a lineman and had an industrial accident from a line injury. And he said, you know, I'm back at work, I'm doing things. And so we talked quite a little bit about it, but I didn't really get into his use of tech. So it was an interesting conversation. But anyway, thanks for the insight, Marlo. We've got our next guest here, and we'll come back to you in a bit.
Sounds great. Have a great day. Talk to you later.
All right. So again, National Tech Day. That's Marlo Anderson, and he's over in another section of the Venetian. Okay, so there we go.
I just can't hear.
We've got Jay Lim here, and he's going to talk about AI for pet. Jay is the marketing team leader over there. Welcome to our CES coverage, Jay. We need to bring him up on mic. There we go. Okay, go ahead. So tell us a little bit about your product and what you guys are doing here at CES.
Our product is the AI technology-based app service. So AI can analyze the dog's eyes or skin or cat's eyes or skin, and then let you know like there is a disease or not.
So it actually is an analysis tool then that's app-based. You just basically hold up to your cat or dog's face and take a picture?
Yeah. The only thing you need is a smartphone, and then take a picture of your pet's eyes or skin, like ear or paw, then sending the image to AI and then analyze the image.
So the AI will actually tell you then, based upon what the paw looks like, maybe what's maybe wrong with diet, or if what the problem with the dog is. So I'm kind of curious, how did you guys come about the idea of doing this?
There was a paper research then published by veterinary school professors and AI professors, and then the paper said the AI can analyze the picture of a dog's eye for symptoms of disease, and then we thought that we can develop any service for based on this paper, and then for pet owners. So we started it.
Started development of it. You know, oftentimes people's pet are just like a family member. It's like they have almost equal status of their kids. It's just one part of the family, right? Or maybe if someone doesn't have a child, maybe that is their the full extension of their family. So what are you finding then? How many different types of diagnosis can you guys make with this technology?
For now, we are only let you know the name of symptoms, not like the actual disease name because
Right.
of the law. And in terms of eye, we diagnose is like 7 symptoms, and then skin like 4 symptoms.
So would you, like me, if I'm seeing my dog and I'm looking at, the eyes are look a little different, oftentimes you just would kind of wonder, you really wouldn't know. Maybe you wouldn't take the pet to the vet. Maybe just say, okay, it's, whatever's, maybe just having a little cold or something. What then is the recommendations? You guys give recommendations on from the symptom? Do you tell them you maybe need to go see your veterinarian, or maybe you need to do this type of food supplement or this type of lotion? What are you actually recommending?
So there is a after analyze the symptoms, there's like a comment from the veterinary that we worked with them, and then you can see the why it happened and then how to take care of it, and then we recommend people if the symptoms same symptoms are coming over and over over 3 times, that we recommend people visit the vet to take care of it.
To see it.
Yeah.
So how long has the app been available? Did you launch here at the show, or is it coming in the future, or where are you guys at from that marketing standpoint?
So actually, it's on the market in Korea as like for a year.
For a year.
We are like now developing the English service for like American users and then the British users, and it's gonna be on the market in April 2022.
In April of 2022. Is there a cost to the app, or is it ad based, or what's your revenue model?
We didn't decide how much it's gonna be, but we are thinking about the subscription model.
Okay, so a subscription model, basic, and get. Are you thinking then about future expansion? So now you're looking at eyes, you're looking at skin, you're looking at paws for all 3. I mean, for dogs and cats, right?
Yeah.
Any further expansion of looking for symptoms?
No, there's no further expansion, and then no, I mean we are developing the joint problem.
Okay.
So if you take a video of your dog's walking, and then the AI analyze there is the problem or not.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard because it's a bone based.
Sure.
But at least we can let you know it's normal or abnormal.
Yeah, I have a friend who has a 16-year-old dog, and of course, the dog has hip issues because she's so old. It's very obvious. It's just it's no issue knowing that dog is getting old and has bone problems. But when they're young, they shouldn't be. But some breeds are more susceptible to to bone issues early in their life. So that's good. I understand it's a big challenge. So when you guys were developing this, what did you do? You come up with a huge database of actual photos to do the comparison?
So we collected like over 500,000 images
Wow.
from the vet hospital and shelters, and make AI learn that images. And then now like Korean users use that application. So every day we got images from the users,
Right.
and then AI rerun from that image.
Awesome. Well, where can they find out more information? Well, is it what's the website now? And then again, April of 22 before here in the United States and the UK, right?
Yeah.
So what is the website people can go to check it out?
Just www.ttcareforpet.com, and then you can see some English information.
All right. So also, folks, you can AI for pet, Google that as well. I'm sure that'll get you close to that. So thanks for coming over and explaining what you guys are doing, Jay. Very exciting for you, those that have pets out there, a way to do a little self-diagnosis of your pet's health.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So not only do we have health for humans, we have health for pets.
Have tons of technology for that out there. That's coming around.
Yeah.
Tons
It's
of
just moving because pets are. I think that one mic is still on. I think the guest. There you go. Yep.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. But no, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And I would be honest with you. I if looking at my dog's eyes, I wouldn't be able to tell if there was something wrong.
Yeah. No. I mean, unless
the skin,
something starts getting discolored,
right?
Or something along those lines.
The skin is obvious.
Yeah.
And paws are obvious if there's an issue.
Yeah.
And where I live,
breathing, anything like that.
Where I live, it's cold. And I have a cat that acts like a dog. She follows me around everywhere. Matter of fact, I said, "Are you going to start woofing?" And so she's learned now when it's winter not to be on concrete too long. You see her and then she gets off the beaten path because those paws get cold.
Yeah. Those pads get cold quick.
Yeah, they do. So, well, anyway, we're making good progress here.
Yeah.
It's been good to have Marlo available to do Phil for us.
I don't see him over there right now, but he may pop back. There he is. He's coming back. Hold on, he's getting everything turned on, all that good stuff.
I'm heating up over here. It was cold in here earlier.
It was.
And now I think we're up a little bit high. So I think as a result of all the body temperature in the, in the room.
Yeah, it is. It has definitely gotten warmer in here today.
But as soon as we go off the air today, we're going to head over to LVCC.
Nice.
And we're at the Venetian, which used to be the Sands Expo.
Yep.
And when did that name change?
I want to say it was over the last year or so. It was getting ready to change just after our last physical presence at CES.
Did Venetian own this before and it just called it the Sands?
It was originally the Sands property, which is why it was the Sands Expo Center.
So then Venetian made some deal,
yeah,
and so now it's the Venetian.
Yes, they purchased it outright.
They threw stacks of Benjamins at somebody.
That's it. Somebody got rained upon with bills,
and then so LVCC just got the new. What does it call it? West, or what do they call the new building? They call it West, right? Because you got North, South, Central, and then West. So I want to go over and see the new building over there.
Same here. I saw Marlo. Let's see.
Oh, he's getting his. He's going wired.
There he is.
So Marlo,
hey, everybody.
Have you been having audio Bluetooth challenges?
It's funny you should bring that up.
I cannot imagine the web of Wi-Fi over all of us right now.
It's
I was just, it was working so well until the place started to fill up a little bit, and now it's just like it works, it doesn't work, it's driving us crazy down here. But we're trying to figure out a solution. But anyway, so yesterday, did you hop in the flying car yesterday?
I did not, but I got there was so many people around it, I got 60 seconds of B-roll before I got nudged out of the way. So, but I saw that you got into it.
We did, and I mean, you think about this. I mean, I know when I graduated from high school, I figured by 2020, 2010, we'd be in the age of the Jetsons and just jetting around to wherever we wanted to. Of course, that didn't work, but I still believe in my lifetime that we will have flying cars. And yesterday, to me, was a big step forward. SkyDrive is the name of the company. Dr. Mark, man, I can't remember his last name right now. He is a visionary in this space, and what he has created is astounding. It looks like a big drone, of course. You just sit in this thing, and he figures that by 2030, he'll be able to have these out and about, and they'll be flying autonomously. So if all you have to say is just take me to my favorite coffee shop, and it'll take you there. So just amazing.
As I was looking at it, the thing that goes through my brain, and having been a previous aviation guy, is anything that has props. If they stop spinning, it's usually a bad thing. So the question really is, the things people are going to have to become comfortable with is the safety feature of this. I think we've all got to the point where drones are pretty, almost anyone can fly a drone, but when you put yourself in a drone, it's a whole different situation. So did it have top and bottom propellers, or was it only, I didn't get a chance to look that close.
It does, so of course the secondary propeller is the backup, redundant backup system in case one fails, the other one will kick on. The idea is that even if it fails, it'll flutter to the ground just like a helicopter will. But the challenge with that, of course, is that you always hear this about a helicopter, but you're still probably going to break a leg or two if you were up high enough, right? I mean, you won't probably die from it, but it's not going to be the nicest landing, but it's at least not going to kill you usually. So, but I think and I think some of these others, I've looked at a few others. Some of them have some parachute type of scenario. So if you start to descend too quickly, then the parachute will automatically open. And that technology, by the way, has been proven on airplanes now too. We actually had an airplane 2 years ago that went down coming out of our airport. It was a little, I forget what the jet is, and they were 8,000 or 10,000 feet in the air when it failed, and the parachute popped open, and it landed in a field about 12 miles south of Bismarck. I just was like, you got to be kidding me.
It's a lot easier to land than it is to crash.
That's true, right?
And you still may get a broken bone or two, but there's a whole different G dynamic in crashing and landing. And if you can be on the end of a parachute, I think that would make people pretty redundant. Now, is this company out of Japan? Or are they out of the United States? Do you remember?
I think they're a combination of both. It seems to me that SkyDrive. So you're thinking of EHang, I think.
Maybe.
They're actually based out of China. That's the one I actually rode in about 2 years ago at the drone rodeo here a couple of years ago. That was interesting as well. But the SkyDrive one is, in my opinion, far superior to what they have going on there, because they actually. The EHang one actually has to have a pilot that comes into you remotely. So you still don't have to know how to drive the vehicle,
right.
But you have to have somebody that's actually piloting it remotely for you, and that's their premise. But the interesting thing about EHang is that in Dubai, they actually are running a couple of taxi services, very, very similar to a ride share like Uber and Lyft, at a couple key points in Dubai. So you can actually, right now, if you were to go to Dubai, actually take advantage of these kind of air taxis that they're running, which is really interesting.
When I lived in Honolulu, my commute to work was 35 miles, and it was excruciating because of the traffic. And I always said, if I could have just went from point A to point B, which was maybe more like 7 miles as the crow flies, and landing a drone, life would have been so much better. But maybe here in the next few years that'll become a reality. And as congestion on the ground continues, I think that congestion in the air may become a more of an issue. But there's the good thing about this is you can get stacked. It's like there's unlimited vertical space. Well, at least up to the point of space. But
I would call that pretty unlimited. Yes. So
yeah,
you're right.
I mean, so.
And we figured it out on the ground how to get around, right? I think that at 100 feet, people who are wanting to go west go west. At 200 feet, they go east. I mean, it's real easy to get that going, So
yeah. All right, Marlo. Thanks for the update. And of course, we're celebrating National Tech Day.
Yep, and we'll see you all soon.
All right, everybody. We've got our next guest here. We've got Dan Cass from Little Speakers, and he's the founder. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So little they are.
Yes, they are.
But little is spelled with 2 D's, not with 2 T's. So tell me about your product.
Well, this is the world's first Bluetooth magnetic speaker that actually attaches right to the back of an iPhone.
Oh, very
So it magnetizes
nice.
right to the back of the iPhone or my iPhone case.
Awesome. So when you come to CES, you're always, little speakers are a dime a dozen, but you're right. There's not the ones that you can just put on your phone.
Well, what's interesting about it is that we built the magnet right inside the unit itself, so you can magnetize this right directly to your refrigerator, your bumper on your car,
That's
your
right.
toolbox outside, anything metal.
Yeah.
And then inside the box, we actually have these 2 little rings. So if you wanted to stick one on the drywall, you just stick it on the drywall, and then you got it. It's magnetized there, or put it in your shower,
right?
Because it's water resistant also.
Yeah.
So
such a simple idea and adds a whole bunch of different versatility. Now, I'll be honest with you. If I have a toolbox, I'm definitely going to put a black one on. I'm not going to put a pink one on my toolbox. But
the ladies love the pink.
Yes, they do. Yes.
Valentine's Day is coming too, though.
That's right. So I'm assuming by your packaging and everything, it looks like. Are you on market with this already?
We are on market. We launched it on market in mid-October. And so we had a great 2 months start so far. And we're so happy to be here at CES. And it's exciting. So,
is this your guys' first year here?
No, actually, I was here in 2020.
Okay.
We did Showstoppers, and we were the second hottest startup there.
Awesome.
So we were in that top 10 group and came in second place.
Well, fantastic. So tell me a little bit then just about the speaker itself. Is there anything extraordinary besides the magnet that you guys have got going on there?
Absolutely. And it's the sound and the sound quality. So what we put in the speaker is actually Bluetooth 5.0. And so the 5.0 allows you to transfer the data. It's twice as fast. And we're able to sync actually 2 speakers together. And that gives you 360 degrees of surround sound. So we're going left to right. So when you watch a movie, so over at our booth, we're doing a demo with the Top Gun clip,
right?
The trailer going on, and you can hear the jets going by, and it just sounds amazing coming out of the speakers.
Because you're not necessarily going to put a surround sound system in your kid's room or or maybe at your desk. You're not going to necessarily have a surround sound system. So this actually almost acts as that functionality then, huh?
Yeah, you can put it right on the back. Like I say, you magnetize it right to the back. Inside each box, we actually have these rings. And,
nice.
you put this ring right on the wall
sure.
or on the back of your computer, right?
Yeah.
And so now you got a better enhanced sound on your computer. But what else makes it so interesting? So what we launched over at Unveiled is we actually put a microphone in it. And I don't know if you can see it on the back side of this one. So now I can use it on a Zoom call. So we can use the speaker as a kickstand.
Right.
Boom. I can be on a Zoom call.
Yeah.
Watch movies, either way. And that allows us to play, an enhanced bass that we have in there that really gives you that deep sound. And again, it's that surround sound.
For sure.
So in the microphone itself, the clarity of it and allowing you to communicate with others. So you're in a family gathering doing a Zoom call or, FaceTime.
Yep.
Boom.
How does the microphone compare to a standard smartphone microphone?
Yeah, we're in the development of the microphone right now. We're going through the review process. That's going to come out later this year.
Okay.
The speaker itself, like I say, we launched this speaker this October 2021.
Sure.
And so that's on the market on Amazon.com. So you can get that right now for $29.99.
Awesome. That's the key. $29.99. So we're starting to hear that price point a few times. Well, during the show, we always try to determine where that medium market range is for. I would call this the gadget category, right?
Yeah.
And something that's fun and looks to me like perfect Valentine's gift. A little, we're already past Christmas, but a stocking stuffer.
Dad's Day, the birthdays, they're all coming. It's a great gift.
Absolutely. So Little Speaker, is it littlespeaker.com?
It is. Little with the letter D as in Delta.
And of course, you can find these on Amazon as well. So everyone definitely check these out. Dan, thanks for coming over and showing off your speakers. Best of luck on the second gen with the microphone. We'll be looking for that.
Awesome.
And,
thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So very exciting stuff. You often, where do you differentiate yourself in the marketplace, right?
Yeah.
And that's the big thing, because, by the way, don't let any Chinese take a picture of that.
Yeah. Whatever you do, watch.
Because it seems like they'll run around in hordes around here taking pictures of a product and touching it and feeling it and changing it.
Yeah, it's like everybody from the Shenzhen area.
Right, and you got to stay ahead of them, so. But it's about being able to differentiate yourself in the marketplace, and the ability to be able to put the speaker on the back of the phone, stand it up, and
I like the ring idea, the concept that you could put it up on the mirror in the bathroom.
That's right.
So while you're shaving in the morning.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
So we went from just minor accessories all the way up to boat LiDAR and that kind of stuff on the show so far. So it's running the full gambit here for sure. And then we even had, if those of you that have just joined us, we actually had some plant-based chili earlier that was pretty excellent too. We've got some plant-based granola up here as well that I'm going to try later.
Yeah, that one's not as easy to try on air.
No, that's a little crunchy.
But, stuff like this, the first thing that popped into my mind was my friends that run marathons, stuff like that, marathon runners, people that work out. They're always looking for that high protein, low carb solution.
And energy density as well.
Exactly.
So who knows? Maybe this stuff will end up on Elon Musk's manifest to go to Mars.
I was just about to say, put that on every ship going out.
By the way, if anyone has any connections at Tesla or Starlink, I'm still waiting on my Starlink antenna. And hook a brother up.
You might have cats nesting in it though. That's apparently been an issue. They're finding it very comfortable.
Yeah, they're finding in the winter that heated dish seems to be it was very. I saw that image. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I think RF will go through cats.
I don't think it'll have much of a problem. I
don't think it'll have much of an issue, especially at that frequency range. But it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Now the cats might. Well, they're not. The transmission's still pretty low, but still, I wouldn't want to put my head up against one of those antennas.
Yeah, exactly. Just a couple of years ago, we had a huge rash of a big rash of nesting devices, things like that were interconnectivity in your home,
right?
That kind of stuff, and even now. The leveraging of 2.4 wireless, everything else. There are so many, like even in my industry right now, there are so many devices that are using that.
I think Marlo's waiting for us to kick back to us.
Yeah, we have his audio live, so whenever he is.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
We're doing great.
So you're talking about pet tracking devices. I looked at one yesterday as well.
Yeah, well, actually, the guest that was here was talking about a pet health product where you basically took a picture of your pet's face, your pet's or eyes, skin, or paws, and it gives a diagnosis. So
interesting.
Yeah. But those little Apple tags, I'm using on a lot of my stuff. It's telling me when I'm walking away from different devices, but you saw some pet tracking stuff.
Yeah, this one was interesting actually. You're talking about the health side of this too. I've seen a couple things like this yesterday. One of them is a collar, of course, that has tracking in it, but it also monitors your pet's health status. So it actually takes blood pressure and respiratory markers and that type of thing, and then puts them on your device, much like a health tracker that you and I would have, that then reports back to the vet. So, you know, if your dog is, you know, showing some signs, you know, obviously we can't talk to our pets.
Right.
So this would be a way that maybe you can pick up on some markers of something going on with your pet before it actually shows even more signs. Like, you know, a lot of times you don't know until the dog is hiding underneath the couch or scratching all the time or whatever that there's something going on. Well, this might actually help you with that. And it was really interesting. The collar was, for the life of me, I cannot remember the name of the company right now, but it was $99 for the collar, and then $13.99 a month if you wanted to have the GPS tracking turned on, which I thought was very reasonable because usually they're in that $20 to $30 range. So.
A holdover, not as a holdover, but an adaptation of some of those like emergency tracking devices that, you know, for many years we saw where you could carry with you if you were in the Himalayas or whatever, and you could initiate a rescue. I think it uses that same type of communication to a satellite to say, hey, here I am, help me out, save me.
Yep. Yeah, there's just all kinds of stuff that's going on. The other thing that I seen yesterday, you know, in that kind of same space that you were just talking about, the photograph, is that there's a company that's a new startup as well that will take a video of you for 20 seconds, and then they'll take another one of you, let's say a week later or a day later or whatever, and it can tell the changes in blood pressure.
Wow.
And in, what was the other thing? Oh, glucose levels off of a photo or a video. This, to me, is stunning.
You know, the glucose thing, I've been waiting. And I saw a Japanese startup yesterday that had a watch that was able to do glucose levels from a wearable. And it was definitely not ready for prime time. It was still prototyping, but, you know, they had a stack of company. There was people lined up 50 deep to talk to this person to get on the list. So the whole glucose thing, someone is going to make a lot of money when they figure out how to accurately do glucose readings without having to have a patch and not have to pay, you know, $1,300, $1,400 a month to have a patch to do glucose readings. Where if it, you know, I figured Apple was going to be the first ones to figure it out. They haven't. So I think there's still a race on that. But to determine glucose levels dependent upon a picture, that's curious.
Very interesting, isn't it? Yes, because, you know, if it's just your phone able to take that video or picture or what have you and actually make that diagnosis, I mean, obviously they have some type of baseline that they're working off of, and then from there they can determine, but it's really interesting. And if this is a real thing, I mean, you talk about the convenience of something like this, you know, and then your device saying, hey, you know, your blood pressure's up a little bit, or your glucose numbers are off a little bit. You're not breathing like you normally do. I mean, what's the advantage to that? Well, it's huge, obviously. So.
I tell you one thing about the pet thing where we need to talk to these folks that are making these pet tools. Where I live in the country, we let the dogs out. They don't have to be on a leash. You know, they can go out, do their business, run around the yard and come back. But we've got one German Shepherd. He likes to go visit the neighbors. And, you know, he's a little bit of a naughty boy at times. It'd be nice to have something on his collar. So all you could do is trigger a speaker and say, you get home. You know, instead of having to go out in the yard and yell at him.
Yeah.
So,
do you think your dog would listen?
You know, I don't know. It's not my dog, but yeah. Maybe a better alternative than some of those other devices that are out there. But
you know, actually, Todd, that's not a bad idea. Even if that dog's around somebody else, right? You can actually say, hey, could you, you know, this is my address. Could you bring it home or something?
Right.
That's
even
an idea.
Even two-way where they could say back, hey, your dog's at, here's the address where you're. Well, if you've got the GPS tracking, you know where the dog's at.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to go ahead. We've got our next guest here. And, of course, we're celebrating National Tech Day. And we'll be back with you in a little bit, Marlo.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Todd.
All right, I want to welcome Daniela. Oh, I'm going to destroy your last name.
Koyman.
Koyman.
Yeah.
And she's the Director of Business Development of Very Well out of Germany. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to being here.
Yeah, so what I noticed this morning, there's a booth over there that has a German team, and they were, as I was walking by, they were talking about what they're going to do for the day, and so the German contingent here at CES is impressive.
Yes, I think so too, because it's very important to being here from Germany, because here are all our important contacts. And therefore it is necessary for Germany being on the CES.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're glad you're here. So tell me about what you're doing with your company and what your goal is here for CES.
Okay. We at Variovel Development believe in sign, yeah? And we are working on sleep technologies, sleep solutions for a better sleep, yeah? That's why are we here. And we concentrate at the CES on one of our products is Sway. It's the first time we can present Sway. And Sway is the essence of what we do, because we combine a product. It's a mattress which combines cooling and warming in one mattress. Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry.
Well, I'm the type of guy that has to have a blanket on top and a foot out at the bottom. That's my radiator, because I don't like hot feet. I got to be cool.
Okay.
So, there's a few companies that have come out with some of the mattresses that have some various cooling, but not one that I think that does both.
Yeah, that's right. It's really unique. And we are talking about thermal comfort, because it's not like heating or extremely cooling. It's like so that you have a perfect night.
Right.
Yeah. For example, cold feet for you, but it's not normal to have warm feet, because I have normally I have the cold feet.
Right.
Yeah. And we try we divide Sway in 4 zones. So you have the possibility to steer, for example, coolness to the feet, and for example, a little bit more cooling to the head or in the lower back. Yeah, we have really the 4 mattresses.
4 zones, yeah.
4 zones, yeah. And you have the possibility to change it during the night. And our really unique position is that we don't need air. We don't need any water. We have a natural cooling aspect. We use bands, and that's a super orientated graphite. It's really natural cooling without any power.
Right.
And for the heating bands, we just need USB-C. So it's really low power. And that is so easy, sustainable, smart, and of course, affordable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a price range of a good quality mattress.
So are you here to license this technology to mattress manufacturers, or do you guys actually create and sell your own mattresses?
Our goal is not really to sell our own mattresses. We are the distributor of the technology.
The tech, yeah.
Yeah, and we are looking for big players who are interested in.
Yeah, and here in the United States, there's probably a half dozen major mattress manufacturers. How's the relationship? How is your meeting so far? What's been the response?
And we have really good contacts to the US market. It's a very open mind market.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interested in new things. And we still have a few contacts with another product, with Kiko, for example, and Sway is really the newest one. And we would like to go to the market in summer this year. Yeah.
When I lived in Hawaii for 25 years, and the challenge there was it was always just too hot. And most houses there were not air conditioned because of the trade winds and everything. And if you did run AC, it was very expensive. So for me, like I said, I don't like to have hot feet. So there was a product that was being sold that actually injected air into the bed, and it was okay, but it was, noisy.
Yeah.
And if the sheets got a little bit moved, it really wasn't
Yeah.
effective. So it really wasn't a great, it was in the early days, it was a good interim solution. But I think something built into a mattress that does this is because, we spend, what do we spend? A quarter of our lives in bed, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the better we sleep, the better we can operate. So are you building then algorithms on temperature profiles that are proven to help people sleep better if they go into REM or whatever? Are you developing?
We are using a fingerprint as our branding because we would like to say you can individualize your Sway mattress. Yeah, you can, for example, say, okay, I would it like in this or this way, and we have pre-settings too, like a slumber list. It's curated from sleep, not sleep designers, but sleep experts, and therefore you can only press one point on your app and then you have a pre-setting, for example, the perfect one for you. Important is for us that it's very, very easy, not complicated.
Right.
Yeah. And that's, I think it's our unique point.
Are you going to zone this so if you have a spouse or partner that one half of the bed is one profile and the other half is the other?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, because key is which side are you going to sleep on the bed? I guess it doesn't matter. If it's your profile, you can say which side you're sleeping that day, right?
Yeah, yes, that's right. Also, Sway is really very flexible. Yeah, if you have a king size bed or a queen size bed, and we can divide it in two parts, whatever it's necessary.
Yeah. Sounds like a cool technology. So, when do you expect us to see this in mattresses here in the United States or even in Germany or wherever? Where are you guys at on deployment on this?
Sorry?
So where are you in the process of licensing and having this be available?
We are the patent owner of Sway. And so, we are looking for a good partnership. Yeah.
Sure.
So that we go together and develop maybe the thing further, because the interesting thing is you can, or we have an app for Sway.
Sure.
And you can combine it, for example, with your heart rate, for example, for what's healthy for you. And one point you said, sleep is so very important for us, for our health, for our mood, the whole day.
Cell regeneration, everything.
Yeah,
right.
Of course. And therefore, we are here to try to improve, or we are improving the sleep of everyone.
So now it's just a matter of getting some partners, getting technology embedded in those mattresses and getting those to market. So probably sometime next year, we'll actually see this in showroom floors.
Yeah, of course. Also we are in the North Hall.
Okay.
And there you can see a lot of impressions, what it is. And we have, for example, you can feel exactly this natural cooling. Yeah,
Sure.
we have the bands there so that you can get an impression of what we can deliver.
Awesome. So what is the website where those at home, if they're watching or if they're part of the industry, can go and find out more information?
It's sway.tech.
Sway.tech. SWAY.tech.
Sorry. It's. Can you repeat it?
It's SWAY.
Why?
Oh, two Y's.
Yeah, sorry.
SWAYY.tech.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so everyone, SWAYY.tech. Definitely check out their website. Daniela, thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. Have a great show. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And I just bought about 6 months ago a new mattress. And, it's a big investment. And for me, it was really one of those situations where, you don't have to buy the most expensive mattress. There's people that, there's $4,000 or $5,000 for a mattress. And, that kind of money, you get one shot to get it right. I remember buying a mattress years ago that I hated after 90 days.
Yeah.
But the ability to be able to set the temperature, and I know there's other companies that are working on this, but
I am a furnace when I sleep.
Me too.
I actively just generate additional heat.
I think most men are. Yeah.
And it's to be able to have that would be fantastic.
Yeah. And to think that you only have to have the heating part is only powered by USB level of energy. That's something too.
Especially, I remember growing up with an electric blanket.
Me too.
Where it had you could feel the wires and the big heating pie. It was just really just a big ceramic resistor.
Right.
I remember years later I took it apart. And it was literally just a piece of ceramic with wires inside of it.
How did we not burn houses down with those?
How did we not just catch on fire in our sleep every day?
Yeah, I think Marlo's waiting for us.
Back.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Oh.
You hearing me okay?
There he is.
Yeah. All right. So you guys getting a little thirsty up there?
A little bit.
Yeah. What, you got a cocktail? You got a cocktail for us?
That's funny you bring that up. So, did you see Cecilia yesterday?
No.
Oh, so Cecilia is an AI.
Oh, I did see her. I did see her. Yes.
And you actually go up and you have a little conversation. She's got a little microphone off of the screen, and she'll have a conversation with you just like a bartender. And sooner or later, she's going to ask you what you'd like to drink, and then you just tell her you want a little cranberry with vodka or whatever, and bang, just like that, you get served a drink. It's pretty incredible, actually.
You know what was funny about that booth, Marlo, was there was a server there.
Okay.
That they, and I think it's Las Vegas rules. If you're going to serve a drink, you have to have a licensed server or something. So he was standing by the machine while the machine made the drink, and he was the most bored individual in that whole booth. But because of the Las Vegas rules, he had to be there.
It's kind of like the bartender who has to open up your soda for you, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, crazy rules. Yeah.
But
it is interesting, and Cecilia actually has a conversation with you. You know, I asked her for a cranberry pie. I think that was the name of the drink. And she came back and said, well, cranberry pies are better than raspberry pie, referring to the device, or for makers. That's what it was, than Raspberry Pi for makers. It was hilarious, actually, if you're a geek and understood that, right?
Right,
so funny.
right.
Yeah.
So did they say what the range of alcohol is in that machine?
So they have 12 tubes. So you can mix and match what you want to in this. And they're thinking about that this would go into like hotel lobbies who have like happy hours, you know, events like this where maybe they have a lounge for us press people or whatever it is, you know, that you wouldn't maybe normally bring in a bartender, but still have to have somebody that could control, you know, the drinks and that type of thing. So, and it has a spot for you to put your ID up. It actually cards you to make sure you're 21.
Well, that's interesting. Now, the true test would have been to have a 20-year-old walk up there with someone else's ID and put it up and see if they did a face match.
That is a very interesting, I never thought to ask that. And yes, because you're right. Somebody could cheat that system very easily.
I'm sure they have thought of that. And if it's AI, they're probably looking at you with a camera, so that those two things probably should match, I would think.
I'm guessing as well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
cool stuff, though.
Very, very cool. Yeah, it's Cecilia mix, and there was 2 or 3 people. And of course, my internal policy is I don't drink during CES. During the live day, I was tempted though to go up there and get myself a cocktail, but it was too early in the afternoon.
I didn't drink the whole thing, just so you know,
sure,
because I'm in the same point. But I did actually just take a sip, just to see, and it was actually tasty. It did a nice job.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. I wonder if you can program it to give you 2 shots instead of 1, so that you do a heavy pour.
I suppose, you know, on the I never thought about that, but you know, if you need actual inventory control of your alcohol, which is probably unheard of in bars, this you actually have complete control on that.
Right. And, you know, I think that there's a few places on Fremont Street that there's definitely a policy of what their pour limit is, and I don't think there is one. So
I'm guessing you're right.
Not that I would be talking about binions and whiskey liquor at all. No, not at all.
I'm sure you've never been there. You've just seen the sign as you walk by.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the best $14 Jack and Coke you'll ever have, and you only need one. All right, Marlo. Thanks so much.
All right.
National Tech
See you
Day,
soon.
everyone. Yep. So yeah, it was very novel. And Marlo's picked up on all this cool stuff. He's been keeping notes, I just rolled by, and when there's a big long line.
Those are, AI bartending, stuff like that. That's a really interesting concept, especially for events. You know,
because usually there's a baseline of booze. You got your vodkas, whiskeys, you got gin. So there's not that many varieties. Now the challenge will be is in the mixers. Whether you get cranberry, you've got whatever that mix is. It'd be interesting to have that machine make you a Long Island iced tea, because that's that's four or five liquors, a little soda. Yeah. So now, not that I indulge in Long Island iced teas that often, but
New Orleans is my Long Island iced tea place. Long Island iced teas and hurricanes when I'm there.
Yeah. But I'm not a Bloody Mary drinker, though. I'm not a big fan of Bloody Marys.
Yeah.
That's just a heartburn waiting to happen for me.
Same.
Well, we've had a good lineup of folks today, and
great lineup.
Yeah, and people are moseying in a little bit. Have we had a few misses, or people have been early?
Ooh.
Oh, so that doesn't bode well for later when we're getting ready to wrap up today's stuff. So, but no, good lineup. Now, as a reminder, for those of you that may be checking the stream out over at techpodcast.com, we have the live stream and the live blog. At geeknewscentral.com, we have the live stream and the blog. We're on Facebook. We're streaming on Twitter. We're up on Twitch as our primary channel. That's where most of the activity's happening. If you've got the live stream embed on any of our sites, including Plug Hits Live, you will find the live stream there where you can participate and go directly to Twitch if you want to do that as well. We're also streaming today for National Tech Day on the Marlo's platform for National Day. So we are all over the place, and we definitely want to hear your feedback. You can always make sure you can subscribe to my show. Now, let me just run down here and tell you what's going on. Chris is sitting here in the background, and he's doing the switch in, running the board. Chris, why don't we talk about your show just a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. Talking Sound, fantastic show. I am a professional audio video engineer, and I love my industry, and I love the tech in it. And I started up years ago because I just figured it was time for me to kind of start giving back to the industry that nurtured me for so many years.
Yeah.
It can be really hard sometimes to find somebody to teach you these things.
Right.
Or to find somewhere like, what is the latest tech in the industry?
Sure.
So I wanted to kind of demystify that and open the doors.
Yep.
So yeah, it's been great. We've been on for about 7, almost 8 years now.
Awesome.
And yeah, great number of folks. We hooked up with you at speaking at a convention in Texas.
Yeah. And then we got Kurt Corliss here. He does a GNC Weekend Review, and he's been podcasting now for a couple of years. And it's a spin-off show kind of from my show from geeknewscentral.com. He does a weekend review, matter of fact, with Scott as well from Plug Hits Live. So really that kind of rounds out the team that is here this year. So we're a much smaller team, largely because of COVID and a variety of other things. So it's all hands on deck as far as the folks and making sure stuff goes. So Kirk's been running basically our green room, greeting guests, getting them mic'd up and set up. Kirk's also been publishing a whole bunch of stuff to our live blog. So make sure you check out the live blog. The live blog has all kinds of fun stuff. And matter of fact, yesterday I had a whole bunch of stuff on my GoPro that we're a little bit bandwidth limited in here. So we've got a whole bunch more of short video clips that will be coming to the websites as well. Of course, so where is Marlo's main website right now? Where are they streaming from? I don't have that location. Maybe Marlo, if you're listening, you can chime in and let us know. Don't know if he's up on mic or not.
I don't think so. His
channel
is open.
His channel's open.
So
yeah.
he can join us whenever.
Yeah. So he's done the Tech Ranch podcast for a number of years, but he's all over the place now with National Day. They're on national television. They're on radio. They have a podcast. So Marlo's heavily involved in the space. And of course, Scott and his team at Plughits Live as well. Which is basically Scott's team is managing the switching and everything that's going on for what you see on the live stream. Chris here is sending our shots, and then it's being redistributed through restreaming technology all over the place. If you think about what we're doing right now, we're using StreamYard, and it is really given us the ability here to have people come in with professional rigs in multiple locations. Like we're running 2 remotes now. We're a remote. Marlo's a remote, even though he's 200 feet away that way. He's able to come in on his own feed into StreamYard, and we're able to switch and bring him live and actually interact with him. 5 years ago, no way.
Yeah.
No way. And it thinks about the possibilities here that if we have more team members that were here, we could have someone in North Hall.
Oh, yeah.
Right now that could be up on a portable rig that we could bring into this show.
Yep.
That would completely change the dynamic. It would be even more if the bandwidth held out. That's the key.
Yes.
If the bandwidth held out, we could do this really, I'm really, really pleased with today's production so far and how we've been bouncing back and forth with everyone.
It's nice.
It's helped clear the dead times when we don't have a guest or guest is early or late. So, but if you're wondering, all of us are wearing wristbands. And you got through today without one, huh? Oh, you put it that way. So the wristbands get us into the facilities early, and this is in conjunction with CES, and there's media, and then there's additional stuff to be broadcast or considered to be part of the broadcast team. Let me look on Facebook and Twitter and see if we've got any comments. I don't know, Scott, if you're listening, if you want to come in here for a minute, and is there things in the chat room over on Twitch that we should be aware of and maybe commenting on?
I
don't know if he may not be available.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking. I'll look at another location here. A few comments here and there. People saying hi, checking in. And a few things on Twitter. I want to thank Toby for and OSA Collection and OSA Collective and Jody and a bunch of folks that have retweeted our live stream today. Also, She Podcast has retweeted us as well. So we appreciate their ongoing support of what's going on here today with our channel. But this is where it goes, where we're not like CNET. We don't have 50 people here to run down people. So when we're minus a guest or the guest is out of sequence, we ad lib.
Yeah.
But I think it looks like Marlo may be back.
Oh, I see a light turn on.
Oh, I see Scott on camera too. There you are,
Hey,
Scott.
I had to get my headphones and stuff back in.
Oh, you're booming for sure. Go ahead.
I'm out in out in mission control most of the time, so I haven't been sitting in here in the studio. So a couple of things. You were talking. I was listening. I loved the conversation about how what we're doing here with Marlo down here and all of this. That this wouldn't have been possible 5 years ago, right?
No, impossible.
So let me add to this that this afternoon we've got at least 2 segments that are coming from the floor to my section.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then tomorrow we've got at least 4 more because Steve Winter has a couple of his clients that can't get here from the LV. Well, here, there, you can't,
right.
Can't get to you from the LVCC. So we're going to do 4 segments from the show floor over there.
So they're going to come in remotely from the floor in their location.
Yep.
Well, that works well.
Can you?
So are they just? Are they just
imagine? Just 2 years ago, this would have been stupid to have even pitched this idea.
Right. And if you do this shot, if someone does a screen capture on this shot right now, this is an essence of what we should send back to CEA.
Yeah.
This shot here is huge, and so what have we done here for the price of a StreamYard subscription, which is not free. But for a price of a StreamYard subscription, we've done
for $29 a month. I mean, come on.
Right. We have essentially duplicated what CNET and everyone else is able to do with millions of dollars of gear.
Yeah. Exactly.
Pretty incredible.
It is incredible.
It's unbelievable.
And Marlo, you've got a single camera with a laptop, right? That's all you're using right now, right?
Yes. So we were going to, that's correct, with a hardwired connection. That's the key to this, I have a feeling, because if we were doing wireless, I think it would be impossible yet. But maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah.
We should maybe.
I had one yesterday. In our remote section who was coming from the show floor using a wireless connection.
And maybe even just a cell phone. Yeah.
There was one guy in Alante's segment whose booth was so busy that he had to go outside. There were so many people. He's like, you wouldn't be able to hear me. So he is standing outside with the big blue signage behind him at the LVCC on his phone, just talking to us. Yeah. And it worked like a champ.
The challenge, of course, is that there's usually so many people around here and so much pressure on the cell towers around us that to get even just to talk to somebody during CES has always been a challenge in the past, but because of the advance of 5G and all that good stuff, it's actually making it possible now.
Yeah. We talked to a company yesterday who's involved in that process, doing hardware for 5G millimeter band, which truly is what is giving us this kind of capability. It's that millimeter that really gives the bandwidth and the capacity.
Now, don't get me wrong. Chris, you hauled in 4 or 5 Pelican cases of gear, and
3 of them were small, like carry-on size. So
right.
It wasn't anything crazy.
But you're able to have a multi-shot here. But again, the way I look at this right now with this 3-way, I'm just. If I wasn't sitting here, I'd be doing backflips. Yeah, this is what this is all about. All right, so we're gonna let you guys go. Our next guest is here, and I don't have his information up on the screen, so we'll. Oh, you're gonna put it up for me. Thank you so very much. And if you want to put him on mic, we're gonna welcome Sandan Sudhar. Did I pronounce it right, or you get it wrong?
You can call me Sandy.
All right.
My name is Sanandan Sudhir, but you can call me Sandy. That's fine.
All right, Sandy. Welcome to the show, and you're with Invent India Innovations PVT. So
yes.
Tell me what you guys are doing here at CES this year.
So we are showcasing a product here, which is a pre-launch at present. In 6 months, we will be ready with the product. It's the fastest cooking device on the planet.
Fastest cooking device on the planet.
It's a smart device, and it's the fastest cooking device. It can cook up to 3 times faster than any other conventional method of cooking.
So I'm familiar with conventional, like under gas or arranged with electricity or microwave. What are you guys doing differently?
So whenever you cook food, the main problem is that you have a container, something's cooking from outside, the surface becomes brown, and then slowly the heat has to go in deep inside to cook the meat right to the center. Now, microwaves do that. They do a good job, but then you don't get it brown from outside.
Right.
Conventional ways of cooking, you put it on grill, it takes you a long time doing this, doing that, and so on. We've combined the two. So we have a pan where you have induction at the bottom, and the lid simultaneously gives microwaves.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know something? How simple is that? How come no one has done that up to this point?
I was surprised when I got the patent. The examiner asked me, what's new? It's just common. But I said, look, it's not common sense because a metal container you cannot put in a microwave.
That's right.
And any other container that goes inside a microwave cannot be put on flame or induction. So
how are you accomplishing that with the induction then? And I'm assuming glass.
No, if you look at a conventional microwave,
right,
people forget that it's just a metal box
That's
with
right.
a lid.
That's right.
Just take the microwave, make it vertical, open the lid on top, put the flame or induction from below. So you have a container which has microwaves, and you heat the container with induction or flame.
Or is one or the other, or both
Yes,
at the
yes.
same time?
You can do both at the same time. That's advantage. But then you can do individually induction. You can do individually microwave.
Interesting. And you're not going to have sparks flying.
No, because there's no metal inside. It's a normal metal container,
Right.
like the overall casing of the microwave.
Wow. Wow.
And then you have an app, so you can plan your time.
Yeah.
You can have your cut vegetables, cut meats as plated from Blue Apron or somebody.
Sure.
Put it in and cook anything in 1/3 the time. I can make rice in 7 minutes. I can make chicken in 6 to 7 minutes.
So how has the response been by people that have been by your booth and seen this?
Oh, it's amazing. Everybody says, wow, why didn't I think about it?
Yeah.
That's the key.
And you got a patent on this.
I have 3 granted patents in the US.
Good for you, my friend. My goodness. That's congratulations. So you're protected for a while with this for sure. Yeah.
And we are filing a lot many more patents
Yeah.
as we are developing. We are putting in artificial intelligence. We have in the newer model an infrared camera, an actual camera. We have 6 other sensors. What we want in the future is that you have a dining table, you have 2 of these devices, and a fridge. Your food comes and you cook it, and you don't need a kitchen at all. You have all your cut vegetables coming in. Just use this device. By the time you put your utensils, your food is done. 5, 7, 8 minutes.
That's amazing. So what has the response been? I'm sure people are like, all right, we need to license this. Is that your goal, or do you want to be the end manufacturer of the product?
So we are looking at this product as a subscription model. So let's say Target can take it. We're talking to Amazon. So essentially maybe $100 subscription that you pay, and then for 2-3 years you buy all the groceries or all the cut vegetables along with the product, so that it's easy on all the customers. Plus, they have the advantage of just getting everything. No need to cut, bother anything, and
Right.
just cook.
So what do you think the base cost of the unit's going to be?
It's $500.
$500 for the base unit.
Yes.
And is it about the same footprint as a microwave then? Or-
Yes, it's the same footprint as the microwave. You're making a smaller one, and you're also making a commercial one which can cook for 10 people.
So induction, not gas, correct? Or is it going to be
Both? You can choose. If you have gas, you can choose gas, and if you want induction, you can get induction.
Are any of you guys else like blown away here just a little bit? I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, how has it taken this long for someone to figure this out? Were you like in the shower and having like this, you have this brain epiphany of coming up with this idea? Where did you get the inspiration to do this?
I'll tell you. I finished my design education and I joined GE, and I've been a workaholic, so I would work late nights.
Sure.
And there were no Swiggies or Zomatos of the world at that time. I'm talking about 1997.
Yeah.
So the big in thing at that time was a microwave. So I thought, okay, let me buy a microwave. That's going to solve all my problems.
Sure.
I bought the microwave. I would reach home at like 11, 12 in the night. Then I would put the potatoes and wait for 45 minutes. and then sleep by 1, and then I have to be back in office by 9 in the morning. So that was not working. But for 3 months, I tried actually utilizing a microwave. Then I bought a stove, and I started cooking using the stove. And then to save time, I would keep the meat and the vegetables in microwave,
Sure.
make your curry here,
Sure.
and then mix and eat.
Right.
And that's when I just started to wonder, why can I not combine these two? Why
Yeah.
should I have not a flame device that can also do microwave?
Yeah.
That's how it started.
Sign me up. I found the first thing at CES I want to buy.
So happy to hear that.
You know, it's true because I live by myself and I'm crazy busy like you. And, you know, there's very little time to come home and cook. Now, you know, I don't necessarily buy into the, you know, buying the subscription stuff because I think half of it would get thrown away because I wouldn't need it. I wouldn't need it in time. But this may change. Well, if I could have that at the office.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You know, if I'm working late, pop it in the office. It's right there. It's all self-contained. Boom, I'm done. I'm not making a big mess. So that's where I think I'd probably have two. Probably one at the office and one at the house.
Brilliant.
Yeah, very, very brilliant. I need your business card. So tell me where can people find out more? And now, when do you think this is going to be available? When do you think it's going to come to market?
6 months. We are waiting for certification in the US and European Union. So it
Yeah.
takes some time because it's a completely new product. So
Sure.
we have to help the certification authorities to write
Yeah.
the method for certifying this because a product like this does not exist.
Yeah, this is brand new category.
Yes. And it actually replaces sous vide cooking because you can cook for 5 hours in this,
Yeah.
keep the low temperature. It's automated.
Yeah.
It also replaces a normal air fryer because you can do the same in this also. Keep the microwaves low, put the fan on, put the stirrer on, and you can do what an air fryer can do.
Yeah.
You can also do what an induction can do, a microwave can do, a normal oven can do. I can make a cake in about 4 and 5 minutes.
I'm not a sous vide fan at all, but I understand the process. So, but wow, all in one.
All in one, yes, exactly. So it replaces 5-6 gadgets. If you have 2 of these, you can just cook your meal in 10 minutes for 4 people, ready to eat.
And you know what else this could be used for is everyone that has tiny homes, everyone that is worried about saving space. You get rid of a couple of burners, you get rid of the microwave. Or
Absolutely.
maybe you couldn't have a microwave in a tiny home.
Being from Austin, first thing I thought of was food trucks.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
It's a perfect solution for food trucks.
We are talking to a company who said that, look, with this, I get the order, I start driving with the food truck to the place. By the time I reach, the food is ready.
Yeah.
So I don't even need to cook. I can be just walking around cooking and giving it to you.
So tell us where the website is and where can we find all the information about when this is going to be available.
It's ontocook.com.
Ontocook.com.
Yes, with a number 2.
We need to write that down so we don't forget it. Well, we got it on tape or on digital. Ontocook.com.
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness. Sandy, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
This is the coolest product that's came across this desk, this show.
Thank you very much, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much for being on. And
thank you for your time, guys.
Yes,
Thanks a lot.
thank you.
Goodbye.
My mouth, you can't see behind my mask. My mouth is open.
Yeah, that is. And as somebody who, my straight job for years, Todd, was cooking. Any city I moved to, I could go get a job, go mix sound at night, things like that. But that is a game changer in small kitchens, in kitchens where you do portable cooking, like for parties, things like that, catering services.
And I don't know if I necessarily agree with the subscription model. I want to buy the device, and I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah,
but
yeah, incredible stuff.
You think about it. You just really like.
Yeah.
So I can sear a steak, which is essential in a good steak.
Yeah.
And then I can also cook it faster to medium rare.
Yeah.
And because have you ever microwaved a steak?
No, I actually I don't even reheat my steak.
That's sacrilege cooking a steak in a microwave,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But if you can get the sear and my gosh.
Yeah. It's I'm definitely checking into it.
And it depends on and if he sears it first and then microwaves it.
The great thing is the size footprint. The footprint of it is literally about the size of a bowl mixer.
That's amazing.
Footprint size. So yeah.
All right.
Really amazing.
Do we have our next guest information for me here? So I know he's still getting prepped, but we'll be okay. Oh, okay. So I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself and your company. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me here. My name is Maarten Tobias. I'm from the Netherlands, and I work for a company called Dimenco. And we have created technologies called simulated reality. And that's typically a technology that you have to see to believe. So that's why I brought you a sample. It's actually an Acer laptop that had integrated our technology.
Okay.
So shall I just give you a
hint? Yeah, absolutely.
Why do we...
So I don't know if we're going to be able to see this on the screen.
We can see it.
Yeah, so the effect will not be noticeable. So what we actually do, and that's why I'm going to turn it a bit to you so to see it for you.
Sure. So I'll go ahead and tell me what I'm looking at. A 3D image of a villa, an old villa.
Yeah, so probably you see a 3D image popping in front of you.
Yeah.
So what we actually can achieve is a 3D image without glasses. So where you normally always have a head-mounted display to see the metaverse, for example, or to create a 3D effect, we do that actually with an optical layer in front of the display.
So when I move my head, this thing is moving.
Yeah, so because we don't only give you a 3D perspective, but we also change the perspective of what you see. So we track your eyes, and by tracking your eyes, we make sure that you have a left image on your left eye and a right image on your right eye. But while you're moving your head, you're actually changing the perspective of what you see, like in the real world.
Yeah.
And that's actually what we do.
So if I use the mouse, can I get a top-down view? Can I rotate the image further?
Definitely, definitely. So this is just an example of a model, a 3D model. So we support like 95% of the 3D models, but you can also show games. You can use it for VRAD for like engineers, designers, creators.
So I'm going to tell the audience what I'm looking at here. And this is something I've never seen without any other type of special glasses. This 3D model's coming out of the damn screen. It looks like it's like in front of me, not dramatically, but it's crazy.
If you use two fingers, you can actually zoom in, zoom out, and you can get it more into your, let's say, pop it out more on the screen.
That, my friend, is wild. So what do you think then is going to be the application on this?
So Acer is positioning this as a content creator, designer. So if you're an architect, you work in 3D modeling. It's a typical technology that you can use. We furthermore are targeting gaming. So all the games already have the 3D information.
Yep.
And we just need to leverage that 3D information and show it on our display technology. So gaming is definitely the second target. And then video conferencing. You can imagine, especially with the pandemic, people are sitting more in front of the screens, but they want to have that real life experience. And that's actually what we make possible.
What has been the response to this so far? I don't think, if I was wearing a virtual headset, I would expect something like this, but I'm not. So what has been the response from the public on this?
Yeah, I think it's great. So I think, as you said, it's like mesmerizing. You have to really see it and believe it.
You have to see it.
That's why I thought, let's bring a sample, because otherwise it could make a really nice story. And sadly enough, of course, your listeners are not able to see it, but I think that's really the strength of the product.
Chris, I'm sitting here scratching my chin, dude. Well, what you've got on the screen, it doesn't give this any context what I'm seeing, because it's actually out in front. It doesn't look like it's sitting right there. I'm like, wow, I trip out because it looks like it jumps out of the screen. And I know it's just the optical on what it's doing. It's like I'm wearing a virtual headset.
Exactly. So you can imagine that, especially with the hygienic problems, a virtual headset is not always desirable, especially because you're socially totally out of the scope of people surrounding you.
So you're using a 2-camera, obviously you have to have 2 cameras on a laptop to do this, I'm assuming.
The 2 cameras we actually use to track your eyes. So we need to make very sure where your eyes are, and we do that on it's a metric system, but 2 millimeters accuracy. And then there's a special layer in front of the display, and that special layer actually redirects the light. And by redirecting the light to your left eye and to your right eye, we can make it sure possible that you can see a 3D image.
Got you. So this is going to be gaming, architect.
Yeah, engineering. So if you are a CAD modeler, or if you are an architect, or you work in building information management, if you want to visualize complex stuff, this is a very easy way to visualize and understand 3D image information.
How did you do your first render of this particular image? Did you guys draw it, or what was the process to get the first image that you have here?
That's actually the cool thing. We can use any 3D object that's available. So, probably this an iPhone, it has a LiDAR camera. I can make a scan and directly put it on the laptop. So we support 95% of all existing 3D formats. We don't have to do anything of it. We can also show you a movie like Avatar. It has a 3D movie. You can show a 3D movie without glasses.
Do you think this is going to go into television sets at some point?
So the downside is because we also change the perspective of what you see. It's only available for one person. So, and most people watch TV with
as a
multiple
group.
person. Yeah, so that's difficult.
Because of the tracking.
And because so that's for a TV that's more difficult. But you can think of laptops, mobile phones, tablets, monitors. Where typically you have a one personal use device.
So you could use it in signage, digital signage, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. If you had in digital signage, though, then there might be the ability through AI to detect multiple people, but you'd have to have multiple cameras to do it in digital signage.
You could also, at that point, detect what their actual emotional state is by looking at the image.
Well, that's a good remark. Indeed, because we have a camera, we can understand a lot about the user, and emotional recognition is a key thing of that. So if you look at our concept of simulated reality, it's on the one hand, simulated reality stands what we say SR, which is actually XR without wearables.
Right.
And that's a combination actually of our display technology, but you can also mention interactivity. So when you have a hand tracking, you can interact with the object. You have spatial sound and understanding the user, like emotional recognition, heart rate recognition, which you can all do via camera. And that total immersive experience is what we call simulated reality.
Gotcha.
This could be used in therapy situations, all kinds of stuff. Working on people's fears.
It's a good point.
Because it doesn't come too far out of the screen. I would say that the visual feeling I had is that it was maybe out like that far, and in certain aspects of this.
Well, if needed, I can put it on your nose, but that's not comfortable.
I think so. It's very, very cool. This is very interesting. It's just what you guys have come up here is really cool. Is this a first? Is anybody else doing this?
No, this is the first. So Acer is our first customer that brings this to market, and we hope to announce several other big IT companies in the coming months.
So you just basically have to run the software package on top of it in the correct hardware.
Yeah. So what we actually deliver is the optical stack, the hardware, and then our software platform.
Outstanding. What's this going to retail for? And of course, you have to buy the laptop, but what is your piece? Where's your guys' model?
Yeah, so in the end, Acer sells this as a total laptop. So that's fully integrated into the laptop. I think it goes for about $4,000.
Right.
So, but it's also a very high-end laptop. It has a GTX 3080.
Sure.
So that's also a big part of the cost factor.
Yeah. So they actually deliver it with everything installed. So
this is what they call a Spatial Labs Acer laptop, and you can buy it, and that's how you get it.
Very, very, very cool.
I see my next laptop purchase.
Well, what we're
you
doing,
haven't even seen
it for AR, VR creators, things like that.
Exactly.
I have friends that work in like movies out there doing XR and stuff like that. So for them to be able to model what they're doing and actively see it like that without a VR headset,
the audience,
that's a game changer.
Yeah, and I can't stress this enough. You guys could see what he had up on the screen, but it did don't even ignore that, what you saw on the screen. It is not what you see here. So just so everyone's clear, I was pretty blown away that could do that just wearing glasses, regular glasses or regular eyeballs.
The interesting part is that we actually are able to track your eyes with a you have your headset, you have your mask, so you're covering quite a bit of your face, and we're still are able to track your face very well.
Yeah, it did well. Whew. So where can people find more information about this?
You can go to www.dimenco.eu or www.simulatedreality.com. And that's great.
Simulatedreality.com. I think that's the easier one to remember.
Exactly. And more important, by the way.
Yeah, simulatedreality.com. Thank you for coming out and showing me this.
Thanks for having me.
It's like 3 things in a row that's blown me away here today. And that's what I come to CES for, is to be wowed. I don't have a personal application for it, but there's some people out there said, oh, like you. Right. So your bill for the show just went to $4,000. So
I hope my wife is not watching. Or if you are, sweetie.
Sorry.
Birthday? Birthday?
So, all right. Hey, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for showing this off. And very, very cool. Simulatedreality.com. And the aspect just... It looked as if it was, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You are not lying. That is really cool. Yeah. Like, absolutely. My friends that do XR absolutely need to hear about this.
I had to blink a few times.
That is phenomenal work. Wow.
Yeah, it is. All right. So... do we have anyone?
Marlo has a guest with him.
Oh, perfect.
Let's see. There they
Hey,
are.
everybody.
Hey.
Hey, guys.
Welcome back to National Technology Day, right down here on the floor at CES. I have a couple of guests with me, Adil and Dan with Psionic.
That's right.
All right. I've been struggling with the name. This is amazing, you guys. So I'm actually going to let Adil. You get that all the time, don't you?
Well, let's make a deal. That's easy.
Do you sing well?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I channel her. Yes.
And Dan, but go ahead and tell us what you have here.
Yeah, so at Psionic, we develop advanced bionic limbs that are affordable and accessible, and so this is our ability hand, and it's made to be a bionic hand that's a replacement for someone who's lost it. So would you like to shake hands with the bionic
Absolutely.
hand? Let's do it. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Unbelievable.
So some things about it's the fastest bionic hand in the world, and it's also the first one to give users touch feedback. So when Dan holds his kid's hands, he can actually feel it, and that's something that no other prosthetic hand
Amazing.
can do.
So, Dan, tell us a little bit about what you have here.
So this is my ability hand, and it's really coming into play to help me out living a more fulfillful life.
So the ability for you just to hold that microphone right now is something that, I mean, how many years was it from your injury to now?
It's been about 12 years.
Unbelievable.
And I've been wearing this hand for about the past 2 years, and it's just really brought so much more back into my life.
And you're actually able to feel that microphone?
Yes, there is the sensor. Actually, you can see it right here.
Okay.
And it lets me know when I'm holding something, and yeah.
So would you mind demonstrating for everybody the other things that, as you take the microphone out, the other things you can do?
Yeah, so I'm able to open and close. I'm able to also switch grips when I need to, just by double tapping or flexing my muscle twice. And
that's unbelievable.
There's also, I can give someone a thumbs up. There's an app you're able to have. We have up to about 30 something different grips, 35 different grips, and you can program anywhere from about 4 to 6 at a time into your phone for depending on what you're doing.
And I think the amazing thing, Adil, is the price point of this. So what does that arm cost?
Yeah, so it's between $10,000 to $20,000, but it's completely covered by Medicare in the United States. So we've expanded access from 10% of patients who could afford it to now 75% of patients.
Unbelievable. So I'm going to get back to Todd here. What do you guys think up there?
Well, Marlo, I've got. I'm looking at the monitor from afar, but anything that gives someone the ability to get mobility, to get part of their life back, to be overcome challenges from an impairment, I'm all in. I really, really am.
That price point, in my opinion, is absolutely incredible. And the fact that Medicare will take care of this, astonishing.
Yeah, so you think about where technology has come over the last 10 years. We were talking about what we were doing here earlier not being possible 5 years ago. This, so many people we've got that's coming out of post 9/11 from traumatic injuries, from war, from industrial accidents, and all the different things that have happened out there. This is just going to make people's life so much better.
Yep. So I know that I know you're up against another person here. I have one demonstration that you guys need to see. Think of the $6 million man when you see this. All right, so here we go.
All right.
Switch sides so you can see it. Other side.
Oh, here, let's Okay. We're gonna break this board with the ability hand. Ready? Yeah!
Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
So, all right, you guys, you have any other questions for these two gentlemen?
No, I just want to say congratulations and keep doing what you're doing to help those that have handicaps or lost limbs. This is fantastic. This is just the start of something where we maybe will have a true bionic man or woman at some point.
I agree. All right, back to you guys.
We are right up against that technology right now. And even to watch him move his hand the way he did, that was almost dexterous enough for musical instrument playing.
But not just move, feel, and get that to get the
feedback.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because there have been so many advances in prosthetics over the years, but now with microcontrollers, with chips the size of what we were talking about earlier, 1.2 millimeters, the technology pathway to it has just expanded. And the fact that they were able to get it to 75% of needy people, 75% of patients that need it are able to get it 100% covered through Medicare.
And I'd seen a couple exoskeletons down on the floor yesterday as well.
Sure.
And they're still, bulky to do for an exoskeleton. They're pretty bulky. But at some point, some of that tech is going to start catching up in the exoskeleton stuff so that those that are truly have been maybe paralyzed will be able to, I guess for a better word, strap on an exoskeleton, be able to have fantastic mobility. I think that piece of it has moved a little bit slower than I would have expected it to over the years. But again, that type of mobility, exoskeleton type of, I guess for better words, technology isn't cheap. The balancing and the robotics and the moving and the balancing, and because the last thing you want to do is you don't want to hurt somebody that is already, because most folks that are paralyzed, they can't feel. So you absolutely can't risk injuring someone further. So I think it's pretty crazy.
Some amazing technology.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing and utterly necessary. Like you said, we have soldiers coming back. We have first responders injured.
Just like the lineman I saw the other day who had double amputee. So it's these types of things. And I think part of it too is we become more conscious of this, and it's companies like that are, going to make a big difference for people that, that need the additional assistance.
Absolutely.
So very, very cool. Well, we are in between guests. We don't have a guest at this point. We're running a little bit ahead. So, if we get to the point where we're sitting here ad-libbing too long, we'll probably ask some of the other team members to come back on for a bit.
Sure.
And I was just looking at the comments. Really nothing too much additional that has come in. Anything on Twitch there that, or you have the internal conversation?
I'm just watching the feed over here to make sure that everything is going out properly.
Yeah, we'll have to let Marlo know that his audio was super hot that last.
I think that was maybe their handheld.
Oh, okay. Yeah, need to
that was the difference.
Turn the volume down a little bit on that bad boy.
Bring the gain down.
We can always fix low audio. We can't fix it when it's too high.
Once it's what I told my wife yesterday. She was like, "Can you fix the audio?" I was like, "Unfortunately, no. When it's crunchy, it's crunchy. You can't remove crunchy."
That's right.
I can almost walk on water from the other side.
That's right. When it's down
from
in
that side, no, man, that's like a brick wall.
Yeah, once you have it on +0, you're done. There's not a lot to fix that. But so anyway, we're already at 12:15.
We are almost to the end of our broadcast portion today.
And to be honest with you, 4 hours in the chair is too much.
That's a bit. That's a bit.
I'm gonna collapse when we get done here.
Talk about needing that $14 drink.
Well, we're gonna do that tonight. Going to LVCC next and getting a little.
What are you going over there to see today?
I'm grazing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk and look and find something cool. Find that 10x10 booth where the guy's maxed out his credit card to be here.
Nice.
And it's got the product that no one else is gonna see.
If anything, you got to go and just give them the respect of maxing out the credit card to be here.
Yeah, but I was kind of this, I could really be a consultant to exhibitors. But yesterday when we were walking around the booth, I'm sorry, some signage is horrible.
Well, and like I was saying, it struck me going through the list. It was one of those names. I
didn't know what they did.
Exactly.
Two people standing in the booth looking at me, say hi, and I'm like, whoa, I don't even know what you have.
Yeah.
Or so that, to me is a little discouraging because, some of these companies have come a long ways. Taiwan, Japan, Korea.
Absolutely. And one to check out over at LBCC whenever you get there. I was looking at them online. It was Glass Acoustic Innovations technology. And they're actively using thin panes of glass to put diaphragms of speakers.
Yeah, I've seen some of that in the past. So we'll see where, I think they're a regular exhibitor here, so we'll see where they're at.
There is one downstairs that I interviewed yesterday that has some amazing surround sound technology that does not incorporate speakers at all, nor normal transducers. And they are talking about coming up here in about 6 months, having a small 12-inch, like pie dish size, almost vibration pad that you can put onto your chair.
Yep.
And it's kind of like a bass shaker. But for musicians like me, it actively provides a complete immersive sound experience. So really amazing for gaming, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it was really awesome.
I'm lucky if I just get the speaker working on the front of my TV.
Right.
So
Edge Sound Research is what they were called, and the experience of being in it is phenomenal. There was another one down there that I ran across that was doing 3D immersive sound and mobile devices. So they basically have a program. It's an app that you can download that any music you put through it immediately becomes 3D immersive audio.
I saw a company yesterday. I caught a little bit of video on it where it'll be up in the live blog later when I get some bandwidth, is where you actually spoke a word, or words, and they incorporated it into music or changed your voice to different pitches. And it was just done automated. So I had said my name, and then they sung happy birthday to me with my voice. And different pitches, from like a cartoon character to someone with a deep bass to
wow.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. It was, I'm thinking I didn't fully understand where the practical use was, and that's when I asked him. I said, "What? Okay, who's going to use this?
Voiceover artists?
Yeah, maybe.
Anybody who maybe even considering our industry, Todd, in the podcast world, when you're talking about making a scripted show, something like that.
I had thought
instead of having 10 actors, you could have the one actor.
Well, I had thought it might be good for if you're trying to have someone be anonymous. If you want to change their voice, and that
was it able to be done live?
No.
Oh.
So it'd have to be pre-recorded, and then you would change the voice.
Yeah.
So
interesting. And Adobe premiered some stuff. I don't think it's come out for full release yet. I know it's still out in developer world, but they came out with some voice technology a couple years ago that was voice replacement technology. And it was so good that it actively changed the contracts in Hollywood.
Wow.
Because all you had to have was 20 minutes of uninterrupted audio of anybody speaking.
Huh.
And at that point, you could type in anything you wanted, and they would say it.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it changed the contracts in Hollywood because think about it. All these actors going in and doing ADR, going in and doing voice replacement for film. You've got hours of them talking. You could avatar like an actor from 100 years ago and literally have them on screen with you. Not pay any royalties to them.
Let's talk about an email. Let's talk about an email that came across my desk yesterday, and someone that Kirk saw at Showstoppers last night. So if you have children listening right now, I'll be talking about a semi-adult topic here for a few minutes. It's a patch that a man would wear. How do we want to describe this? It's not an ED product, but it's a product that prevents a man from, how should we say, being a quick trigger.
Interesting.
I guess I'll leave it at that. But it is actually coming to market and available. So if you're a quick trigger, this is a product for you that's being announced here at CES. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Well, there have been, especially in the health market lately, there have been a lot of male products along those lines. And quite a few ED products, things like that.
Yeah. So some of the things that I've seen was Dearbuds. It's for use in your ears after prolonged earbud use that dehumidifies the inside of your ears. Yeah,
nice. Because I am an AfterShokz user now.
Yeah,
and I will say it is probably one of the most enjoyable listening experiences I have ever had.
So
because I do not like having something inside my ear.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy.
And another site, and they had horrible signage, but it was something that I thought, I really stopped and I had to look, and again, if you're a vendor here, if I can't figure out what you have and what you're offering in 3 seconds when I walk by your booth, you fire your marketing person, you failed. But they had a speech to video technology where they would take any speech and then they would then analyze it and then render it to a video.
Yep.
And so that worked out to they demonstrated it was pretty cool. So that's where I always thought, maybe a podcast application. So that's one of the things I took on. One last thing before we go to our guest is Roland had a streaming video mixer and 2-channel.
Where was that?
They got a CES Innovation Award. It was downstairs where they show the CES. Here? Yeah, where they had the CES showcasing. Okay. It's either downstairs or up, maybe up here.
It's up here. It's right down the hall there.
Yeah,
I will find them. I definitely want to see that because their new replay devices amazing.
So this thing was only about this big.
Wow.
And it just had a slider, like almost like a music slider on
just
it.
a A/B fader.
That's right.
Groovy.
All right, we're going to invite our next guest up, and it's Rutkar Vijay from Autonomy Incorporated. So tell us about your project or your product, excuse me.
Yeah, hi. So it's wonderful to be here. First of all, thanks Geek News Central. All right. So we are providing contactless deliveries using autonomous robots, and we started last year. And right now, we are the world's first to do autonomous deliveries at airports, and we are live at CVG International Airport, Cincinnati. So if you haven't happened to travel to Cincinnati, you can always, order online, and the food will be delivered to you at your departure gate by these robots.
Oh, that's interesting. So you order your food, it's prepared wherever you've ordered it from. They put it in a robot, and it rolls to your gate and delivers it to your gate.
Absolutely. The most important thing is that these robots are completely autonomous from day one.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no teleoperation. It's fully autonomous. And we can do both indoor and outdoor, navigation with the same tech stack.
So I'm kind of curious when they're autonomous from the very beginning. Obviously, there's some pre-planning that has to go into place, mapping and all that. Do you have additional support for the robots when they're driving? Do they have sensors where they show that they're on track, or they're how do they know where they are?
So it's a very interesting question. So we do not require any infrastructural change into the overall system. We move the robot once in the particular setting, and it maps it and localizes within that. Now, the interesting thing is we use both 3D LiDARs and multiple bunch of cameras to create a geometric and contextual map of the entire environment. So it doesn't really matter whether we are indoors or outdoors. We localize and navigate within that particular map. So that's how it is. Most of the delivery robotics companies, they use GPS as a reference point for their positioning.
Sure.
We don't use that, and that's the reason why we are the only ones to do both indoor and outdoor autonomous navigation seamlessly.
So how much, whenever I hear about this, though, there has to be some, you say you drive it once, but if I'm going to get food from McDonald's to gate 17, you got to know where McDonald's is at.
Absolutely. So we map the whole, airport once.
Yeah.
And once the concourse or the particular terminal is mapped, we know where things are.
So then it's tied into I'm assuming an app. What app are you actually utilizing to facilitate the food ordering, delivery, and location?
So that's an interesting thing because we partner with app providers like ordering apps and also POS systems. So currently at CVG International Airport, we have partnered with Crave Up app, which is based out of LA, and for a couple of other restaurants automating their curbside deliveries, we have partnered with Presto, which is a technology company, recently got listed using a SPAC instrument.
Right. So when the robot is making the delivery, I'm assuming the person put the order in has some sort of passcode to put in to get it into the device to get his delivery, or does it know, this is the person I'm delivering to and open up automatically?
So, the company was born in midst of pandemic, so we wanted no touch.
Sure.
So, putting up a PIN code is a touch thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So when a person places an order, there's a unique order ID which is generated. We generate a QR code based on that, and that QR code stays with the staff and the customer.
I got you.
So staff uses that QR code scanning to put the items in, and the customer uses the QR code for retrieving their items. So they don't have to touch anything.
How many deliveries can the robot, is it just 1-to-1, or can they do 1-to-many with the robot?
So we have two separate compartments, and two specific doors on the robot itself. So 2 deliveries per trip is something which we can do at this point.
So in your test case not test case, but this usage out of Cleveland, then what have you seen the usage rate be? Are people using it quite a bit, or?
It is increasing. So we had, we are live since last 25, 30 days now. And it's almost 400 deliveries already done.
Yep.
So usage is picking up. And the interesting thing is, different type of users, like different persona of people are using the app, order, and they're so excited to get things done, delivered by a robot.
So oftentimes airports can be pretty crazy. I've run from gates to gates. The last thing I want to do is run over a robot. So how do you, I'm sure there's a flag or something. How do you keep the robot from interfering with normal traffic in the airport?
So there are a lot of robotic companies which are like small robots below your knee.
Yeah.
So there's always a risk of tipping over.
Sure.
And apart from running, people are engaged on their phones.
Yeah.
So that's also a risk. So our robots are up to the waist height of a regular person. So they're
Okay.
higher.
Yeah.
And that's where the capacity is also larger. So you can't miss out these robots. And at the same time, robot has big front screen and part of verbal and non-verbal communication. So if you're obstructing the path for the robot, it is going to talk to you. So that's how the contextual information is used to autonomously navigate.
So what happens if someone has their suitcase parked there, 2 or 3? Does it navigate around the suitcase, or does it ask you to move the suitcase?
It navigates around the suitcase.
Okay, awesome. So it's pretty interesting. So how's the reaction? I'm just kind of curious how the general public's reaction is to this.
So general public is really excited. So different type of users, even kids up to like 6 to 7 years old, they love taking out things out of the robot. And the usage is increasing. So 400 orders like in last 20-25 days.
Sure.
It's a good number.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the app usage is whether people are ordering or not. That is something which is different. But our core focus is to deliver 100%. The number of orders received should be delivered. So
Right.
that's something which is 100% autonomous,
Sure.
100% delivered, and so far so good.
Well, that's awesome. Autonomy.io with an O.
Yes.
Autonomy. What's the future here? I'm sure you're here at the show trying to garner up some business. What's the reaction been?
So interestingly, we are automating the curbside deliveries apart from the airports, which is bringing the items from inside the store to the parking lots.
Awesome.
So it is kind of reinventing or giving a fresh look to the drive-through experience.
Yeah.
Where people don't have to queue up while ordering. They can order online and sit in the car, and the robots will get the items from point A to point B. And that is very, very important at this point in time because the labor shortage is like killing it in the States right now. So restaurants are actually welcoming such kind of any technology which saves one extra labor. So.
I think it's in my town. I live in a small town, and the fast food restaurants are decimated. They can't get help, but yet they have huge backup lines. People, basically the order's put in. It's not ready by the time you get to the window, so they're queuing people, and then they're having staff walk back and forth, walk back and forth, walk back and forth, and they walk 10 miles a day back and forth. What is the speed? How fast does the robot? Because then is it moving at 1 mile per hour? Is it moving 2? Do you have that flexibility to set that rate of speed?
So it decides automatically based on the context. Now, if it is like wide open, it can go up to 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Okay.
But if it is too crowded, it kind of slows down so that it doesn't affect people around.
Sure.
So that is the contextual navigation which we use to moderate the speed and the behavior of the robots.
But if they had a dedicated robot lane, the robot could move pretty quickly then.
That's true. But our intent is not to change anything infrastructure because why we are focusing on airports and curbside is because no regulation is on top of that. So we can scale nationwide compared to last mile delivery on the sidewalks or on roads, which is still like, the nationwide regulations are still yet to come in maybe 2 to 3 years.
Right. All right. Awesome. Well, there you go, folks. Autonomy Inc. And is it autonomy.io? I'm looking at your shirt.
That's the brand name, autonomy.io, and that's the website as well. So you can know more about autonomy at autonomy.io.
Okay, it's OTTONOMY.io. So thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing exciting stuff. And you go through Cleveland, make sure you get the app. And I don't fly through Cleveland, but if I did, I would do it just for the novelty to try it.
Yeah, we should be, awarded for, Cincinnati tourism because we are asking people to fly down to Cincinnati to experience the robots. Yeah.
So what you need to do is have it here so we can order food and have it delivered because we don't get to leave and get to eat. So it should be here at CES.
So next year CES, we'll have a couple of robots right there.
Outstanding.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You just never know. I will. Here's my only concern.
What's that?
Cities that have scooters.
Oh God, don't get me started, man. I live in Austin. I cannot handle the scooters everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
And
crazy.
this is a little different. These are not going to be like tipped over on the side of the road. They're going to be,
Yeah.
you know, it's not going to be so crazy. But
Yeah. Well, and you know, I've worked a lot of insurance conventions over the last few years, and autonomous drones, autonomous vehicles have been a huge topic. Every insurance convention I've worked, there is a hour-long, if not 2 or 3 hour-long sessions about that topic.
Because there's plus and minuses to it.
Well, there are amazing things that we can do, but also it's the fact of, you know, just like any autonomously driving car, really cool, but I mean, they're finding people playing video games.
Well, okay,
while they're driving.
It's true, but you know, here's the problem.
You're still supposed to be alert.
We're not. What is it? Level. There's different levels of autonomy, and I don't know. I think level 10 is where they think it's going to be, where ultimately you can play video games and not get your head chopped off by running underneath a semi trailer, right? So, but right now we're what, level 3 or something like that. So we've got a long ways to go.
And things like this go a long way, especially when you're talking about something autonomous that's going 5-10 miles an hour on the ground.
Yeah.
Like I had the website up over here, man, and the first video that they show, that robot is trucking. It's moving down the hallway, man. It's not like a tiny little RC car, you know, puttering along. It is moving. So things like that, I think, go a long way to not only helping develop the technology, but to ground level proving the technology.
But the first person that gets run over.
Well, the year that they premiered the autonomous driving bus here, like within 10 minutes of it taking off, it got into an accident. And then there was the robot, the autonomous vehicle that ran into the robot at the last CES. So it's not that the technology isn't there and possible. It's once again, we got to error-proof things to where it's at least as decent as a 15-year-old learning to drive. You know, like they're great on a course heading. Go here, follow the road.
I've kept saying for a while, the first place the true application of autonomous driving will be in truck driving.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, and I've had so many truck drivers scoff at me, but I'll be like, no, what it's going to be is it's going to be, they're going to be short haul drivers. You're going to get in a truck at the,
it's going to be your delivery driver.
Let's say you're picking up at the Walmart distribution center. So or you're delivering to it. So you're going to go from the source location to a major road, and you're going to get out of the truck, and the truck's going to leave.
Yeah.
And maybe it gets to a major city, it'll stop, and maybe a driver will get back in and get it through a major city.
Sure.
And then when it's back out on the main road again, that driver's going to get out, and that truck's going to keep on trucking along.
Yeah.
So there's going to be my prediction, and I'll see if I'm wrong, is that is where now, granted, there's a lot of knuckleheads out there that do stupid things in front of 18-wheelers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and those idiots are still going to be there no matter if there's a driver there or an autonomous vehicle.
Yes.
But
idiots will be idiots. You can't stop an idiot.
But if the sensors are right and it learns how to detect some of these idiots.
Yes.
And if the semi runs in a ditch, at least you're not killing a driver because of an idiot in a four-wheel drive, a four-wheel vehicle.
Last time I worked the LiveWorks convention in Boston, there was a large meeting where they actively had, and it was, I want to say it was a financial analyst from MIT or from Harvard that came in and spoke to. It was a big trucking conglomerate that was there in the meeting, and he was talking about autonomous trucks.
Yeah.
And he was saying, do you really think that, and he was like, it's not about getting rid of drivers. Do you really, if we had enough drivers, do you really think that there would be tens of millions of dollars being put into this research? If we had the drivers and the people who wanted to do it.
Oh, I think they're going to replace drivers. Drivers have a limited amount of drive time they can do every day.
Absolutely.
And if that truck is full of fuel and it can go 700 miles without having to stop for someone to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
It
was just interesting to hear him talk about how, you know, it's happening so that we can further what we're doing industrially.
All right. If I got the right guest up on the screen here, is this
Do we have?
That's right. All right. So I've got Luca Nistola. No,
Holger Hendricks.
Oh, Holger Hendricks with us. Oh, sorry. It was with Green Tag AG. So Holger, welcome to the show and tell us about what you guys are doing here with Core.
Yeah, thanks for hosting me. Core is the first non-invasive temperature sensor, and it's used actually mainly for endurance sports. Because in endurance sports, you have the problem, you're active, you're getting hot, but at a certain point, your power is actually going down because your body is investing more into cooling than empowering your muscles. And with monitoring it, you know at which stage you are.
That's interesting. So if you're doing a team sport or team, you can tell the rider, the runner, maybe it's time to back off a little bit.
Exactly. So we actually launched it a year ago at the Tour de France with only one team. And then actually at the upcoming Giro d'Italia, already like 4 other teams were using it. And then at this last year's 2021 Tour de France, out of 23 teams, 19 were using it. And it was even used also during the Olympic Games, because there in Tokyo, you had a very hot and humid climate, and people wanted to actually train at home for this hotter climate and then adapt to the heat.
So what has been, obviously we're getting real deep in the weeds here, but on the Tour de France, how did that, from a rules standpoint, did you have to get this approved to be used as a monitoring device?
Yes, so that's approved by the UCI, and it's actually, you can directly see it on the bike computer, only the rider, and so it's not getting transmitted to
it's not getting transmitted to the team, so it's only by the rider. So the rider has to make the adjustment.
Exactly.
But, sometimes the rider's between a rock and a hard place. He's got to keep pushing, so he's going to know that he's going to be potentially giving up more energy than he should. So what is it actually? Is it a stick mount or?
So actually, usually the riders, they put it directly on the heart rate monitor
strap.
strap.
Okay.
But I was using it today with a double-sided medical tape. So if you want to use it, let's say every day or for sleeping, also like to see like how your temperature drops at night, then you use this double-sided medical tape.
So what then besides sports are people using this for?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we see actually also interest from the patient monitoring side. And during the Corona crisis, we got from the FDA the emergency use authorization. So whenever you get a fever, you want to know like, okay, am I still like above a certain threshold, or is it getting better?
So it was one of those things where they're using this for home monitoring or actually in-hospital monitoring of the patients?
Right now, mostly actually for remote monitoring at home.
Remote monitoring.
But we have some clinical trials where people using it already on COVID station in Switzerland. So we are based in Switzerland. That's where our home market is. But for sports, we've seen actually directly a very international demand for this.
It's very surprising that this is the first. It seems like this would have been something that would have been on the market for a while. So it's kind of surprising to me. You guys are the first on the market with this.
So the magic is actually, we are producer of a so-called heat flux sensor, very small. It's not a temperature sensor. It's a so-called thermal energy transfer sensor. So what we are measuring is what is the heat coming out of your body. And with actually as a reference, a skin temperature sensor and an algorithm, we can then detect what's really inside. And that's why we can use it also for sports. Because for sports, you have a lot of cooling, you have wind, you have sun.
That's right.
And a normal temperature sensor would not get the exact temperature.
That's right, because it would be reactionary from either the sun or the wind versus getting it internally. I got you. Oh, very, 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 very interesting. So what is the normal, is it a subscription model? What's the retail on this? What's the pricing?
So pricing is $270, and there's no subscription with it. You get directly access to the app, and we also have a cloud. We have third-party connectivity with Garmin, for example, or Wahoo, so you can see it on your watch or bike computer.
Right. Very, very cool. So it's called Core Body Temperature Monitor. Where can they find more information about this? Where can they go on the web to find this?
Our webpage is corebodytemp.com, and there you see all information, social media, Instagram, Facebook.
Available here in the United States now?
Yes, we actually ship from Pennsylvania, and Yeah.
Will
with a customer in 2 days.
Will they find it on Amazon?
That's my temperature in Celsius.
Okay.
So.
Will they find this on Amazon by chance, or
no, we're not on Amazon.
Okay, so they'd have to go to the website at this time. All right, outstanding. Well, Holger, thank you for coming and showing this off. And for those of you, the sports enthusiasts out there, or maybe in the health field, lots of options on this. So thank you much. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So very, very cool.
Yeah, especially for parents. Stuff like that, to be able to monitor your kid if
Well,
they're sick.
Yeah, I guess you would be.
We just had a situation where my son for a whole day had like 102-degree temperature. And
Yeah.
It just came and went
right
overnight. But it's one of those, especially if you can set an alert, things like that. You could absolutely put that on your kid, let them go to sleep.
Yeah.
And you could go to sleep with a good conscience, knowing that you're going to get a specified alert.
Let's say you've given them Tylenol or Motrin.
That's right.
The temperature's down. Then 2:00 in the morning, all of a sudden,
spikes back up.
Then you get an alert and go take care of them.
Exactly. And like he was saying, same thing in hospitals, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because the head nurse may not be sitting at the station. She may be walking around giving out meds when somebody.
It shocks me. This is the first. Of course, well, what's the other way? You stick a thermometer, surface, and it's not the same. That's why putting a thermometer, it's
measuring core body temperature.
Yeah.
Really, really cool technology.
Huh.
I like it.
And a price tag, a little pricey, but
for the market that they're targeting, not necessarily. When you're talking about the high end sports market
for Tour de France,
things like that. Come on,
that's a rounding error.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like Formula One. That's not even an expense,
Precisely. We have about 15 minutes left of our live coverage. Now you have lost it through the day, my friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a Red Bull here soon. So is Marlo around or?
Let's see. I don't see him in the window right now, but Scott is definitely getting himself ready to switch things over.
Yeah, so
all that good stuff.
So just to give you an idea what's going to happen here in 15 minutes, this portion of the CES Live will be not necessarily terminated, but the CES coverage will continue through our other two locations. So Scott's on our East Coast Bureau, and Marlo on our show floor I think is going to continue throughout the day, popping in. So I've been pretty pleased with the pace of content today.
Yeah.
And, the guests have actually been decent. We have had a few dry ones, but overall, the guests have been pretty interactive. But I'm thinking about that stove still.
Like I said, as someone who cooked professionally in a kitchen, that is an amazing device. Like that goes. I got an Instapot not too long ago, and I thoroughly enjoy I shamefully got an Instapot solely for cooking rice. Like I don't care what else it can do. I just want a good rice cooker again.
Well, here's if you want a good rice cooker, you have to buy a dedicated rice cooker.
You do. I know. I'm Cajun by upbringing, so I can't not have good rice.
Yeah.
And I just can't do boil and bag or things like that. So to have something like that once again does not take up a lot of counter space about as much as my wife's bowl mixer
or my Ninja that I have,
Yeah, exactly.
And if it does everything, but at the $500 price range too, if it does what he says, I'm not even worried about the time. I'm just more impressed with an all-in-one.
Yeah.
But what will be the limitations? What will you not be able to cook? That probably is the question.
Yeah. Things inside of bowls.
And yeah. And he was talking about curry, so that's something that's normally made in a bowl.
Well, and something that's normally made over numerous hours also.
That's true too.
But
curry is best if it's cooked over multiple hours.
Yes.
But I don't know what curry is going to taste like when it's just 7-minute cook time.
I think it's just all about the penetration of the spices, and especially if you're doing anything, if there's any kind of pressurized environment involved, which there would almost have to be able to cook at that speed. That'll definitely help out the marination process, things like that.
But the combination of thermal and microwave was like
That's
how come we've been
never
50 years and
yeah, exactly. It's it's pretty phenomenal that nobody had really dawned on that before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in the restaurant industry, as frequently as quote Chef Mike is used in places. Chef Mike is the kitchen name for a microwave, just so you know.
Okay.
Throw it in, give it to Chef Mike and send it back out. That's what they say. So yeah.
I was looking to see if we had anything on social that had come up that I need to talk about. Let me go and look at this source. So that's still live. That's good. Twitter.
Now,
sorry, we got a little dead air here, but I've been 3 hours and 48 minutes going.
You've been going. I am thoroughly looking forward to going and checking out the Psionic booth. Like I said, that was one of them that I had on my list to go interview.
Yep.
And just seeing the brain controlled arm with haptic feedback and things like that, that is such an incredible piece of medical technology. Just so amazing.
Well, we've been getting a few retweets from the live blog, which is good. So people are intrigued by some of the stuff that we've posted there.
Good.
But I will probably be doing some periodic lives over at LVCC just with my cell phone to walk through as I see stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're bored and you're one of the Geek News Central fans, definitely hang out on the Facebook page.
Absolutely.
But the live stream for this will continue on Facebook, on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube, and also on the National Day Calendar website as well. And if you're part of the National Day Calendar, thanks for being here. We're again giving you a tech coverage throughout the show here at CES. Looks like someone is in studio. There's Scott.
Oh,
indeed. Hello.
How you doing? I'm about talked out, Scott.
I know. Yeah, you've had some great guests today.
Yeah, there's some goods. One that's going to cost me some money for sure.
Yeah, you always find at least one expensive thing that you have to have. It was the Keurig thing, the DrinkWorks 2 years ago.
That's right. And and that thing is pretty novel in its use, and you don't make drinks from that every day, but parties and Christmas and Thanksgiving, it's been pretty popular for people to make themselves a Moscow Mule or whatever the type of cartridges I had available. So
yeah, for sure. Well, I'm happy to take over and let you go, Todd.
Okay. Did we have any folks on the schedule before we're wrapping up, or is the schedule clear?
50 is where you're supposed to clear. So
all right, awesome.
So that's perfect. This gives us a little bit of handoff time, and I can talk about some of the partners, such as Blueberry.
There you go. And of course, we'll be back with you here tomorrow morning at 9 again, and then there's only 3 days of coverage this year because there's only 3 days of the show. But definitely check my website out at geeknewscentral.com. And of course, Scott and the team, and Chris and Marlo and everyone for the back and forth today. It's been fantastic. So from the broadcast tower, we're out of here. It's all yours, Scott. Take care. Thanks.
All right. See you tomorrow. All right. So welcome for those who don't know or who are just joining. I'm Scott Ertz from F5 Live, Refreshing Technology, as well as GNC Week in Review. You can find F5 Live at f5live.tv, and you can find GNC Week in Review at gncweekly.com. F5 Live is live Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, and GNC Week in Review is live Friday nights at what time are we live? 8, I think. It's been a weird kind of end of the year, right? It's always a little weird at the end of the year because we have to shift things around, preparing for CES, preparing for holidays. Sunday moves to Tuesday, and Friday comes to Saturday, and all kinds of weird things happen. But after CES, we'll be back to normal. All of our shows will be back to normal. F5 Live, GNC Week in Review, Geek News Central, Talking Sound podcast, and the Tech Ranch. And speaking of the Tech Ranch, we have, he's not at his station right this second, but we do have Marlo, who is also with the National Day Calendar, because today is National Technology Day. If you've ever seen on Facebook somebody say, today is National Cheeseburger Day or whatever, that's all the National Day Calendar. And that's Marlo. I've got my Celebrate Everyday pin right here because we're super excited to be partnered today for National Technology Day. The day was started a couple of years ago during CES, and it hasn't fallen during CES since because CES kind of shifts around every year. Some years it's normally Tuesday through Friday. This year it would have been Wednesday through Saturday. They've canceled Saturday, so it's 3 days this year. But we have National Technology Day, and Marlo's got content. If you're joining us from the National Day Calendar, we definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much. We've got more content the rest of the week. We will also be tomorrow from 9 till something, depending on how the schedule fills up, at techpodcasts.com, and then all of our respective websites as well. It does look like I have my first guest here, but I don't see them checked in yet, so I don't know who they are just yet. But yeah, so we've got a lot going on, a lot of content coming up. We are remote from the East Coast because of the pandemic. We've had a lot of people who had to pull out. They couldn't travel internationally, or because of health reasons they couldn't participate, things like that. So we wanted to make sure that those who are still exhibiting at CES, either virtually or whatever, we want to make sure everybody had the opportunity to participate in our show. And our team, for health reasons, also had to not be on site. So it looks like there might be some technical difficulties here in my studio. Give me just a second so I can figure out what's happening. All right, sorry about that. I am back. All right, and it looks like we've got everything ready to go. So we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. I wish I was in Vegas right now, but
me too.
Okay.
It is what it is. We've got to do what we've got to do, right?
Yep, I'm in nice and toasty, well, not toasty, Cleveland, Ohio right now. It's a little frigid outside, so I'm staying in here.
we are the exact opposite. We are in Tampa, Florida, where it is semi-warm today. So,
awesome.
So go ahead and introduce yourself and your company.
All right. So my name is Matt Crowley. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Ton Done. We make it incredibly simple for building service companies, think janitorial companies, maintenance companies, to do their jobs and schedule work with customers. So while I am in Cleveland today, my co-founder is in Eureka Park. We are booth, I got to write it down, 60867. So we're present, but I got a family. I don't want to get sick with COVID right now, so I'm hanging back here. But we're out demoing some new technologies that we've put out. We have about 4 million frontline workers in the United States that, even throughout COVID, had to make sure that all the commercial facilities we use are clean. So, someone coughs in a Starbucks bathroom, you want to send someone in there to, light a fire to it and make sure it's cleaned out. And these folks are on the front line every day. And what we do is we build technologies that make it easier for them to do what they do best, so they can, focus on doing painting or light maintenance or janitorial work, the things they're good at and they want to do, versus trying to fiddle with a device to explain to their particular manager what's going on with each step and each task that they do. So the technology we have is a phone app. We use NFC tags and beacons to allow workers to report where they're at, report what they're doing. We tie into sensors like phone dispenser or soap dispensers, toilet paper dispensers, even cameras to allow managers and customers, all the buildings that need to be serviced to know whether or not the job was done right in their facility.
Okay, that is super cool. So the first thing I want to say is I looked up where your booth is for those who might be watching from Vegas. Your booth is literally, if from our tower, if we look straight down, we'd be looking at you.
Oh, I should have sent Bill up then to do the in-person one.
No, that's okay. I'm enjoying this. There's a lot of interesting technology included in this. I love that, like, NFC tags were real popular a couple of years ago in the way that, we see a lot of crypto tokens and things today where they weren't being used really for anything of value. But it sounds like you guys really had a plan for this and it enhances your product.
Yeah, so my background is actually in the airport space. So I was the CIO for Hopkins Airport in Cleveland and Philly Airport. And what you ended up with is, and I like to joke, every time someone would cut the grass, it was a game of 20 questions, right? So you would send someone out to go mop a floor, cut the grass, and then you'd expect them to be a business analyst and take a tablet with them and type up, well, how did you feel while you were cutting the grass? And was it raining outside? And so managers are trying to collect all this data about what's going on. Was the work completed? When in essence, there's all this data around you that's already there. What you really need to know is proof of presence and proof of work. Was the person there and was the job done? So, the traditional ways that NFC tags are used, what we use them for is, let's say, for instance, you have a job rotation where you're cleaning the bathroom. And instead of having to go fiddle with the device, we can tie into the sensors in the bathroom. You tap your phone or device to the tag on the wall, and you suddenly reported all your work. And it's part of the problem with the systems on the market today, like QR codes, is if I want to not show up for work, I take a picture of the QR code and I print it off on my printer, and suddenly I'm magically at work, but I'm actually sitting at my desk checking in and out of my job.
Yeah.
So it allows for honesty in the workplace. It avoids wage theft. It allows for tracking of the work being done. We're not trying to track the employees. What we're trying to make sure that we're doing is, if a customer requests work is done, that it's done, right? If you have a plane load of passengers, so you have 200 people coming out and using a restroom, we want to make sure that right after that work is completed, that restroom is clean, and we're ready for the next group of people. So, it's all about consistency, showing proof that work is done, and making sure that all the facilities, now that we're so concerned about health-wise, we have the technology in place to maintain them properly.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't tend to think in terms of, how to scam somebody out of time and or money. So I never would have thought to take a picture of the QR code and scan it later. I'd have just scanned it in place like a normal person would have.
Yeah,
But
my joke is I would actually tape my phone to a Roomba to make it look like I was moving around a room. So,
yeah, that's funny.
So yeah, it's an interesting space. I mean, I think oftentimes we take it for granted. Like, we go into our office every day and it's clean. We go into Starbucks and it's clean. We park in a parking lot and the potholes are patched. And there's a lot of work behind the scenes, and that's what we try to manage and get a hold of, is make sure that we make that work be seamless and efficient, so that you're not sitting there questioning, is the facility I'm into safe to be in? Is the parking lot gonna have my tire be punctured? There's a lot of work done behind the scenes, and I think there's a lot of time wasted, and there's a lot of chaos that we're trying to give some order to.
Gotcha. Obviously, there very clearly must be a need for this, because you've thought through some really detailed aspects of the product that I never would have considered. So, what kind of install base is this? Is there for this currently?
So we launched in 10 months ago. So right now we are in about 700 commercial facilities right now. And a lot of times we're in like Raising Cane's, Chicken Fingers, we're at some grocery stores, Menards, and these are kind of third-party cleaning companies, maintenance companies that come into those locations and do work. So another one of our clients. Interestingly enough, they manage the pegboards at Home Depot, Lowe's, and Ace Hardware. So they go in, they place channel lock tools on the pegboards, and they use our system to manage their frontline workers going out to those facilities. So just like our customers, we're also behind the scenes. So you're probably going to a name brand that we are in right now that is being used for some sort of task management. But again, the whole goal with this is, and our product is, most people will never know about it. It's there, it's running in the background, it's being used to distribute work. But yeah, we're growing pretty fast. We are just closing out in our second round of funding, and growing our team. So it's been a fun trip. But we're based out of Cleveland, Ohio, and we came out of Techstars in Chicago. So living the startup life a bit, but expanding pretty fast.
Gotcha. Well, it really does sound like a fascinating product. For people who want more information or might want to engage your services, how can they do that?
Sure. If you visit tondone.com, it's just like the two words TONDONE. Also, apparently it means pancake in Italian, but it's tondone.com. And if you email us, my name is Matt Crowley. If you email me at matt, at tondone.com, I will be happy to talk to you and give a demo of the product. Or you can visit us at our booth and we can give you a live demo of the NFC technology.
Fantastic. Well, if you can't tell, NFC is something that I personally have an interest in. I built a product concept at one point based on NFC. It was a gaming product. So I'm very interested in NFC stuff. So that's why I locked onto that aspect of it. And I wish I could see a demo of it, but maybe next year we'll get to see each other in person.
Definitely. Well, I appreciate you having me on, and maybe next year I'll get to see you. I'll give you a demo
for sure. All right. Thank you so much, and
thank you.
Have a good rest of the show. However you're participating.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Well, that was a fascinating product. I love stuff like that, especially when you're able to integrate technology that you may not have been prepared. You may not have considered. Integrating NFC into a product like this was a surprise to me, but it makes sense. So our next guest is delayed. He was here, but he's having power problems. So hopefully he's going to be back in a little while. And if I'm not mistaken, that leaves me with a little bit of a gap. But what I see is that Marlo is standing down on the stage, and it appears that he might have a guest. Are you there, Marlo?
Hey, everybody.
How are you doing?
Welcome to National Technology Day. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. Glad to have you on the floor of CES. Standing next to me is Alexander with Santor. Now, these guys have a solution to maybe a lot of the security challenges that we have nowadays, right? Especially with Google and your Alexa device in your house, because they're always on, right? Isn't that right?
Yes, exactly. Well, if you start thinking, before there was microphones around us, but not a lot like today. So a lot of microphones are listening live, and all the IoT devices that come to market, they have a microphone built in. So technically, our device emits audible and non-audible noises to disrupt the microphones.
So this actually sends out like a noise. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. It's something that we basically can't hear, or you don't hear very well, but yet the device, like a Google Home appliance or your
Alexa, Siri, whatever, cannot really hear what you're saying at that point, correct?
Correct. Well, we started with the UNG52 that we renamed for the name of HARP.
Okay.
Which is the bigger model. And here at CES, we are here to show our Kickstarter new launch that we are doing for a smaller version that it's called the HARP Mini. The HARP has two modes of protection. One is audible with personalized voice frequencies that you can add your own voice inside. And this is basically to make people not understand what you're saying. So this is audible. You don't want the people to hear what you're saying, basically. Right. So this is good for different scenarios. And the other mode, which is the discrete mode that we call, this is more like something that is above our hearing level, of that we can hear with our ears, basically.
But the microphone can't.
The microphones, yes, they are affected by the noise that is coming out of the device.
You know, so I guess the best real world example I can give everybody is, you know, if Alexander and I were talking and I said something like, you know, man, I could really go for a bag of Doritos right now, right? And then you pick up your phone and you look at it and there's a Doritos commercial the next time you look at a YouTube video or whatever. We've all had this experience. And the reason that happens is because our devices, even though they don't want to admit this, our devices are listening to everything we say. And there are times when you don't want that to happen. Now, of course, you can turn the device off. Sometimes you can turn the microwave off or microphone off. But the easier solution is just to turn this device on, and then it actually kind of, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. It kind of garbles what the microphone is hearing, because when I listen to this thing, it almost sounds like a Bluetooth that's too far away to listen to the music you're trying to listen to. So you hear little bits and pieces, but you really can't make it out. This is kind of what this does.
Exactly.
It's amazing, actually, when you think about it. So,
thank you.
So you guys have a Kickstarter going on right now that started yesterday at the first day of CES. So how do we find out more about this?
Simple. You go to Kickstarter or to Santor.com, and you can click on that link on the website to just go to the link of Kickstarter, or you search on Kickstarter HARP Mini.
Okay. And it's Santor, S-A-N-T-O-R. And can you tell us a little bit about what the Kickstarter is? What does it cost to pre-order one of these and all that good stuff?
Yeah, well, we give 30% discount for those who pre-order the unit. So it's a unit normally that stands at $1,599.
Okay.
So basically we'll turn around $1,410. And yeah, basically this is the cost for the HARP Mini.
So are you thinking that, you know, as you guys are getting started here with this, that this is more of a corporate type of thing, or do you see this being used more in the household right now?
I think, well, when you start seeing, like, the wars are no longer with firearms. It's an economic war.
Yes.
And when you start looking on the scale, like, we see a lot of industrial espionage going on. So our bigger unit is a unit that is restricted, that we sell only to governments. But the smaller unit, basically, we decided to come to offer privacy to everyone and to bring a solution that would be good for businesses, small startups, to have a device like that, to prevent and to eventually reduce the risks of information leakage.
Gotcha, I gotcha. So, all right, so Kickstarter.com, look for Santor, S-A-N-T-O-R, and you can get involved in the Kickstarter. I'm assuming you have a website as well?
Yes.
And that is?
Well, Santor.com.
Just like that, S-A-N-T-O-R.com. So go check this out, everybody. Alexander, really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, thank you.
A lot of fun, and we've had the pleasure of having you right next to us during CES, so it was fun to come over and get to know you guys a little bit, and I appreciate you coming on our show today. So,
thank you for receiving me.
Thank you. So again, everybody, that's Santor.com, and you can just maybe wander around and
They'll take care of your mic and all that good stuff. So thanks again, Alexander.
Thank you.
Santor.com. Check that out. We're coming to you live from CES 2022. This is the guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. And since I'm by myself, I am going to remove this now. And so it's National Technology Day, everybody. We declared this a couple of years ago, so it would coincide with CES. And this is actually the first opportunity we've had since the day was declared to actually broadcast to you live from CES 2022. Of course, as you've probably noticed, it's a little quieter than normal here. I was just having a conversation with somebody a little bit ago about the difference between this CES and others, and normally it would be wall to wall of people behind us. This year it's not quite the same, but we're still finding amazing technology here. Yesterday I was able to sit in a flying car, for example. I washed my hands in a device that sanitizes hands but had a screen on it that actually encourages and shows children and adults too about how to properly wash your hands and get it timed properly. We've seen medical devices that actually make your head kind of just like, I don't know, I'm trying to describe this, but the ability for people to actually see photos and you can take a video of yourself and that video will tell you if your blood pressure is up or if your glucose levels aren't what they're supposed to be, if you have respiratory issues. There's just all kinds of things that we're seeing this year at CES that maybe we wouldn't normally see because some of the larger companies aren't here. So it's just been a lot of fun to be here this year. And as you can tell, I'm taking this a little bit longer because we're waiting on our next guest. And I don't have an earpiece on, Scott, so if you if you're there and want to join in a little bit, I can grab an earpiece real quick. And I'll just do that right now, actually. Okay. All right, at least I can hear myself think while we're doing this. So yeah, it's been a very, very interesting couple days already. Nick Flom from North Dakota just came by. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hi, bud.
Throwing you back in here real quick.
That was a cool product.
It was a very cool product. And sometimes, when people are so close to what they develop, they have a hard time, I think, explaining to people what their vision is, right? I know you've run across this a lot of times before. Their product is, I think, a lot bigger than they realize.
Yeah.
And my guess is that as they get into development and the price of that comes down so people at the home level can utilize this, this is going to be used all the time. It really is.
I agree. Avram, one of my co-hosts from F5 Live, who's also the editor-in-chief of Tom's Hardware.
Yes.
Avram's not a fan of the smart speakers.
Right.
For this reason, right? Because you don't know what it's listening to and what it might be recording. And when you go back and listen to the recordings, it can be terrifying. Right.
Well, and I think you have to think a little broader than that too. It's not just our smart devices that you are thinking about, like Siri and Google and Alexa. Most people don't realize this, but your television, if you have a new television, that's probably listening to you because they claim that they're doing this because they want to understand what you're saying so they can send commercials to you in the future that are more, based on your likes and dislikes, right? So that's what they're after with this. But somehow or another, that information is out there.
Yeah.
And I'm always concerned about a TV that they hung in a boardroom, for example.
Right.
Or in our government, right? They hang this up to do presentations with, and then our enemies are listening to us through this device because there's no security protocol on this stuff or whatever to stop that from happening right now. So things like what Alexander just had here, where you can just push a button and it scrambles everything so that microphone can't hear it, and maybe other devices, maybe there are bugs in the room or whatever that this would actually stop those things from being able to be to record you or listen to you, which is really amazing. So
that's wild. I can't help but think. I think it was The West Wing. The Designated Survivor, where the president's friend gives him a thing and it's got a bug in it.
Okay.
And he never would have predicted that his buddy would have put a bug in his
Exactly.
office, in the Oval Office.
Yep.
So, and that just kind of exposes the idea that just because you trust somebody doesn't necessarily mean you trust them. And
that's exactly right.
Because it could have been an accident. In the story, it wasn't, but it could have been. You don't know where that thing came from or what it might have. What was it? Was it Nest got in trouble because they had a thermostat that had a microphone in it that wasn't on the schematics and wasn't revealed to the FCC?
I believe it was Nest.
I think so.
And you're going to have more and more of this, more and more of your devices. Your refrigerator listens to you. If you have a new refrigerator, those are listening to us too because they want to know, you can talk to your refrigerator and say, hey, I need carrots or I need milk, and it actually makes a to-do list. These are great things, but you have to understand that if I'm going to share my password with somebody that's in that same room, I don't want my refrigerator listening to this, right? So this device that Alexander was just showing with Santor, you could just push that button and you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can have that conversation. So cool. When you're done, you can turn it back off and go on with your normal business if you want to. So
that is
so
pretty
cool stuff. It really is. It really is. So hey, next up we have BenjiLock. Are you familiar with these guys?
What? Okay.
I know.
No.
Okay.
Robbie, you're doing what? Because you're supposed to be my next guest there, bud.
Oh. Is Robbie there?
No, but he was the one that we were having trouble with. His phone battery died. Is Robbie who you're talking to?
I am talking to Robbie.
Get on here, Robbie. Come on.
Well, you know what? I beat you to it, man. I'm just telling you right now. That's too hilarious. So I have no way to have him. You know what? I'm gonna come over here, Robbie. So Scott wants to say a couple words to you first. Here you go.
What's going on, Scott?
Hello.
Oh my God, you sound sharp.
This is so funny. He's like, next up, I've got BenjiLock. I'm like, what? No, he's supposed to be my next guest.
That's incredible. I was trying to do it through the phone, but it's kind of difficult,
right?
Especially with the sound of the booth and all that. But this is nice and clean.
So it's up to you, Scott. Do you want to if you want to do the interview, that's cool. If not, I'll do it.
Here you go.
Oh, okay. Do you want to take the interview with them, or should I do it from here?
If you don't mind,
I'll do it. Take a rest, man.
No, I mean, if you don't mind, I'd love to do it.
Absolutely. So I'm going to switch again, and you guys go ahead.
It's always nice to talk to a personal friend.
All right. Here you go. Yeah, go ahead and put that on. Go and take it away. Yeah.
All right.
Scott's a good friend of
his. There we go. I'm trying to get my hat in it and all that, but let's see, you can hear me there.
It's always the problem that we have with our headsets too.
Yeah. How you been?
Fantastic. How about yourself?
Hey, we're good. We're hanging in there. It's at least we're live. This is the first time that we're live, so super excited that we're here at CES again.
Yeah, for sure. So tell us what all you've got going on. Obviously, I've got one of your products here on the desk, but that.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
You've always just in case, I also have a Brinks product here under the desk, ready to go.
Kim is around. I was trying to get him, but tell you the truth, yesterday was a bit slow. But today is definitely, it feels like CES is back.
Good. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. So go ahead and introduce yourself to those who may not know who you are.
And also to everyone that it's at the show, first and foremost, Happy New Year. My name is Robbie Cabral. I'm the inventor, CEO, and founder of BenjiLock. And Scott knows me from when I started downstairs in Eureka Park. And thanks to the opportunity at Shark Tank and also the licensing deal that we have with Hampton Products International, now we're actually up here in the smart home area, showcasing all of our old products and new products. So excited to be here with you guys.
So tell us about the new products.
Well, I mean, we're showcasing the whole collection of BenjiLock, the original one that started it all. Also the travel lock, the bike lock, the door lock, which I feel that you have something there in your desk. And then also the new one called the BenjiLock Sport Lock. So basically the Sport Lock, it's won an award for accessibility, but also for the fitness and sports category. So we're very excited.
It's a very lightweight product in a matte finish. It comes in black, white, red. And at CES, we just unveiled a new color, the Benji Lock color, which is the teal. So I'm very excited for this product. $29.99, an amazing retail price for the product. And again, you know, I've always been a believer that padlocks are universal, and Benji Lock needs to be something that is accessible for all. So that's my mentality, and excited for it. It won an award for it, and we're here. We're rocking CES again.
And you're rocking your hat.
Always, always. Even with you virtually, hopefully we'll see each other very soon. I'm sure that that your angst to coming in this way, because this is your thing. I mean, it's the excitement, the everything. So
yeah, it was definitely unfortunate, you know, the way things had to go for our team. But the fact that we've got other members of our team out there so that we can do this is definitely great. So they're biometric locks, right? You've got a whole array of them. And that was not supposed to be a Hampton Products pun. But so you've got a whole array of products. So what separates this one from the other two padlock looking products?
Well, you know, we tried to expand based on the consumer feedback. The original is still there. People still use their keys, fingerprint and key. Very simple. The travel one, which is actually the only one TSA approved padlock. So if you're traveling, you need to lock your luggage, Benji Lock got you, you know. But then the newer one, price point wise, is way better. I mean, it's only $29.99. And the difference on this one is that it's more accessible in the way of, you know, let's say, for example, that someone has issues with vision or hearing impaired. This lock is not only for my kids, anyone else that wants to go to the gym and all that, or, you know, on the go, but it's also accessible to anyone. And so it has like a sound, so every time you kind of activate it, it has a beeping sound. If you can't hear, you know, it'll also have a way that you can actually unlock and lock. Very simple and very easy to set up without the key. As you know, the original one, you have to set it up with the key. This one you don't. And the feedback has been great. I mean, we were not expecting the amazing feedback we've had with this product, and I have a couple heading your way. They should be arriving hopefully by the end of the weekend. So
fantastic. Well, I can't wait to do a review on that. So I think I heard the sound when it unlocked, and it sounds very similar to the sound that this guy makes, the deadbolt.
Exactly. I mean, they're all. One cool thing about Benji Lock is that every time you unlock it, there's always a sound, and we just love the sound of it, because you know that the product is really well made. I mean, the partnership that we have with Hampton Products, everybody knows that they build all the Brinks lock security and all that. So it's a legit product. It's not something that wanted a little gadget and all that. Yeah, there's a gadget into it. Lifestyle product and all that, but it also has security behind it. So I'm proud that we're rolling with them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been such a great partnership because you had this tech idea to put on a lock, and you teamed up with a company that does locks. They're a security company. It was a match made in heaven.
I know. It was made in heaven, and you know, one of the things too is that a lot of the times when you do a partnership, sometimes it don't work out. But for me, it was kind of like the right time, the right moment. It actually worked out. And also, you know, Kevin O'Leary, which is my investor in Benji Lock, he actually enjoys working with Hampton, and it's just a whole very beautiful partnership. And you can't complain. You know, it's like when you move to a new house and you have neighbors, and sometimes you can't really get along with the neighbors, but there's a house that you actually get along with all your neighbors. This one actually worked out, and it's kind of like a marriage in a way. You know, there's always ups and downs and all that, but if you're able to, you know, make it through, you'll be a success. So little by little, we'll get there.
For sure. So this one doesn't require the key to program, but it does still have a key?
No. So this one actually doesn't have a key. So the good thing about it is that it'll actually give you a heads up if it's gonna die out. It'll turn red, but it'll give you also a beeping kind of alarm sound that, hey, you need to plug me in because I'm almost dying. So, you know, and the good thing is that the same battery life of the other locks, 6 months up to a year, this one has it as well. So, you know, can't beat it.
Okay, very cool. Speaking of battery life, I got to tell you, this thing I have been using for, well, I had this box on the desk during CES 2021. So it's been more than a year, and I haven't had to change the batteries yet.
Wow, that's incredible. That's good to hear. I mean, the feedback is great. You know, it all depends on the amount of usage. So like in my case, for example, I have 3 kids at home, my wife. There's always something going on the weekends. That door lock, it takes a beating. And I'm telling you, I mean, it takes a beating, but it's still going. So you know, I'm proud to hear that it's lasting that long for you too.
I'm loving it. This is, I have tested other door locks, and I'll tell you, this is still my favorite. So
nice.
And not just because we're friends.
Yeah, no, that's great. You know, and the cool thing about it is that here at the show we're showcasing that same product alongside the Brinks push-pull rotate. So if you have a door, then it kind of complements the same style, and you know, it's a beautiful door lock, and it's just the beginning, because it's just the first generation of it. We're working on future generations.
Awesome.
Right now they're non-connected, but you never know what's coming next. So.
Well, fantastic, and obviously I assume if that were to happen, it would work with Array, but you can't answer that question, so don't say anything. Well, I definitely appreciate that we got the opportunity to talk since you were having battery problems on your device. I will say that if Kim Kelly wants to do a segment and show off some of the Array stuff, we can still do that later.
Oh, I'll make sure now when I head to the booth, give him a heads up so he can come by.
Fantastic. And if you want to do it with the phone in the booth, I'm good with that. If you want to come back over here, we can do that too. However we want to do it, we're pretty flexible.
Nice. And Scott, you know what? I'm always proud of what you're doing. I know it takes a lot of hard work, and sad that you're not here with us, but you know, you're there virtually, so it's kind of cool. And your set looks like, you know, amazing. And I'm sure that you'll be back here next year. And,
for sure.
Can't wait to rock it up with you.
For sure. Before you go, let people know where they can find out more about your products.
Yeah, sure. So we're here at CES all week. You know, they shortcut a day, so we're here until tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you can check the information anytime, benjilock.com. And if you're interested in the product, go through there, or any of our retail partners like Walmart, Home Depot, Ace Hardware, you name it. So keep it going.
You have expanded your partnerships.
Yeah, little by little.
That's awesome. Well, it was good to talk to you. We will have to catch up after the show. Since you've got Saturday now, since it's been canceled, we'll have to catch up after the show.
Sounds good. Take care, Scott.
Have a good rest of the show, bud.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, and then Marlo will be back in just a second. There he is.
How's it going, man?
Take care.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing too that so you did an interview with Robbie a couple of years ago, right?
Every year. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and now 22.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. An amazing product too. It's fun to watch the evolution of Benjilock.
Yeah, in fact, every time we talk about like the evolution of a company, Robbie is who we talk about. Because when Marissa did the interview in 2017, when he was downstairs, he had basically a non-functional nothing prototype that he was showing off.
Yep.
And it has evolved now since that, all the way to now where, you know, I have a deadbolt on my front door that is using his technology.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy.
I love the how he marries technology with traditional padlocks, right? I mean, if you absolutely want to make sure that you can get into this thing, you can buy a version with the key to it.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
And then he has one for TSA that has the TSA key on it as well.
Exactly. So I think that's pretty. I didn't even realize that was possible until reviewing his literature just now.
Yeah,
so pretty cool stuff.
I'm really. Did you see the bike lock?
Yes, that's pretty cool as well. Yeah,
I love that one. That one's pretty cool.
Yep. You know, and with you know, my bike, although I'd be upset if somebody stole my bike. You know, it's a $150 bike, right? But if I had an e-bike, which are becoming very popular across the country, I love e-bikes. I'm looking at getting one myself now.
Okay.
You know, you don't want to lose that $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 investment because somebody can hop on it and just ride away with it, right? You need a good lock for these things. That's for sure. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
So, how are you celebrating Technology Day besides hanging out with us?
And being surrounded by it.
Well, you know, there's that, right?
I do have, so where I'm sitting, I have 6 screens, seven screens with this one pointed at me. And then out in mission control, I think there's another 14. We've got a lot going on here to make sure this happens. So that's one way, but getting to talk to all these companies about their cool products. That I love that we're back, that it's lined back up with CES, because that, for me, that's a great way to celebrate National Technology Day, is by showcasing cool new technology.
Robbie's giving us this over here now, so we'll see you, man. Take care, Robbie. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
I love Robbie.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Truly, he's one of my favorite people. Marissa didn't want to do the original interview. She's like, I don't know. I don't understand the technology that much. I don't know that I'm. And Dave made her do it, and thank goodness.
Yep, absolutely. So I want to know, what is, outside of the standard, like your phone or whatever, what is your favorite technology? What do you use every day?
I use my Xbox almost every day.
Oh, okay. So you are a gamer. I did not know that.
Yeah, I do a lot of gaming. I do a lot of media on it.
Okay.
And, you know, we've built, you know, we're in the middle of a product review. I apologize to N-Tense for not getting this product review done faster, but the holidays and CES got in the way. But we've been doing a product review on a TV stand, and then we got, you know, one of those ambient backlights for the TV, you know, all kind of building this like ultimate gaming and media center as part of a write-up that we're doing.
Yep.
And you know, so yeah, that's kind of the center of my media space. I know that was Steve Ballmer's thing. The Xbox should be the center of your entertainment, but for me, it actually is.
I think for a lot of people, it's becoming that way, which is nice. You know, you don't have to have multiple devices for that stuff. So you'd probably appreciate the booth behind us here. They actually have. I know you know what lenticular is, but the ability to project 3D images, you know, without having to use like an Oculus or what have you for that immersive experience, right? This booth behind us now, we're not going to have them up here now, but we're going to get an interview with them here in a little bit. Okay. Their product is amazing. I mean, I was just playing a driving game a little bit ago, and I have to tell you, it feels like you're in an Oculus. I was really, really impressed by this thing. You know, and what's interesting is that they actually have sensors across the top of this screen, so if you move to the right or to the left a little bit, it actually adjusts the stereo part of the screen to the way your head is moving, and it learns. I noticed that right away. I could see if I did it really quick, I would notice that there'd be like a little blink, a little hesitation in that 3D, but as I continued to do that, it actually started to learn my movements and would adjust for them. It's very, very impressive. I know, it's very impressive, and I can't wait to do this interview. And I think for somebody like you, you'll get a kick out of this thing.
Yeah, for sure. So two things. One, Todd just had somebody on with a laptop that had like a 3D thing that as you moved, it was able to parallax adjust to your position, which was pretty cool. I wonder how related the technology is. And second, I would love to be in contact with these people. So
I'm going to turn around right now because I don't remember the name of the company. It is Dimenco. Do you see it right there?
That was them.
D-I-M. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, they were on with Todd up at the tower like an hour ago.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I guess we're going to have a couple interviews with these guys, but amazing cool technology. It really is. It really is. Yeah. So I'll see if I can snag a sample for you, and you can tell me what you think of it. You can do your own product review on it. I'm not a gamer, so I mean, although I love the technology, I just, you know, I remember one time I was playing Warcraft back in the early stages, and I remember Alice coming in. I got home from work and I started playing the game, and then the next thing I know, she was wondering if I was getting ready for work. So for the next day, I decided at that point that I shouldn't do this anymore when I don't even get up from my chair for 15 hours. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I know that the people out in Mission Control, because Alante's out there.
Okay.
Where my real gamers are is out in Mission Control right now.
Yes.
And I know they all just went, yeah. Been there.
Can relate to my story. That's right. That's exactly right. So, yeah. So we're missing you here. I had a nice conversation with Nicholas Flom a little bit ago. I don't know if you know that name or not, but he's very invested in the drone world, so to speak.
Okay.
So he used to run Drone Central, not that that's what it was called, but the UAV division out of North Dakota, which is the hotbed of the world for drone technology right now. And I just happen to live there, which is kind of interesting, right? And he's since moved on to the private sector, but we were just talking about flying cars. And, you know, he knows a lot about things that are going on in the world that I don't even know about. And he was like, and this is his first time at CES, which was interesting to me as well. He attends all these UAV type of things, but he's never been to CES before. And we were just talking about that he's a little disappointed that the US side of that industry in flying cars isn't represented here, and which led me to think that there's a lot of innovation going on in this country that nobody knows about.
Yeah. That was the first thing I thought when you said that.
Yep. So, because you're seeing like SkyDrive, which I believe is Japan, but they have a U.S. presence as well, and they're cool. I mean, that we were talking about this earlier, of course. SkyDrive is very cool.
That photo that you posted earlier.
Oh yeah. And I was in the eHang one a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, there were absolutely no photographs allowed because they don't want anybody hijacking their technology, of course, but they were allowing a few of us to actually ride in this thing. So even though the wind was like, I forget if it was 30 or 40 miles an hour that day, I was a little hesitant to go up in the thing right away because most of the drone rodeo had been canceled because of the wind, but yet here I am, 300 feet in the air in this little device, So I was, I know. But it handled it okay. I was really impressed with it.
Oh, that's good.
The technology is really coming along, and I do believe that flying cars are our future. And I'm just really, really curious now about what's going on inside the United States that we don't know about. So very, very interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
so
go
ahead.
I feel like I need to throw the question back at you now, though, from a little while ago. What is technology that you use every day that's not your normal phone or computer?
I probably have a couple. Probably my biggest one, though, and it's probably no surprise, is the smart speakers.
Sure.
As much as I don't like losing my privacy, and that's what I liked about Santor a little bit ago, that I have the ability now just to hit that button and hide when I'm about ready to tell somebody my password or something like that. I can turn, just make sure that no device can hear that. Yeah. But I love the ability to ask questions of Google or Alexa or play music or play my favorite podcast, tell me directions. I mean, my goodness. I mean, just the ability in your car to have something that you can talk to instead of fumble around with your dashboard or give you directions. The convenience and safety features of all that, I just absolutely love. So
100%.
There's that. And now I forgot what the other one was I was going to tell you. That's not good. LED lights.
Sure.
And I'll go wireless LED lights or connected LED lights.
Yeah.
I kind of have, and my office goes crazy about this because every week I have new light bulbs showing up all the time because I'm always testing these things.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that you can control lighting however you want, And I do a lot of things like with IFT. So if the sun goes down, then my lights turn on, right?
Yeah.
Or if the International Space Station flies above me, then my lights turn flashing green. I mean, these are the things that I have going on with my lights. If I
100% believe you.
Yes, I do. if I get to these GPS coordinates, then my lights on my garage turn on. I mean, these are the things that I love about these things, and it drives everybody nuts. But until you do it, and then you're like, oh my goodness, you know, look at the energy savings you have with these things, and look at the cool things you can do. You can decorate your house for Christmas, and then Easter, and then Valentine's Day, just by telling them to you know, change from red and green or red and to yellow and green for Easter or whatever. I mean, it's just amazing what's possible. So those are the two things that I love right now.
Obviously my viewers are fully aware how much LEDs have affected my life, because we became YouTube partners because of a video about LEDs.
Okay.
So yeah,
interesting.
It has had a huge impact on my life. There's a question from the chat room though. Before we go to the next guest, I see you got a card.
I do.
How do you get that to happen with the International Space Station?
So it's funny, but there actually is a recipe in IFT for connected light bulbs to do whatever. So just look for the recipe in IFTTT and just type in International Space Station and lights, and there will be a recipe in there. And when that space station flies overhead, it'll actually do whatever you want it to. If you want your lights to blink or whatever, it's pretty cool. There's another one in there too. And we used to have what was called the Twitter light in our office, that National Day calendar. And every time somebody mentioned National Day calendar, the light would blink, right? Well, then after a while, people would come into my office and they go, "What's wrong with that light out there? It's blinking all the time." And so, and somebody actually mentioned one time that somebody who has, you know, an issue with blinking lights or whatever might be affected by this thing. So we finally just turned it off. But those are the cool things that can be done with connected lighting, you know, for notifications or what have you. So, but yes, we are ready for our next guest, Scott.
IFTTT.com, I believe it is,
yes,
right?
It is. It is.
So definitely check it out. I use it for stuff as well. But I'm going to give it over to you, Marlo.
All right. Sounds good, Scott. Thank you. And Albert, how you doing today?
Hello. Good. Thank you.
Welcome to our show. So you are with Avular.
Yeah.
So notice I don't have my glasses on.
No problem.
Very good. So tell us a little bit about Avular.
Yeah, so we're a company that makes modular building blocks for mobile robotics.
Oh.
And yeah, we really believe that mobile robotics is going to change the future, whether it is for safety or efficiency. But we also see that bringing autonomy to the market is a very complex task, and a lot of companies are struggling with it actually. And this is where we come in, and we make the building blocks for them to make it easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of a great question to ask you, but I for whatever reason, I got Legos in my head all of a sudden.
Yeah,
right?
well...
So is this what this... Oh, look at this.
Look at this, yeah.
Okay.
It is almost like that. So you have the main computer actually.
Okay.
And the whole idea is that here, the bunch of the algorithms is already in there, the AI, the control theory that you need. But we also see that you need additional processes to get going.
Sure.
But it's different for different tasks. So whether you need GPS or 5G, you can just click on additional modules. So we made a bus system and a clicking system, and you can configure it in whatever way you want. So, and in addition to the hardware that's modular, it's also in software. So you can have the state-of-the-art control algorithms and just put the blocks on there that you need so that you keep all the resources nice and tight.
You know I want to hold this now, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Take it, please.
I'm going to hand that off there, Scott. Thank you. So they just snap?
Yeah, if you push that one,
push
and then you can...
Oh my goodness.
Indeed.
So how many different modules do you have?
So right now we have 4, but we're expanding this year into a multiple of 10 more, diversing from additional I/O to additional communication systems. So for example, high bandwidth video data, so to get the data from your robot shown on your laptop or on your tablet.
That's pretty cool. So So these are pre-programmed, ready to go. I guess I got to push that again.
You have
I'm
to
coming the other
snap it in
direction.
like that.
Oh, there
Yeah.
we go. You know,
See.
that's very, very impressive. That
Thanks.
really is. So, do you have any of your modules programmable as well? So I could, you know, I can stack what you have, and then you have the last one that I can program the different things that I want it to do as well? Or?
Actually, the first one, you can pre-program it with the modules that we have, but you can also make your own code. So it's very flexible.
Okay.
It is as open as you would want it, but all the software blocks that we supply, we also test it rigorously so that it can be applied in industrial cases, so that you know what you have.
Got you.
So it's almost like the App Store. You know, it is. We make the blocks that you need, but if you want to make something else, you can, and then you can add it on that.
So do you see your system being used more in the, you know, commercial world, or do you see, you know, hobbyists like myself hopping in there and having a little fun with this too?
Well, a little bit of both. Yeah. So our business model is three folds actually. You can buy these building blocks on the web shop, and as an engineer you can just play around with it like you would with a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino.
Yep.
But then the more industrial cases, we see research companies getting into it, but also R&D teams of bigger companies. And then they start with it and they make their own first prototype. But if they want to scale it, we also deliver the service to make a custom PCB for them to lower the BOM price, but still have all the software that they have developed. And that way, we can also see it grow into the consumer kind of electronics.
Interesting.
And on the industrial side, you kind of want to use this. This is, for example, also IP67. So it's more rugged in that case, and you can stick with this up to 1,000 robots or 10,000 robots. So it's pretty broad. And on top of this, we have it on our stand there. We also have a driving platform and a flying platform, so a drone and a Ranger. So with all the tech in there, so then you also don't need to do that step if you want. And you can.
So if I wanted to create a picking robot in my warehouse, for example, you have all the stuff ready to go to make that happen.
Exactly. And where we stop is with the autonomous robot, and then the end application our customers do or our partners. So I think a very cool use case that we have a drone for a Swedish company. And it has a 3D LiDAR and 4 cameras, and then it can inspect the forest. And then they made the AI algorithms to detect which trees to cut or not to cut, so to make it much more sustainable. And then we end at the autonomous robot, and they give the additional AI to do that task.
So, you know, I've been thinking about how to find all the lost golf balls I have, you know, over the years.
Yeah,
I think about this a lot, actually. Kind of funny that you brought this up. I mean, I think LiDAR would be very interesting in that. So I could actually take your modules, create some type of algorithm or AI that would actually detect golf balls out on the golf course.
Yeah, for sure. And then you're up and running within weeks. So, yeah.
Instead of 2 years or whatever it would be, yeah.
Exactly.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
And we have a very nice use case on the stand as well, together with Fluke. I don't know if you know Fluke.
Let's tell our people.
Well, Fluke is, of course, a company that has thermal cameras for industry, but also other devices to measure electronic pulses. And now they also have acquired some technology from another Dutch company, which can make sound in an image. So you can do a leak detection or see where vibrations are of a train, for example. And we have that on the driving platform. And it was within weeks we had it driving, and you can go through a chemical plant and search for your leaks. So.
Yes, yeah. So I have one of their devices on that I can plug into my phone.
Oh yeah.
And wonderful, because you can actually take it, you know, like up to a door or a window, and it'll show you where you're maybe leaking heat, you know, if it's getting too warm through the door, too cool or whatever, you know, for heating and cooling purposes. That's all I've ever used their device for, but I know it's much more diverse, obviously, than that, and can save a lot of lives, you know.
For sure. Yeah.
So cool. So how do we find out more about your product?
Yeah, well, you can go to the website, of course. It's www.avalur.com.
AVALUR.
Exactly. Yes. And we have a booth here at I think it's the Tech West.
Okay.
I'm not really sure, but it's 51733 at the Holland Pavilion, the Scale Up Pavilion. And that's where we showcase a lot of our products. We have a drone flying, We have a ranger driving, even an inverted pendulum that does some tricks. So always welcome to check it out.
Well, obviously I'm going to be coming over a little bit later, so this is a lot of fun. So the modules are available right now, these 4 that you have ready to go, and available to the general public, or is it? Okay.
Yeah, you can just order them on the website, web shop.
Okay.
And later on this year, we're going to expand that portfolio with another a few of these cool products. So yeah, for sure.
Have you partnered like with, not to pick on Legos here, but have you partnered like with their robotics teams yet or whatever? I'm just curious.
Well, we're talking, for sure, we're talking to them, seeing also which sensors we want to have available in terms of drivers that are completely plug and play, like the Velodyne LiDARs or SICK LiDARs. Yeah, of course, you have a lot of companies that have very nice sensors. We have a few of them already in the code shop. But we're continuously looking to expand that and to see the right partnerships for sure.
We have a grandson who's in the Lego robotics competition or whatever you call it. That's the only reason I'm bringing this up.
Ah, nice.
And absolutely loves this. He would freak out seeing this stuff. I'm just telling you right now. What do you mean I don't have to program this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Plug and play, that would be great, yeah. So,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is like the Mindstorm, only then for more industrial use cases. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So I appreciate it. Check it out, everybody. And this is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson at CES 2022.
All right. Thank you.
And I'm doing that because I'm thinking that we're not live.
Okay.
So don't go away, everybody. We are actually live. That's pretty terrible of my part. I've been doing a lot of interviews and actually forgot that we were doing a live segment here. But welcome again, everybody. Thank you for joining us from CES 2022. We're live on the show floor in the Venetian Sands exhibit hall. This is where all the newer technology, the startups are at. The other convention, the convention center, Las Vegas Convention Center, is more traditional companies. So you'll find, like the Microsofts and the Fords and Chevrolet, GM, that type of thing over there. Not that they don't have great technology as well. It's just that over on this side, you find those cool new startups, which we all love to talk and share about, or share too. So how are we doing, Scott? I don't know where we're at for time, since I don't have any ears. And Scott's coming on right there. I'll just, all right.
You've got both Scotts.
I was just going to say, to add confusion to this, we have Scott there, we have Scott here. So, and I appreciate you listening in. So that's fantastic. So, you get so tired, right? I actually thought I was doing a standard interview. I forgot about the fact that I was live.
That was so funny. It'll make
signing off. Yes.
It'll make for a great tag at the end of the published interview.
There you go. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So
all right.
Well, first Lego League is what you were looking for. That is the program.
Thank you for that. So have you participated in Lego League?
I'm a mentor
seriously
for some teams that used to be First Lego League and are now Vex IQ teams. Same idea, just the other side of the fence.
Didn't realize you were so involved in robotics. That's amazing.
Yes, I'm a mentor for a lot of youth robotics programs. Actually, one of our partners, the Amrock Fab Lab, has a home first robotics competition, first tech challenge, 2 Vex RC teams, and they're the home for a Vex university team as well.
Okay.
So yeah, we do in the chat room. Woohoo, Amrock! We do a lot of work with the robotics programs, and in fact, in October, we did a robotics showcase show every weekend of October. 4 full weeks of live broadcasting.
It was
wild.
Yeah. So what did you think of Avular, by the way?
That was awesome. I think that I know they were looking at like more commercial applications, but I think that they'd fit in real well in the first robotics competition, the top of the pyramid that First Lego League sits at the bottom of. First robotics competitions at the top, and I think they'd actually make an impact in that space.
yeah, it's pretty cool, the plug and play. And, you know, it's always like, you know, like when I was in school, there was always the big debate about do you use calculators or not?
Right.
You know, and there's still kind of that, I suppose, that debate about do you learn if you just use the technology at hand, you know, to get through the basics, or do you actually advance because you can let the machine do the basic stuff and you can think beyond that, right?
Yeah.
So I think, you know, maybe in this space a little bit, if you don't have to spend time, you know, programming your robot to understand the GPS coordinates that it's at, you can actually just plug and play that thing.
Right.
That's pretty cool. That's very
my
cool.
My buddy Mark, that I co-founded the software company with a number of years ago, we used to say all the time that why would I build something that, you know, 16 Microsoft PhDs already built? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to redo it because I'm not going to come close to what 16 MIT PhDs at Microsoft have done.
Right.
So
But
I'd
you can
much
take that
rather
and build on it.
Yes, I'd much rather take those components and put them together. It's the reason why you don't see a whole lot of mobile operating systems, right? Because some of the smartest people have put together some really top-notch mobile operating systems,
Right,
and I'll just
right.
build on top of what they've already done.
Well, you could actually take the smart device that you carry, you know, your iPhone or your Android, and you could say, all right, because I have this device, that's 2 million other devices that are not on the market because they built their software, their app or whatever on top of the platform that device already is on. So as a result, now we have all these medical apps, we have GPS tracking, all this other stuff that was built on that. We would, if it wasn't for the smart device that was already developed, they would be building devices on their own.
Exactly.
So it's an interesting way to look at things.
Yeah. So in this case, they have built some of the hard stuff. Now I get to work on the business layer application of how I'm going to put that stuff to use. I don't need to make a motor encoder. That's not who I am, but I can build a thing on top of the motor encoder and the other things that they're up to.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you're going to have to tell me how much time you have because I'll talk with you until you have your next guest now, I guess.
So we've got most of this time blocked off to you.
Okay.
So this is not a problem. This is your time right now. I think I have a guest at 2:20 your time.
Okay.
That's supposed to be that's scheduled, but you know how that works. You've been in the tower before. 15% of people don't show up. So
well, you know, and it's one of these things that sometimes if you have a client at your booth, you have to decide, is the interview worth more or less than the client I'm talking to?
Right,
I think
exactly.
that's what happens most of the time. And you just decide, you know, I'm talking to somebody that's going to invest $1 million in my company.
Right.
I'm not going to go talk to Scott and Marlo right now.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's how it works, you know.
And
so
we
that's what goes
we
on here.
totally understand.
Absolutely.
I get it.
Absolutely.
The business on the floor absolutely takes precedent.
Absolutely. Now, I will say that this year, I don't think people are having an issue getting around because in the past, you would hear the excuses like, you know, I waited in line for 2.5 hours to get a bus ride over here so that I could get on your show. That's not happening this year. But so then that actually adds value to the customers they have in their booths right now.
Right.
So,
for sure.
Because because we actually had somebody scheduled to talk about another food item, and it's interesting. I know you and Todd and I talked about this earlier. This food tech that is going on at CES. Who would have dreamed 5 years ago that we'd be eating hamburgers and chili and cheese at this event?
What? So I put in our private chat that you may not have seen when we were having that conversation a couple hours back. I don't know if you remember the CES where Reese's launched the mini Reese's peanut butter cups at CES, and they put them in our lunch that day.
Okay.
That was, I don't know, 7, 8. It was before Danielle and Michelle were coming, so it was 8, 9 years ago.
Okay.
And at the time we went, what the hell's happening here? This doesn't. Why did you announce why did you launch this at CES? This doesn't make any sense. But the stuff that we're talking about with this, science-based chili, or the somewhere between a microwave and a traditional oven that Todd was talking about, or you were talking about, somebody was talking about earlier.
Yep.
That all makes sense. But yeah, 5 years ago, we'd have gone, no.
Yep. Well, and speaking of which, Andrew is here now. We'll
Fantastic.
get him mic'd up real quick. So
Okay.
we're going to be talking about cheeses that he is developing. So this could be actually
cheeses?
I don't think it's so he's developing some cheese. I have no idea more than that.
Okay.
And it might not be Andrew. It looks like somebody else that Andrew sent over here.
Okay.
I'm guessing he's busy, but he's feeling obligated to be here, which is okay.
Well,
so
I'm going to give it over to you.
Okay. And we might need another 10 or 15 seconds. We're still miking up here. So, but yeah, I just think it's amazing, Scott, that we're talking about food, and you know me, I've been in line at every one of these booths, so it's been great. So, how you doing?
Hey, great.
Doing great. All right.
Your name was?
Marlo.
Marlo.
Yes. So
Andrew.
All right. Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Nice to meet you.
So, give you a little closer here. All right.
Okay.
I'll scoot this way. There we
Okay.
go.
Is that good?
All right.
All right.
We're good to go. So, I just tried your cheese, by the way.
You did?
Yeah. It's
excellent.
It's really good.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
So, I need to know more about the process of, what did I just eat?
What did you just eat?
Yeah.
Yes. So it is vegan cheese based on almond milk.
So you're taking what would be considered traditional almond milk and converting that to cheese.
Correct.
How's that possible?
Well, that technology has been around for more than 50 years, actually.
Okay.
The conversion of plant-based to protein.
Okay.
So that technology has been around for more than 50 years. But what I have heard, and what generally people are saying, is vegan cheese don't taste very good. Right. It tastes like you're eating cardboard. So what we felt like we've accomplished is we've solved that problem of making the cheese taste good.
Okay.
Right.
Cool.
So vegan cheese has two problems: one, taste; two, nutrition. And we've solved both of those problems.
So I haven't even introduced you properly yet, Andrew. So who are you with? What company are you with?
I'm with a company called Yangyu.
Which you have on your shirt.
Right.
Yes.
Yangyu is a parent company of a company that we created called Armored Fresh.
Okay.
Armored Fresh is based in Virginia. It was created about 5-6 months ago.
Okay.
To promote the cheese brand that we have.
Gotcha.
So the Yangyu has been around for about 20 years, and it started out as it's kind of a fun story. It started out as an advertising agency marketing company. And for about 15, 16 years, it was doing really well, number one in the food and beverage category in Korea. The founder wanted to scale the company, but it's an agency, so you can't scale an agency, right? So he said, I want to scale, so we're going to pivot to a product company. And so he let go of all his clients in 2017, 2018, came out in 2018 with his first product, which is a Korean rice cake brand. That rice cake brand became the #1 product in Korea.
Wow.
Called, in Korean, it's called 청년 떡집. It's literally translated as young man rice cake.
Okay.
Right? So that was in 2018. In 2019, he said, you know what, pizza is an amazing market, right? It's huge. It's global, it's huge. And so we need to do pizza. The funny thing about pizza is you got to put cheese on it, right? And he was looking for cheese, vegan cheese, no vegan cheese that tastes good.
Okay.
So sort of reluctantly, he made pizza with regular cheese, continuing to look for vegan cheese that's acceptable, but none available. So in 2020, in about May timeframe, he said, I'm going to develop my own cheese. And so in 2020, around May timeframe, he started developing vegan cheese using coconut oil. 12 months later, about 6 months ago, 6-7 months ago, we came out with our version 1 of shredded mozzarella and sliced cheddar cheese based on coconut oil.
Okay.
At the same time, he said, you know, the problem with coconut oil is that it's doesn't have the taste and the nutritional profile as almond, so we're going to use almond. 6 months later, we came out with almond cheese that you tasted.
And this has to be almost right in front of the show then. So this cheese that you brought here is pretty new.
It is new.
Okay.
It's literally coming off the production line as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And
yeah.
you have
so
a sample here?
I have sample here. This is the shredded mozzarella. And I've got a bunch of bottles. I'll just give you a couple of samples.
It looks just like mozzarella. This is impressive. Does it melt like mozzarella?
It does melt like mozzarella. I can show you.
That's a big deal, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So taste and consistency.
Really?
Right. So I can show you pictures online.
That'd be great.
But so this is our spreadable cream cheese.
For bagels?
For bagels. Yes. Yes.
So where's my bagel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, you know, with the COVID stuff, we're restricted on what we can and can't sample here.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you that time. Yeah.
So
Oh,
this
that's amazing.
spreadable cheese will come in 8 different flavors right now.
Okay.
But we want to follow a particular company that offers 31 flavors, right?
Gotcha.
And so depending on season, depending on trend, we'll offer that flavor.
And cream cheeses.
And in cream cheese flavors, right?
I love it. That's
so
fantastic.
like, let's say in the fall, people are looking for spice pumpkin flavor,
Sure.
right? So in the fall, we'll offer that flavor.
Okay.
Right? And so that's what we'll do.
All plant-based.
All almond milk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
I keep
so-
thinking plant-based all the time, but
But
almond
it's the
milk
same.
is, yeah,
it's
yeah,
the same.
yeah,
Yeah. Plant-based.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. And then this is the cube cheese that you tasted.
Oh,
It'll come in that format.
Okay.
Right. So there's 12 in there.
So this is just like a Snackers
Just
type
pop
of thing?
it. Yeah. Kind of like another competitor of ours, Laughing Cow cheese, that's been around for 100 years,
Yep,
right? They
yep.
do really well.
Yep.
And so we are following sort of their footsteps in offering a snackable cube cheese.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something on the airplane or driving on the road
for
or
sure,
whatever.
for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
And then if you like the taste, you can, and you want to put it on a cracker or on a bagel, we offer these cream cheese, spreadable cream cheese.
Okay. Very
and
cool.
then we have the sliced cheddar cheese, and then the mozzarella cheese. So the number 1 cheese, number 2 cheese consumption in the world is mozzarella.
Yes.
Right. And then
cheddar.
cheddar.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know this about cheese.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
This body is built on bagels
Oh, there you
and
go.
cheese. So I'm just telling you,
There you go.
I'm a huge fan of all of this.
Yes.
So this is fantastic. So how do you find out, or how do we find out more about all your products?
So it's on our website, armoredfresh.com, or you can go to yangyu.com, and you can find out about our product. It's not in the marketplace today. This is CES is our coming out event.
Okay.
As I said, it's coming off the production line as we speak. What we wanted to accomplish here is what we're doing here: getting exposure, getting press. I spoke with several investors, so we're raising our pre-B round. We're doing exactly what we are hoping to do, but no distributors here and no retail people here naturally. So we're going to show in the Fancy Food Show in February, right here in Las Vegas. And then Natural Products West, which is in Anaheim, in March, in early March. That's where we're hoping and expecting to meet with retailers and distributors. And that's when we'll know better where you can find these products.
So on a kind of a side note here, we were just talking about this, Scott back in the booth and myself, about how CES is becoming a food show.
Oh, you're right.
And it's
you know who started that and made it big is Impossible Food, right, in 2019.
That's correct.
They just exploded.
Yes,
here.
yes, they did. And you know, I had the fortune of trying one of their sliders while they were
Oh,
here,
okay.
and I'm like, this is a tech show. Why are we in? But people were lined up, you know, like around the. It was just crazy how many people were in line to eat those burgers.
Well, there's a lot of technology that goes into making their burger.
Right. And well, a lot of technology here, right?
Sure, right.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're here.
Correct.
You know, this is a result of technology.
That's right.
And that's why you're showing this off here. So, and then Scott had made the note because we literally were talking about this, and he said actually it goes back to Reese's 7 years ago. They introduced the mini Reese here, and I suppose that's a technology play as well as to the production of that.
Yeah.
Didn't know anything about this, but he said it was in all the media lunches one day.
Okay.
So that's 7 years ago, but like you said, it really took off because of the Impossible
burger,
meat brand.
right,
Yeah,
meat brand,
three years ago. So
right.
it's really interesting to see how the food segment is growing here.
Yeah.
I'm loving every minute of this.
Oh, that's great.
So yeah.
So I'll say this thing about vegan. The vegan market is actually bigger than what the media says it is. Okay. And here's the reason. People who are vegan have reluctantly accepted vegan food because it doesn't taste good. As you know, vegan cheese doesn't taste very good, right? So there's two reasons why people choose to be vegan. One is health reasons, right? Two is their conviction about what it's doing to the environment and animal rights and things like that. But so far, it hasn't tasted good. So you have people who are not buying into vegan cheese because they're like, it doesn't taste very good, right? Some people who are who want to eat cheese will hold their nose and just eat vegan cheese, right? But taste trumps those convictions, right? So if you have conviction about animal rights or environment, but it doesn't taste good, you won't buy it, right? So what we're looking forward to is increasing the vegan umbrella by introducing vegan cheese that tastes good, right? And all those people who've been holding back will say, yeah, this tastes really good, right? And so, because vegan right now, in the past, I think there's been some negative connotation attached to vegan, right? But it's becoming more and more mainstream. I think more and more people are wanting to be responsible in what they put into their bodies, right? And so we're really excited to increase.
As you should be.
Yeah.
So I think it's exciting. So, Andrew, I really appreciate it. And I think we're probably pushing up onto time here. Where are we at for time? Okay. So really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
And all the best to you.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a great CES. Sounds like you're already having a great CES.
Thank you, we are.
Squirrel. You actually looked as you can have it back.
Thank you. Got me.
So I have to tell you this story while you're here. I think we have about another minute. So our grandson, I used to do this to him all the time, right? I'd say squirrel and I'd steal something off his plate, right? Well, as he gets older, he gets smart about this and he starts doing it to me and I pretend to look the other way. So he goes to kindergarten. And his first day in kindergarten, he's at lunch and he says, squirrel! And all the kids look that way and he's stealing stuff off of their plates.
That's funny. That's
he ended up in the principal's office.
Chip off the old block, right?
Oh, he didn't go to the principal's office? Oh, okay. That's the best part of the story. And now it's not true.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, man. So anyway, Andrew, again, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All the best. So. All right. Check them out, everybody. A brand new offering here again at CES. As you can see, CES is becoming a food show. So it's really interesting. And I'm looking forward to trying their cream cheeses. As you know, like I said, my body is built on bagels and cream cheese. So it'll be fun to try out their cream cheeses as well. So Scott, I don't know if you're there. You can join me again if you like.
I am.
Just like that. What did I tell you? It's becoming a food show here.
Right? Yeah.
That mozzarella cheese looked like real mozzarella cheese. I'm just telling you. And it felt like it too. I mean, it's impressive.
We had a conversation here about whether or not he said it melts correctly. I want to know if it's got that pull.
So that's interesting, but it sounds like the founder of the company is really interested. In fact, that's the reason why they're developing their own cheese, because they couldn't find one that had the consistency to make a great pizza. So this obviously is their big challenge, and that's what they're working towards if they haven't figured it out yet.
He had made a comment to that effect that it was all about the consistency, the texture, things like that. That was an important aspect. So
and the taste. And I did have a slice of their cheddar right before I got here. It's really, really good. It was very impressive. So I can't get over all the great food that we're having this year at CES. It's just kind of mind-boggling, actually.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah,
it really is. So
and Go ahead.
I had somebody actually, Mark, that I mentioned before. He made a comment during this because obviously, vegan food or plant-based food or something like that, and he mentioned it in the interview, right? That it used to come along with a particular feeling, right? People responded to it a certain way, and it kind of came along with I don't know that I would say political, but maybe a cultural lean. And the thing that Mark said that I thought was really interesting is that the reason he loves CES is that everybody there is trying to make the world a better place to live according to their worldview. No politics, none of that, just business.
And I think the people who attend here are that way as well. They're a little more open-minded to, all right, they're here to do that,
right?
And they're not going to get in their way. I mean, at some time in the future, maybe politics or whatever will get into that, right? But you're right. I think people that attend the show are more open-minded to new technologies, whether it's in food or whatever else in our livelihoods. And you and I could get off, and I know. You had quite the embarrassing moment that you threw at me a couple of years ago here. Yeah, as I'm turning red again, just thinking about, I know it is. Thank you for that and for my reliving of that right now. But
any time that your wife and I have to evacuate the studio so as not to make things more difficult for you, we've done our job.
Yes, that is correct, oh wise one, as they say. So, it was. But I mean, that's the things that people here are accepting.
Chat just said he just turned his red now as he did then.
As I relive the moment, and I feel the heat again from that. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, I'm assuming you have your next guest ready to go.
No.
Oh, okay. So, what else do you want to talk about?
Well, how about...
What do you think I've seen at the show that you would like to hear me drone on about?
Well, see, that was...
drones.
I was going to say, what other stuff? Because you've been out and about. What other stuff?
Yeah.
Because even just the stuff that's right around you. Because based on where you are, I feel like Robbie was probably physically close.
Yeah, I mean, we are actually right in the middle of the Venetian sands. I mean, if you were to find the most central spot in the convention hall, that is where we are. So it's amazing, what is around us. We haven't really got a big chance to get out and visit with the booths right around us here yet, but Ring is right here. The Z-Wave Alliance is right next to us. A lot of the country pavilions, I'm just kind of looking around here. Moen is behind us. We have a whole pavilion right behind us from the Netherlands. So this is interesting. I'll just step off to the side here. I don't know, Scott, if you can, our Scott on this side. Can you see that behind us here?
Yeah.
So this is interesting. A lot of countries, what they're doing now is they come in and they buy a space. So the Netherlands is very, very a great example of this. So this whole space right here is brought to you by the Netherlands, and they bring along 12, 15, 20 companies. Their favorites from that particular country, and you'll see this, Switzerland just came by a little bit ago. They're bribing us with chocolate, by the way, so we were supposed to go down there in a little bit and talk to them. You see that from Japan, and you see that from France and Italy. These countries are coming in here and buying space and then bringing their companies that are startups that are maybe favorites in those countries along with. So it allows these companies that maybe wouldn't normally get here because they can't afford it to have prominent space, and of course allows those countries to kind of show off that, hey, don't forget about the Netherlands. We love technology too, so that's why they're here.
All right, and behind the Netherlands, am I seeing Korea?
Yes. You are seeing Korea. That's correct. And then I'm not.
So
go ahead.
So I have the map out, and I was just trying to figure out exactly where you are in relation. It looks like. Are you where Toto is supposed to be?
That's correct. That's exactly where we're at.
Very impressive.
Huzzah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. So we've taken the place of the toilet company, I guess. That's great to know, right? I believe
So-
that's what they make, right? Toilets.
Indeed. So Avram
Okay.
has a fun story about them because he gets an email from them every year. You
Okay.
know, come talk to Toto is the subject line or some equivalent of that, and he's always like,
Yes.
"Oh, the band? No, the toilets." Aw.
It'd be fun to mash those two together, actually. Let's see, what song from Toto would Toto appreciate?
So Avram has said for the last couple of years, he's like, why don't they get Toto to come be part of their booth? Even if
I
it's
think
just
that'd be
like a
great.
1 hour like meet and greet, everybody would know who they are.
We should be the marketing firm for some of these companies. I'm just telling you.
Todd made a comment about that earlier. He's like, I could be a consultant for many of these exhibitors.
Well, you know, it does get down to the point where, you know, a lot of these companies are so close to what they do, they don't even understand the impact that they have. You know, I was just thinking about the wireless electricity that we actually interviewed a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Yeah.
And their whole focus was hospitals.
Yeah.
They couldn't even see past that. And I was just astounded by the fact that, you know, who wouldn't want to never have, I mean, I'm just trying to think of the best way to say this, but if you never had to plug a device in ever again, you just went home, put your refrigerator in place, and it just ran. I mean,
Right.
that would be pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't even understand that. They were just trying to figure out ways to get medical devices to work in emergency rooms and things. And
Right.
I credit them for that, because, you know, if somebody comes in and they're having a heart attack, and for whatever reason you got to be carrying a 100-pound battery pack along in this crash cart so that you can, you know, zap somebody back to life. If you didn't have to do that, there's value to that, of course.
Yeah.
But they just couldn't get past that. I suppose they thought that maybe the technology was too expensive to implement in everybody's homes, or I don't know. But it's interesting. And then the Wi-Fi part too. You know,
Right.
I don't know if you remember that, but you know, light or Wi-Fi coming out of light bulbs.
Yeah. I actually invited them to be on the live show. I didn't hear
ya?
back though.
So, but they're kind of in the same space. They've just really plugged into maybe one little industry. And I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, if every yard light, every street lamp across the country had Wi-Fi coming off of it, oh my goodness.
I know.
And it's fast. It is so incredibly fast because it's at the, no pun intended here, but it is the speed of light when you're talking about these type of things. So
True.
Yeah, just incredible,
So chat over on Twitch seems to be super excited that you're on the stream. There are a couple of people who have found us one way or another on Twitch, and they're like, "Is that Marlo Anderson doing the interview?" I didn't know he was going to be at CES. I gave away a bunch of his calendars on my last stream.
Well, that's very cool. That's very cool. Tell him thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
He heard you say it. Or drink with Rick. I'm assuming it's a male. It's a guess. All I see is a username, but I'm guessing.
Notice that I'm turning red again. And again, I felt that you gotta stop doing this. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
So
yeah.
Let's talk about the calendars.
Okay. And the technology behind that. So yeah, I mean, I suppose because it is National Technology Day, we can talk about this a little bit. We're coming up on our 9th anniversary, January 19th. It's still kind of hard to believe, in my opinion anyway. I think a lot of people don't understand that National Day calendar is only about ready to turn 9 years old. I think a lot of people think that, you know, it's been around for a long time. Some of the national days have been around for a while, you know, and it was just a matter of starting a blog, which is because of technology that National Day calendar came to light. You know, we started blogging about the different national days that were declared 100, 200 years ago. You know, you post a blog out about National Chocolate Covered Almond Day. That was something that, you know, from 150 years ago or whatever, and it's now back as a thing, you know.
Yeah.
So, and it's just because of technology and social media and all that great stuff. So, so we're very appreciative of technology, even though a calendar is very, very old technology, but it is still technology, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of the story behind us. And like I said, we'll be turning 9 years old here in just a few weeks. And the other thing that I find interesting, I love telling this story, and I think it's a great inspirational story about when, and along with that, you should listen to people, right? So I don't know, 4 or 5, I forget how many years ago, 6 years ago, we were getting inundated about, are you printing a calendar? And you know me, right? I'm a tech guy.
Right.
What do you want a printed calendar for, right? I mean, this doesn't even make any sense to me. It is free on our website. Why would you want to go someplace and get a printed calendar? So anyway, after, I don't know, 10,000 emails, I'm sure I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get to the point where you're like, all right, I don't want to print a calendar. I'm going to make this I'm going to make the attempt, but I'm going to make this difficult for you. So I grabbed Alice and Nick. I told them, hold this piece of paper, and on this piece of paper was a terrible picture of January, or something that I thought would depict January, that was Scotch tape to the top of it. I want to make sure that people saw the Scotch tape, right? And on the bottom was a January calendar, and Alice and Nick were holding this thing up. I took a picture of them. I wrote 3 paragraphs of it. This is kind of what the calendar is going to look like. It looked like a calendar, right? I said that the national days would be on the particular days, and we'll sell it for $20, and I put it up on Indiegogo. And I don't know, 3 days later or whatever, I came out because we sold 2,000 of them. And I said, I guess we're in the calendar printing business now, And so that's kind of the story of listening and getting back to, listening to your customers and, utilizing the technologies that's out there, like an Indiegogo, a crowdfunding platform, to figure out if people would be interested in doing what you're doing. Now, of course, we don't sell them for $20. We sell them for $15.99. So everybody's getting a $4 break on them now. But they have since become a very, very popular calendar across the country. They're sold everywhere. If you go to Walmart or Target or any of the calendar kiosks, you will find them now. So it's just a cool story about listening to people. And all this happens because people have the ability to email us, we're able to crowdfund. All this is a technology play that made that happen.
Yeah, for sure. So the chat room's really excited about all this. So
Cool.
Drink with Rick says, we use the calendar to toast national days every week, which is pretty cool.
Love to hear that. Yes. Oh, you know what? If I remember right, I think Rick actually he does a wine opening, I believe, every week. So yes, I do.
Oh.
And he does that on a Facebook Live, and he's probably the happiest guy I know when I think about it. So, so you'll have to have Rick. If that's the right guy, let me know that. So,
all right.
Who else
Rick,
is on there?
Rick, is that you? And Michelle says, and socks, right? I'm gonna get me some of them socks.
So I think we have, I don't know, Alice is sitting here. How many kinds of socks do we have? 200 different kinds? We have more than 200 different kinds of socks in our shop now that relate to the different national days. So if you want something for National Road Trip Day, we have Route 66 socks. If you want something for Popcorn Day, we have popcorn socks. We have wine socks. We have beer socks. We have margarita socks. I'm really becoming alcohol-centric all of a sudden. But we have all kinds of great socks.
It's because of Rick.
That's true. He's got me thinking about wine. There's no doubt
and
about
you were
it.
correct. That is the person that we're talking about.
That's very cool. So, hey, Rick, I look forward to your next wine opening when I'm online. So that's fantastic.
Oh my goodness. And Michelle says, oh my gosh, love socks. Lots of exclamation points. And I don't know if you know this, but Danielle from our team, who is, I think, your favorite co-host.
She is one of my favorite. Yeah, she may be my favorite co-host. Yeah.
The two of you are a perfect pair, and that was totally an accident when we paired you up that day.
We need to do that more often, actually. We should
For
actually
sure.
plan for that next year.
My intention, before things went wrong for us, my intention was for the two of you to co-host in a pair.
Oh.
Because
well, let's just
you're a
plan for
great
it next
pair.
year. Let's make it happen. Yes,
For
yes,
sure.
absolutely.
But she has what I would classify as an unhealthy obsession with popcorn. So she is certainly watching, and she probably made a little noise when she heard you say popcorn socks. So
she may have to go check those out. You know, we've always
think
talked
so.
about bringing in some different types of popcorn as well, and we have to figure that out one of these years. Since we were founded around National Popcorn Day, got to
Okay.
figure that out. So yes.
sounds like a plan. And don't on the strip, there's a popcorn place.
There are actually a couple of them here.
Are there now? Oh,
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the one popcorn place that we like, Popcornopolis. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you had that popcorn?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good place. And what is the one you're thinking of?
I don't remember the name of it, but there's the little like alcove somewhere towards the Flamingo that's got like in the back there's like an outdoor like tiki bar, and then there's all these restaurants out front. Oh, where Wahlburgers is.
Oh yeah. I know exactly where you're at. Right in front of Bally's there. Yes.
Yeah, that's where it is.
Yep.
Yeah. The front one at least used to be a popcorn place. I don't know if it is now. It's been
Well-
feels like it's been 100 years since I've been there.
I will go check that out later today. That sounds great.
Michelle says that Danielle will be your brand ambassador if you ever create a popcorn business.
We're always looking for brand ambassadors. In fact, if you're out there and you're interested in being a brand ambassador for us, just hop on. Actually, we have a form that you can fill out and participate as an ambassador for us if we don't have somebody in your area already.
Cool.
And then we also have, for those of you who are maybe affiliated with radio stations or have a radio station that you love, we actually have our first ever Celebration Station Awards going on, and the nominations end on January 10th. So if you listen to a radio station that you think would be a celebration station, somebody that delivers good news, you always feel good after you listen to a show or whatever, hop into our website, go to the footer, the bottom of the page, and click on Celebration Station. Make sure you get them nominated before January 10th, because the awards will be given out on the 15th. So pretty excited about bringing that. We've had, I'm guessing, about 300 stations that have already been nominated for this. We're giving away one celebration station for each state. So this is something that you, yeah. So don't worry about the number, just get that nomination in so that your station can be in the running for a celebration station.
Okay. And the website is?
nationaldaycalendar.com. I guess I just always assume everybody knows that, just like it sounds, nationaldaycalendar.com.
I gotta treat you like a guest, I guess.
Yes, that's true. I appreciate that.
Oh my goodness. So I don't know how many emails you've been checking during the show. Obviously, I have an ability that not everybody else does because I'm not out on the floor this year. But I got one, just to change topics. I got one that I wanted to talk about since we don't have a guest. Because a lot of people aren't there, including us, right? I got this email from somebody who's been watching the coverage, but I think was supposed to be an exhibitor. And I've got a screenshot of what he sent me in the overlays. It's basically a virtual CES. Are you able to bring that up, Adam? I think it's called Selfie. There we go. So you can virtually pretend you're at CES. And I loved that.
This is hilarious. So if you're not here, you can actually get the background and drop it in behind you.
Right.
And create a picture that you're here. That is hilarious.
And he's got a little QR code there that you can scan to do it. And then he sent a LinkedIn post. I know that's crazy to search for or to type in, But if you're watching the URLs down there, he wants to see what everybody does with it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, get out there, get your picture, get that background. That's pretty cool. I may just do that simply because it'll be easier for me to do that than to actually go out and find that background. So just saying.
True enough. So from an attendance position, Robbie suggested that today might be busier than yesterday. Does it feel that way for you too?
It feels a little busier here, although it is still extremely quiet compared to what a normal CES would be.
Sure.
But the exhibitors that we've talked to seem to be okay with having a little more time with people, and I know there are deals going down, so things are happening here. It's just not the normal, arm to arm, shoulder to shoulder type of scenario where you're trying to fight through crowds or whatever. You have access wherever you want to go.
Sure. Well, the having to throw elbows to be able to get through parts of the hall is not the more fun part, especially when you've got a tripod and a camera and you're
This has been actually, for our side, has been a media dream because we have access to wherever we want to go. After we finish up here, we're going back down to Eureka Park.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. Yesterday, Scott is lugging around all his equipment. He's not even having to really. Although I'm not sure if he broke it down last year, but since there's not as many people, you don't have to break everything down. You can just carry it from booth to booth, and it's just really nice.
Yeah. That's cool. I mean, it's from an interview perspective, that makes things easier. And I'll tell you, the first year that I went to Eureka Park, and this is so crazy to me, this transition. So this year, Eureka Park is basically the bottom floor of the Venetian Expo, like it's been the last couple years, and even it leaks into the second floor where we are.
Yes.
But the really small companies are most of the downstairs.
Yes, that's correct.
The first year I went to Eureka Park, it was in the room where last year, 2020, where the Innovation Awards were, just that little box, that was the entirety of Eureka Park.
Yes.
I think there were like 82 companies, and now it's the entire downstairs.
It wasn't a lot, and I mean, I think a lot of people enjoyed it so much the first year that it just became, it actually is the highlight of this event, in my opinion, is seeing all the new innovations coming from these small companies.
Yeah. And I think you and Todd were talking yesterday about how, it might have a name on it today, and in a year or two, when you see it in a retailer, it might have another name. Either they've licensed the technology or sold the company or white labeling it for somebody else. But so much of what we see does make it to market. Not everything, but a lot of it does.
Yep. And a person, it's always interesting. I mean, not that we lay bets down on who's going to make it or not, but we talk about this a lot after the show about what inventions that we've seen, what gadgets we've seen that will probably be here next year, the year after, or whatever. And sometimes you're surprised. Sometimes you're actually, you're wrong. They somehow or another figure it out and make it. And then there are the companies that wow you. I'm trying to think of one in particular right now. But then, next year because they didn't have enough financing or whatever, just didn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a company with this interesting dual screen laptop.
Yes.
Like in 2012 or 2013. That we were super excited about, and I don't think he ever got the funding to take it full scale.
I think a lot of people who have amazing ideas show up here hoping to convince somebody to invest a couple dollars in them.
Yeah.
And generally because there's so much competition here too, that you might come in, you're an investment fund or whatever that has $5 or $10 million, and by the time you even get to somebody, you've already spent the money that you came here with. Or committed it to other projects, so some of these people just don't get funded, So
for sure.
I hate to do this to you, Scott, but I know Fox is coming in on this stage here shortly.
Okay.
We actually have to vacate.
No
here.
problem.
So I just want to say hello again to everybody, and in National Day Calendar Land, thanks for joining us today, and of course Tech Podcast Network, thank you for being with us. I hope we can do this again next year, Scott.
For sure. I love this.
Yeah, we learned a lot of things today that we can do a little bit differently to make it even better.
Absolutely.
And of course, we'll have that talk as we, talk through after the show how we can make this happen. But it's absolutely amazing that we have the technology that we can actually be in all these different places at one time.
Yeah.
Something that wasn't even possible a couple years ago, simply because there wasn't enough bandwidth. Then that is the truth. Figuratively or literally speaking, that was the truth. There wasn't enough internet bandwidth to actually make some of this stuff happen. And here we are, making it happen today. So it's
with
fantastic.
no problems.
Yep.
All right.
First
well,
time
Marlo,
ever, so.
Thank you. It's been great doing this as a pair. Now, if you're watching on the National Day Calendar social feeds, we're not going anywhere. Marlo has to evacuate the stage, but
that's correct.
We're going to be here for a little while longer. Our schedule is a little empty for this afternoon, so we might do we're spaced out, so we might do some interviews from the past here and there, but we're not going anywhere. So,
all right.
Thank you, Marlo.
Stay tuned, everybody. Good seeing everybody, and stay tuned for the rest of the show today. Happy National Technology Day, everybody.
You
Bye-bye.
too. All right. So we really appreciate everybody who's been joining us on all of the platforms. There's a lot of places that you can watch us today. All of the Geek News Central platforms have been hosting us today. If you're looking for the most active chat, from what we have seen so far, Twitch has been super active today. So if you go over to techpodcasts.com, the Twitch chat over there has been super active today. We've been having a blast with lots of conversation happening. But it is National Technology Day, as Marlo said, and we've been celebrating it all day as a team. We want to know, Marlo and I were talking a little while ago, I want to know from the people in the chat, particularly those on Twitch where I can actually see the chat here in the studio. He asked me and I asked him, what technology do you use every day that's not like the standard, your laptop or your phone? What technology do you use throughout your normal day? For myself, the Xbox was a big part of it. I've got a lot of LEDs and a lot of screens around me all the time. I'll tell you that this microphone here is one of my favorite pieces of technology in my daily life. This came about because of CES. Danielle's first CES, if I remember correctly, which would have been 2015. And this is from a company called Neat, which used to be a brand of Gibson, then went solo and is now part of Turtle Beach. They are fantastic microphones. The second generation of them just came out. The second generation of this one just launched like 2 weeks ago, and the second generation of the smaller version, which is off camera over there, is coming out soon. I love these mics. They make me real happy. And, we talk about a lot of products during CES. A normal CES, maybe not this one, but a normal CES, when we have 4 days and all of that, we'll do like 130 interviews in a 4-day time span. And, not everything necessarily applies to us. Not everything is aimed at me or at Alante or at Marlo. It's just, we're not the target demographic for it, but sometimes we are. And so, this one was something that was important to us. We did the interview. We loved the product so much that we have the entire family in our studios. And that's not uncommon. We did, DrinkWorks in 2020. Todd and I were talking about it earlier. Several of our team, I believe Michelle, Todd, and Marlo all got one, if I'm remembering correctly. So, a lot of times we end up with products that we encounter for the first time at CES. And Danielle too. So I missed one. There were possibly 4. Drink with Rick says, as a longtime podcaster, I use a lot of different technologies, including mics, cameras, digital recorders, mixers, etc., plus two-way radios. Interesting. I'll tell you, I love my little mixer over here. I've got my Rodecaster. This was one of my favorite investments for all of our streaming stuff. I did not encounter it at CES, but we have used it at CES several times now because it's a powerful piece of equipment and a normal part of my life too. So yeah, that's a good point. And cameras, we have a lot of cameras as well, like a ridiculously uncomfortable number of cameras we have around the company. But yeah, right now we've been using the Mevos. We've got across the company, we've got 6 of them now. Ours were these 3 were acquired before Logitech got involved, like a week before Logitech got involved, and Michelle picked up a set after Logitech. Rick has a Rodecaster as well. It's hard to beat. There's so much stuff integrated into it, right? I've got all my music for all my shows in it, the 4 mics, the 4 headsets. We've got a snake that we bring with us that's got all the XLRs and quarters. So when we're at the CES tower, we just have one cable that runs from this to that. Fantastic. Enigmatic Wolf says in the chat, those Mevos are a real godsend. They really are. They are fantastic. We used one as a microphone during our Roboticon coverage a couple months during October. We used one as a microphone, just picked it up and started talking into it, which was pretty funny. But what about everybody else? What technology do you use on a regular basis that's not your normal? Because obviously for us, for most people, headphones are a pretty normal part of the day. Because of the product reviews that we do, we have a ridiculous number of headphones around of varying styles. I've got these in-ear monitors that I use for the show, but when I'm not on air, I use aftershocks, either the open comms or the Aeropex. On the production side, right over here, we're using the Aeropex to monitor the show. We love those. Everybody in the team has at least one. Ooh, a doorbell camera. That's a great comment. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, doorbell cameras are getting real popular, and with Ring within sight of the stage that Marlo was on. That's really interesting. It's a technology that I haven't leaned into entirely yet, though I do have a security camera in my front window. So, same idea, just not on a doorbell. Enigmatic Wolf, I know this may be fairly common, but my Surface Pro 3 has been an absolute goat for several years. Yeah, I think you purchased one of those after a conversation in a hotel room during CES, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Yeah, that was a good conversation. And yeah, we use a lot of Surfi in our world. I am looking at 3 of them in my view right now. They've been real good to us. And there are 3 more out in mission control. Joe Mini says Surface Pros are so great. Smiley face. Indeed. We've got 3 Pros going on, 2 books, and 2 duos even. Because I've actually been looking at our schedule on my duo. But yeah, it's interesting how much different technology really does affect our lives on a daily basis. Marlo was talking about LEDs. I'm looking at one. Well, I'm looking at a traditional LED bulb right now. I've got 2 giant LED light panels in front of me. The wall behind me has got 8 LED strips in it. Mission Control's got, the monster prisms on it. We've got all kinds of LEDs in our lives around here. Our server case in Mission Control has got LEDs in it. That's just, it's just part of who we are. Does anybody else have anything? Joe, anything in your life, or Michelle, that's a normal part of your day? Or you? Alexa. Oh yeah, smart speakers are a big part, whether it be just the speakers or the Echo Show, something like that. Something with a screen. The smart speakers are a big part, and Priya, which is actually something that came about from an old CES interview a couple of years ago. That's a pill dispensing robot that, for anybody who's taking multiple pills a day, especially when you've got a schedule that's got 2 or 3 different times a day for constant or chronic issues, Priya is a great investment. It's partnered with Black & Decker for distribution, so you know that you could probably kick it around and it'll be successful. It has a little bit of software idiosyncrasies, but they're easy enough to work out most of the time. I use almost all LED lighting in my studio now. It's a lot cooler, for sure. This studio here, when we moved from the old big light boxes to these LED panels, ooh, it was a life-changing event. Michelle says, I love the Keurig that's built into my fridge. Oh, what? You're going to need to go into more detail on that, Michelle. And of course, all things that light up. True. You did get excited about lighty uppy things earlier. From Joe, I am completely in love with my Keychron 4 keyboards. Yeah, I didn't know how much I would love changing to a tiny keyboard would make my editing flow more efficient, for sure. I think during our hi Michelle. I think during you're muted in StreamYard, just so you know. I think during our holiday gift guides, the Keychron 4s were one of the things that we talked about as something that you should definitely look into. But anyway, hi Michelle. I can't hear you.
How about now?
Now I can.
Ooh. Hi, guys.
Hi.
How are you?
I am doing fantastic. How are you?
Good, good.
It's good to have you on the show.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I wish I was there with you guys.
I know.
All the FOMO in the world over here watching you, but it's still fun coverage.
We've been trying.
Yeah, doing good, doing good.
And today was great with all the National Tech Day integration and talking with Marlo and having the 3rd location. Oh, I know exactly. I know exactly how we use StreamYard to do this in the future.
Yes.
I've got it. I've got a better idea of how to integrate all that stuff.
And I need to give him a call. I want his lavaliers and the wireless headset. Like I've got to call him. I need to. I need to get some information and get hooked up.
So the headset was just a standard Bluetooth headset that he was using.
Okay.
Just Bluetooth earbuds, because all he had, and this is pretty impressive, all he had was a camera, a laptop, and those headphones, and then a couple of mics. That was the whole.
Really?
That was the entirety of the setup. Yeah. That's why there was one shot and things like that. But
which was fine for where they were.
It worked real well. Yeah. It was pretty cool. But so, okay, tell us about this Keurig built into your refrigerator.
So the refrigerator, it's a GE cafe style something, and it has a hot water dispenser, and it has a little Keurig thing, which I probably should have grabbed before I popped on live. And you just open it up and pop your cartridge in, your K-cup, and close it. It does a regular sticky thingy, and you just pop it into the slot in the fridge, and it'll automatically come up and ask you, like it recognizes that you just popped it in and asks you how many ounces you want, like 6, 8, or 10. You push it, you wait. Sometimes it's 90 seconds, sometimes it's a little bit more because it's, a refrigerator. But
Sure.
it heats up the water and it tells you when it's ready, and you click a button and fills up your cup for you. And it has, of course, it has an app, which I don't really use much. David has it hooked up. You can have it ready at a certain time if you want.
Oh,
Like if you already
okay.
loaded up your K-cup, and you can have it start at a certain time, have the water already warm, and then
Sure.
it'll tell you when it's ready, which I should use because all of you that have met me know that I tend to ping from place to place at times. So I'll get it all ready and start it, and I'll go into my office and start working, and I miss it every time.
And then next thing you know, it's Thursday.
Yeah, pretty much for me. So sometimes Dave will yell, "Your coffee's ready," from another room. But yeah,
That's pretty funny. And that's, that brings up an interesting other category of products that are part of our regular life that have gone from standard products to technology, and that's things like our appliances, right? So refrigerators, Marlo was talking about how your refrigerator, you might be able to talk to it and have it build you a shopping list.
Right.
And
there was
then,
even one once, I think. I don't know if they still have this technology, but as you were loading your fridge, you would pass the barcode scanner so it knew what was in there, and then as you used it, you could do it, and then it would automatically like order or put on the list what you need, or that'd be cool.
If you can vamp for just a minute.
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have that kind of technology. Do you guys have anything really cool out there in the chat room that you like? I always thought when you saw the screens on the refrigerators, like why do you need that? But I guess it would be kind of cool if you could load your pictures into it so that you didn't have,
Sure.
magnets and stuff all over the fridge. But I haven't ventured that far yet as to get that much technology in my refrigerator.
Well, where I've got some interesting technology is in my washing machine.
Really?
Yeah. So the TV that we bought for what was the mission control at the time, for a project that you and I did, that TV is part of the same ecosystem that my new washer is. And so I can get notifications on the TV when the washer's done, and also on my phone, and because of my phone on my watch, because I have the same problem that you do with coffee, but with my laundry. I'll totally forget about it.
Yeah.
So I get notifications across basically the entire ecosystem.
That is really cool because I hate the buzzer. I turn the buzzer off. Like, don't be buzzing at me.
Mine sings.
Yeah.
Mine plays music.
Mine plays music for like weird little things, but not for when it's done.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, I would love to have that just pop across the TV or set it to my phone.
I see that chat is working for one of our users now. Seventh Cav Trooper says, I have that in my new laundry machine.
Oh, cool.
I'm seeing that more and more. And we talked to Kenmore / Whirlpool a couple of years ago, when we talked to Chef Carla Hall.
Loved that interview. She was so awesome.
Yeah, that was a great interview. It was fun to do.
It was fun meeting her.
And you steady cammed the whole thing, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah. It was fun.
But that was one of the things that we talked about was connected devices, and they had an oven that had this like modular plug-in thing inside the oven, which was a really cool thing. So you could have like Dutch oven style things, and your oven would know that that's what it was, and it would change the way that it functioned, and all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah.
Not normal tech is the Roomba, which I know for a fact you purchased because you want to be able to program it because it's a little round robot. for those who were listening a little earlier, the Mark that I mentioned is in the chat right now as 7th Cab Trooper.
Oh, that's who that is. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, that's Mark. So yeah, I know that you bought that Roomba because there's supposed to be SDKs to be able to program it.
Oh, I want to program mine. You have to teach me how.
Right?
Yeah.
It sounds like a cool capability, especially. So for those who don't know, we were talking earlier about the robotics stuff. And one of the things that we have done a number of times over the years is we've done this workshop for the robotics students that is based on a Roomba, because everybody knows what it is and nobody quite thinks about how it works. So it's a perfect thought exercise. And so he's basically getting the ability to live out our robotics workshop in real life.
That's cool.
Yep, and their support guy said I should buy one of their toys. Okay. Hi, Michelle. Okay. I need to look into that. I definitely have the laundry problem too. I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm going to say Twaxy? I don't know. We've had a conversation about how to pronounce that.
I'm trying to figure out who that is. Is it like
I know.
Issa or Audie?
We've had 6 or 7 different ideas on who it is, and then they'll say something and we're like, oh, nope.
That's what we've been doing here too since yesterday. Danielle thought it was Terry, and I'm like, no, it's got a gamer thing next to it. It's not Terry. And then I was wondering if it was Alante.
Nope, it's definitely not Alante.
I know he's in there as a enigmatic wolf, but yeah. So who are you? Are you Audie?
It is not Adam. Adam is something about a shark.
Right.
He's been super active in the chat under that name. Issa or Audie is a really good guess and one that I hadn't gotten to.
Well, because they knew that David gave his cell phone case up when I said Sin City.
Although we did talk about that as part of the CES broadcast that year, so there is a wider possible audience. We told that story to our CES audience.
True. The 7-minute story.
Yeah. So anyway, I know you've been behind the scenes during the broadcast, but you've gotten to see. Oh, none of your guesses are correct. I'll keep you guessing for a bit. No. Oh, it can't be Todd.
Oh, the other Todd. Was he with us that night?
Oh.
Who was with us that night at Wahlburgers?
I have a photo. I don't know. I'll see if I can find the photo. But anyway, so what has been your favorite thing that you've seen so far?
I really like that scramble signal thing. Because just like everybody does, we talk about that a lot in our house, and we don't have any smart speakers hooked up right now. But yeah, you just say something arbitrarily, and the next day it pops up in your feed.
Yeah.
And on how many different platforms are we on? It pops up on 1 or 2 of them, and it Dave, it drives him absolutely crazy. I'm sure it does Mark as well. I got to hear all these lectures about the Chinese all the time and all this stuff. So if we had something to scramble it, I think that would be really cool. I need to look into that more closely.
It's not Avram, right?
No.
Avram or Aljon? It's not Aljon. I'm looking at CES photos.
No.
It'd be funny if it was Aljon, though. Which, by the way, if you're watching Aljon, which you might be, I've got to say, I miss Gibson at CES
so much. Oh, we had the best time there.
Yes.
Every aspect of the booth.
Yes. Some of our favorite moments from past CESs have come to us care of the Gibson tent pavilion, whatever that thing was.
Yeah, so much fun there. Of course, we love all the products that were there.
Right, including the microphones that I mentioned before that are surrounding us.
Surround sound speakers, everything, the guitars especially, obviously, and just spending time with Aljon. And then, of course, they had the best backstage area for media. That was some good times back there.
For sure. Yeah, some fun after hours parties back there. Because they'd always have music going in the evenings. They'd have bands come in.
Bands playing and games back there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I had forgotten about the games. I can't find the photo. All right, well.
Well, maybe they'll tell us soon.
Maybe. Because we've legitimately tried to figure this out since yesterday. Oh, my goodness. So, obviously for me, having some friends on screws things up a little bit because I like that the new Benji lock.
Yeah.
I like that it's a lower price point, which is going to make it financially more accessible.
It's time for me to get mine now because I love the one that's on your door.
Oh yeah. The deadbolt. I love that thing.
Yeah, I was just telling David that yesterday, actually, that we need to get that.
I might have a second one.
Ooh, I could do a review then.
Yeah. Ooh, we have got our next guest in here.
All righty. Well, let me bug out then.
All right. Once they get all checked in,
and I'm
here,
assuming Adam's still there and doing his thing. Thank you so much, Adam. I appreciate it.
Yes, we will. We'll do a big thank you to the team in our next break because we've got another gap before our last guest, I think. So,
all righty. We'll see you guys later.
Hopefully, you'll be available to come back in and spend some more time with me.
I think I can.
For a while. Okay.
All righty. See you later.
All right. If everybody will give me just a second, I will be quiet for a moment and then right back. All right. Sorry about that. We're trying to shift some stuff around here. Yeah, we've had, as always, our guest collection is eclectic. It's the thing that we love. We love to have a variety of things. It's no fun if we only go for the big brands. We've only got the Sonys and Samsungs like a lot of the other publishers do. We like to feature smaller brands, different types of things. Yes, Sony having a car, is that interesting? Of course it is, but not our market. We like to have a wide variety of different products available to us. I guess we're having technical problems here. I don't know what's happening, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. I'm ready if everybody else is. So we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
You as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So my name is Neda. I am the CEO and co-founder of the Mayday Pro. So I got my PhD at University of Akron, and now I'm working on the Mayday Pro, a startup. It was university-based, and we started on 2021. Early 2021.
Okay.
So have you ever heard of the term Mayday in the flying industry?
Of what? I'm sorry.
The Mayday term?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it is like the similar concept. So for people who doesn't know, so Mayday means when the pilot has an serious problem in controlling or using the plane, he or she goes on the radio and says, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. So at that time, everyone go laser focused to help him or her land safely. So it is a similar term for our startup. So let's say it is like in a cold winter time and suddenly your heating system stops working. So what is the best thing you can do? So isn't that cool if you find someone find something that has a similar capability and you just say mayday mayday and get the help right away. So we used that concept and that was our mindset to start this business. So Mayday Pro is a connected on-demand help for appliances when the consumer need it most. It's adds smart capabilities to non-connected appliances. Are you still online?
Yep, we're here.
Okay. And to enhance the user experience and optimize the operation and boost the sale for the manufacturer. So it has advantages for both the consumers as well as the manufacturers.
Okay.
So let me give you some examples. For consumer, have you ever looked does it happen for you if you look for manual and can't find it, or spend several hours to just find the product manual and you cannot figure out where you put the hard copy, and then you search Google and cannot find it?
Yes. Searching for a manual is one of the worst things in the world, because you go and you search online and all of the results that come back are like scam sites that don't actually give you the manual.
That's true. So, and also keeping those at home is very hard. Like when you declutter, so you usually throw away the old manuals.
Mm-hmm.
So Mayday Pro actually helps with that. So you can like have the manual just by tapping your smartphone on your appliance and you just get the manual right away.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, the other feature for the consumer side is actually, it happens for me a lot when I have a simple issue with one piece of equipment at home and I had to call the customer service and just wait for several minutes or even hours to just talk to an agent and resolve my issue.
Sure.
But with Mayday Pro, actually, you don't have to do that. So you can just do the quick, like fixing of for the simple issues, you can easily fix your appliance yourself and get the answer.
Okay, so what is this? Is this a physical product? Is it an app? Where does this fit in?
So it has both, actually. It is like a simple NFC tag that goes on your device and it connects you to a web app.
Okay.
And it has like data collection in the back end, so we improve the user experience by collecting data during the time. So, and on the manufacturer side, it has some advantages too. So there's a heavy load for the after sale department just answering the customers for the simple like troubleshooting questions. So it removes that load from the manufacturer and just put it on the customer side. And it also, the other advantage it has is like most of the issue with the manufacturers and also the issue that the technicians have is like before going to the site, they don't know that what parts they have or what is the exact model of the device that they have to fix.
Yeah, for sure.
So they have to like have several trips to the site. Just one trip, they just figure out what parts they need and what is the issue. And on the second trip, like to fix that issue. So it eliminates the first trip actually. So on the firsthand like the contact, they know what parts they need and what they have to take with them to the site.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these are the advantages of this system.
Gotcha. Okay, so is this something that's integrated by the manufacturer? Is this something that I put on afterwards for a product that the manufacturer hasn't done anything with? How does this work?
It works on the both side actually. So manufacturers can do that like on the first-hand side, so for their future customer, and also for the like insurance companies for the home appliances or like even the technicians, like companies that are doing the HVAC fixing, so they all have can have this system and implement it for their needs. So it is like it can be customized for each device and can be applied for the both sides.
Okay, so let's say and this is a bad example for anybody who's watching live because we just talked about the washer that I have. But let's say I have a washing machine that doesn't have any, it's just a bare bones. Maybe I bought it online and I get it and I want to put the NFC tag on it. I can add that in myself.
Yes, it is like you can. So from the manufacturer or the service company, you can get that if they have that system. You can get that tag and just put it on your device, and by just scan it with your smartphone, you can connect with them and get the manual, troubleshoot it or yourself, or even ask for the technician.
Okay, so in my case, I would probably have, like say I have a technical service, they might add it for me and for themselves for future work.
Yes, definitely. If you are a registered customer, they will send it to your door and you can just implement it on your device.
Gotcha. That's really cool. So what kind of cost is involved in this?
It is almost free. It doesn't have any cost. So like for the tag, it is just few cents, and then it is the most it doesn't have any cost for the customer.
Okay. Does it have cost for the service company? Obviously, you guys have to make money somewhere to keep your lights on.
It is like a commission-based service.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So it's based on commissions on referred business to technicians?
Yes. So whenever a customer use that and how the amount that they use it, so we will fix a commission and then we will get that.
Oh, okay. I understand. That is a fascinating business model. So you'll help me. So I have the tag, I scan the tag, and I'm told, here's your model, here's all your information. Whatever it is, it's a simple fix. I need a hose. I can deal with that through the app. Can I get the hose from you?
So it depends on the manufacturer. So if they have it, yes. If not, they will so the app can direct you to other providers.
Okay.
So you can it can guide you to find the right part. So the actual size for the hose, for example.
Got it. Okay, I understand. So it gives me all the information, and then let's say the problem is bigger than just a hose. It can also refer me to a technician in my area, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that is the major part of this product.
Okay, fantastic. That's really cool. So where did this idea come from?
So actually, that has a long story. So we started that few years ago with we tried different industries. So maybe it might be funny, but few years ago, me and my husband started that business with the restaurant business. Our idea started with the smart menus that now you can see in almost all restaurants.
Right.
So, but then somehow that idea didn't work out, and then we switched because both of us has engineering background. So we switched to idea that's closer to our field, and we started the Mayday Pro.
Okay, very cool. So for you personally, what's your favorite feature of this product?
For so actually now I'm working more on the data part. So my feature is my favorite part is actually applying the AI to this system and making custom based based on improving the user experience based on the collected data.
Okay. That as a software engineer myself, I understand. I appreciate that part too. So if people want to learn more about this product, how can they find out more?
So we have a website and they can easily send us a message and we will reply and we will be in contact. We have a booth in the CES and we will be happy to like answer the questions in the CES as well.
Fantastic. And what's the website?
The website is mayday.pro.
Mayday.pro. Gotcha.
And
Fantastic.
our booth number is 60861.
Okay. So you must be downstairs at the Venetian.
Yes.
Very cool. Well, I really appreciate you coming and talking today. This is a really cool product. At the very least, it prevents me from having to deal with scam websites trying to sell me user manuals. And at the best, I can find a technician to solve a problem. So this is fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. That's fascinating because we were literally just talking about appliances before that interview. So, and that was not because I knew what the schedule was, because I absolutely did not. So that was just wonderfully coincidental. Obviously, like we were saying, like Michelle and I were talking about, appliances and technology are very connected these days, much more than they were even just 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, I think maybe Michelle's first CES, maybe the second one, we went to the Samsung press conference, and they had a whole array of, oh no, you know what? I think it was actually LG, because I think it was the Think line when they were adding AI and stuff to the appliances, and we're like, well, this is a weird integration. And then shortly after, we're like, oh no, I get it.
Yeah.
So being able to basically upgrade in some ways your standard or dumb appliances, right? The opposite of a smart appliance, to have some of these capabilities, to be able to, at the very least, get service help. Oh my God. Because she's right. We've all lost manuals for products. We've all done it many, many times.
Yeah. And then I find them after I don't have the product anymore.
Absolutely. only after you get rid of the product can you find the manual. But then you go online, and I don't care what search engine you use. You can use DuckDuckGo or Google or Bing or whatever. You do a search, what's going to come back? You know, Maytag 3, I don't know what model numbers are for appliances.
Right.
Washing machine, and all the sites that come back for manuals don't have the manuals.
Yeah, most of them don't.
They are all nonsense sites.
And probably more so now than before.
Yeah. So, this is just that being able to save me from, well, I'm going to download this. Oh, well, it's a PDF. That may or may not be good. So now I've got to look at this on, a non-related thing. I've got to go get a sandboxed browser. Oh, none of it's good. I apologize. One of our favorite people just messaged me on LinkedIn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jennifer.
Oh, hey. Lighty uppy things.
Indeed.
So I have another twaxy guess.
Okay.
I'm wondering now if it's Jacob.
Oh.
And if it's Jacob, I want to give him a hug.
Okay. I think it is.
Not Jacob. And not Chase, right? Is it Chase? No. This person doesn't exist. I'm going to stop guessing.
It's a fake person.
It's a famous person?
I said a fake person.
Oh, a fake person. Oh, maybe they're famous.
It's a ghost.
It's a ghost. We're going to be really upset when we find out who it is and we didn't guess.
Are you a ghost? Oh my goodness.
Possibly. No, it's definitely not Nancy. David's asking in the background. Possibly a ghost.
Possibly a ghost.
A robot ghost.
Yeah, it's definitely not Nancy.
And we already said Terry, so
because I can see her hands. It's definitely not her. All right. Anyway, so yeah, so non Robbie stuff, since we were talking about favorite products. And for those of you in the chat room, join in with us. What are the favorite things that you've seen? Because we've had all kinds of interesting stuff. I really was intrigued by that 30 Rock Trivection oven that was on earlier. I know that's not what it really was, but we kept joking that it was the Trivection oven from 30 Rock. Sorry, Jennifer's still messaging me.
that's fine. When does she come on?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to work out right now.
Tomorrow? I can't wait to see what they have. You probably already know, but I don't. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. So as I was shooting through the Rolodex of pictures on my phone, trying to find who Twaxy is. So thanks a lot, because I don't have other things to do besides look for who you are. But it did bring up a whole bunch of fun CES moments, like just scrolling through and seeing everybody's faces and some of our favorite pictures and our favorite stuff. Like makes me sadder that we're not there this year. Although
I know,
I do think we made the right decision.
I think we did too.
And I love our coverage. I love that it's dual live and in person and virtual. I think that's perfect for this year.
And I've been referring to it. I don't know if you've heard me at some point. I've been referring to it like a New Year's Eve, particularly like New Year's Rockin' Eve, where but we're backwards.
We're in different time zones, and we're
but we're backwards. Because the West Coast is acting as the East Coast, and the East Coast is acting as the West Coast. We're the secondary channel.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then we added in New Orleans today with Marlo.
Right.
Like, oh yeah.
So explain to me how all that happened. Did he have that spot because of National Tech Day, or?
So in part.
Okay.
So essentially what happened is we were contacted by that Robbie, our media contact for CES. And Robbie says, so I have this stage I'm setting up that maybe you might be interested in using. And Kirk and I had a conversation, and we're like, yes, it would be fantastic to use that stage, but we're not going to redirect guests again, because this has been such a chaotic show, right? With companies canceling and trying to add other capabilities to the show, and chaos, right?
Right.
So we're like, no. And then she reached out to Marlo, and Marlo says, yes, absolutely. I'm 100% in. And so here we are.
That's really cool. So we won't necessarily have that opportunity in the future then.
You never know.
Because that would be cool to incorporate something like that.
Honestly,
at first I was wondering if it was the little stage below us that was there last time.
Right. I can totally see that. I can totally see how you would see that. The little stage below us is a great piece, but no, that little thing was too small, and it has a back on it because our stairs are the back of it.
True.
sorry, I'm sending Jennifer the link to our test studio so she can make sure that her setup will work. Because she's going to try and do it from the floor.
I was in that test studio today myself.
So was I.
It's nice to have that in there.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah. So for those who have been watching live, I was actually spending time with Marlo figuring out exactly where it was on the floor, and it's you know where oh, I've totally blanked on the name of the company.
Toto.
Yeah, well, that's where Toto was supposed to be.
Okay.
But I think it's give or take where you know the tape measure company that we've had on the show a couple of times. I think it's about where their booth was last year, 2020.
Because it's like more centralized, where that little food, I don't know what to call it. It's on both sides of the wall.
Yeah, if he had changed his shot about 90 degrees, we'd have been looking at the escalators.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, but yeah, that was a really cool capability, and we've talked about it briefly. Todd was mentioning it earlier. This is all powered by StreamYard again this year. It was last year, and it is again this year. And normally we don't necessarily talk about the services and technology that we use. I know a lot of people know that our live shows are usually powered by Canon cameras, but that's because we love Canon. We have a good relationship with them, but we also have a good relationship with StreamYard. They got a feature in place for us last year for CES, which we really appreciated. Before CES 2021, if somebody either currently in the show or not, just waiting in the wings, started a screen share, it would go live automatically. Which for us, since we don't know all of you, right? We're very excited about all of our guests, but we don't know everybody. We don't know what might happen. We don't know what's on your screen. Or what you might accidentally share that might be corporate confidential. You've got two screens. Maybe you share the wrong screen. None of that's good. And so they published a feature so we could turn that off, and it wouldn't go live automatically. So StreamYard's been wonderful. And so what we can do with this in the future for these multi-location things is we can push to StreamYard from our normal setup on top of the tower, just like what they're doing, but then also use StreamYard, the computer talkback feature of the Rodecaster, so that everybody can hear what's happening out on the floor, and we can do remotes like this. And as we proved yesterday, for anybody who's watching live, we had a guest who was using his cell phone to do the interview standing just outside of the convention center.
That started off a little wonky because he was in motion, but he ended up with a perfect blue behind him.
he found a CES banner outside or something.
It worked really well.
I actually think it was the registration booth.
I think so too. Yeah.
But it was a perfect shot. The lighting was fantastic because it was 3:00 in the afternoon there. But yeah, that was great. And so we've proven that we can do that. So we have proven that, if we take for an easy spot, we've got the Bluetooth microphone pack that we talked about during CES 2021. You get a microphone, plug that in, pair it to the phone. You can use a good quality phone, put it on a tripod, and do remote spots. We can do hits from the floor.
Yeah.
All using StreamYard.
Really looking forward to doing that.
Yeah. So long as we're
going to try it this year, but yeah. So that was my next question to you then, when he was talking about how easy it was for him to accomplish what he did today because of the bandwidth.
Because he was hardwired.
Okay, he was hardwired in at that spot. Okay, I didn't hear that part. I only heard, and I thought, is that only because there's less people there and we're going to have the same problems when we go back?
Yeah, he was hardwired. So if he was trying to hit Wi-Fi, we know for a fact, even with less people there, Wi-Fi wasn't going to get the job done.
Yeah.
But we had a conversation yesterday. One of our guests was talking about 5G millimeter band, which, for those who don't know, millimeter band is less, I don't want to say less stable, but it's less penetrable, right? It has trouble with walls, it has trouble with trees, but which is the reason why little repeaters are put everywhere. So, for the conspiracy theorists, the reason why the tops of bunches of telephone poles have these is because the range is actually really, really short. And it has trouble penetrating walls and trees and things like that.
Aluminum foil.
Sure. Ironically, yes, it would not be able to penetrate aluminum foil very well. So this is the first time that a tinfoil hat would work out.
Make my Etsy store when we get off of here.
But yeah, so hi Kirk. Kirk in the YouTube chat is saying hi.
Hey Kirk.
But yeah, so that's the reason why there's so many of them, right? They're installed in lots of places, and it's why the rollout has been so slow, is because it requires a significantly bigger investment to put so many of these things in place. But I guarantee that Vegas is covered.
Yeah.
And the thing about 5G millimeter is it's got more bandwidth. When my phone kicks into, and I was telling this story last night, in the studio, I get standard 5G, which is just barely better than 4G LTE. But in mission control, I get 5G UC, which is T-Mobile's branding for T-Mobile/Sprint's branding for millimeter band. And the bandwidth is different, very different. Like here in the studio, if I can get 8 or 10 megabits, I'm killing it. But in mission control, I'm getting 116.
Holy cow.
I know. So when your bandwidth is that high to begin with, okay, you put a bigger load on it, it's going to go down. It's going to go down 50%, 60%. Oh no, I've still got 60.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Sorry, I'm still communicating with Jennifer.
So is Nancy playing with the lights behind you, because they periodically switch off and on?
Oh yeah,
Or
that's
is that our Twaxy ghost?
Not me.
Yeah, I believe that's the Twaxy ghost.
Yeah.
So we had a theory
Someone's
yesterday.
tripping over a wire.
We had a theory yesterday that maybe the that big USB block that we have that's powering them all might have been failing, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It's a different problem. I don't know what's happening. So, because I swapped it out, I put another one back there. Maybe Jennifer can help us debug it if she comes on.
Well, yeah, let's put it out as a video then.
But yeah, there's some sort of electrical issue.
Like every time, I just figured
like
every time you flush the toilet or something, or.
It's the space station, Michelle.
I gotta figure out. I don't even think Dave knows that we can do that. We got to find out a way to do that.
If This Then That is the name of the service. Let's talk about that. For those who don't know, If This Then That is one of the greatest things on the internet. It allows you to create what are called recipes, or there are recipes that exist that you can implement. We'll have this conversation real quick, and then we've got a guest here.
Okay.
So If This Then That, all these connected devices all have internet access, right? And so through If This Then That, you take data sources and you have them respond. You have a thing respond to a thing.
Right.
The name is very descriptive. If This Then That. So if somebody tweets with this hashtag, then turn on my lights.
Okay, so it's a tweet.
No. The data source can be anything. If I receive an email at this email address with a subject line including this word, then lock my front door. There are so many recipes. Twitter is obviously an easy example.
Sure.
And our guest has disappeared. So hopefully he'll be back in a minute. Twitter's an easy example because anybody can hit it, right? Everybody uses Twitter. Everybody knows what it is and how it works. Short form messages, hashtags are a big part. So, anytime somebody mentions National Day Calendar, right? Anytime somebody @, National Day Calendar, then do this. Turn on the light for a second. That's what he was doing.
We need to do that with our studio lights for every time we get a subscription or a follower or something. Have it do a dance, have it do a something, and then they'll feel special that they just subscribed.
Hey, Jennifer, if you're listening, I've got an idea. It would be pretty great to have a prism on the wall that could respond, that could be doing a thing, change the design if somebody subscribes and then go back. And I don't know, maybe it could be blue, yellow, and green based on the tier of subscription, since all our subscriptions are red, blue, yellow, and green tiers. So, because Jennifer and I have been talking offline about, how if you were to have external API access, where would the benefit be? What might people be able to use it for? Because I was giving her my examples, right? I was giving her some of my examples of, I would love to be able to turn these lights different colors, pre-programmed colors based on the segment of the show during F5 Live, so that the entire wall could change colors to the segment color.
To match that, yeah.
Yeah. And
that'd
she's
be
like,
cool.
okay, that's a pretty niche request.
True, but
yeah, but here is something that would make the prisms or the digits real special, real unique in the space, more so than they already are, because those color zones make them pretty unique themselves.
Yeah. And could you do those same kinds of things? Like, I don't know how the space station one works when it goes over your head, but
you put in a lat long, so you could have it do your current position or another position. It doesn't matter where. You could have it anytime it crosses the North Pole.
Right.
Yeah. You just put in a lat long and then have it do a thing.
So then I would also assume that you could connect them to your various smart devices that you can talk to or that can listen. And if the baby cries, a light goes on, or if the kid gets up, there's a motion sensor that that they're out of bed. Or I've even heard of some parents who like to program the different lights as their child's sleep timer. Like through this hours and this hours, it stays this color. You're not allowed to come out of your room because it's sleep time. But when it changes colors, so I would assume there's all kinds of different things you could do with parents and children with,
And so in that case, interestingly, speaking of Jennifer, we can talk about our 2021 interview with her for Energizer Connect, because all of that is possible in that platform.
Okay.
Most of that is possible in that platform, because you can have, if you've got a motion detector, you can have the motion detector trigger things, or you can have a brake sensor for a door, because I talked about it briefly at the end of the interview, that I had a personal situation that I'd like her help with, which she absolutely helped with. And my uncle's having some age issues, and so we set up some sensors on all the doors, and then lights throughout the house that would come on when the brake sensor was broken. So anytime between certain hours of the day, if one of the doors opened, certain lights would come on, so that the family in the house would know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So yeah. And so a motion sensor, I mean, no problem. Motion sensor triggers a thing, you respond to the thing. So that's
I'd
all
love to
built
have
into
one of
that
those
platform.
outside for when it breaks a certain point coming up to the door.
Mhm.
Like, I don't want a buzzer to go off or anything real noticeable, but if a light could change colors or turn on or whatever, then I would know when Amazon got here. I would maybe know if somebody was coming to look at what my Amazon dropped off, or you know, there's kids that kind of play in the yard. Like, there'd be a lot of things you could do with that.
And so it's interesting that you say that, because the Array product line from Hampton has got some of that, including like people detection, right? So you can actually, with their cameras, you can actually say, this is the box that I actually want to watch. And I only want it if there's a person. It's like, oh, that's a squirrel. I don't need the lights to come on. Not a problem. But when a person does, I want to have it do things. And since Array is a connected device, there's the very real possibility, because I know it can trigger other things. So there's a very real possibility that you might be able to use it within if this and that.
With that, yeah. Oh, I need to find that out.
And so these are the kinds of conversations, right, that we have all the time, both on and off camera, that people who have never been able to experience CES may not be able to understand. Because we talk all the time, like, oh, especially in Eureka Park. And Marlo was talking about this earlier, you know, the wireless power. They were very focused on a thing. And they had never considered other things, and they couldn't even break their mind out of the thing that they were focused on. But if you can, if somebody comes up and goes, "Oh, that's a really cool thing. I would love to be able to use that to do this," and you're like, "Well, I never would have considered that." But it would be real cool if I had my monster prism, and when somebody subscribed to me on Twitch, I could change the color of it and then change it right back. What? And if Jennifer does join us, I might be stealing her thunder a little bit here. But if anybody watched the Razer event earlier, the Monster Smart Illuminescence products are going to be integrated into Razer Chroma.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Which definitely means there's an API that can be accessed.
Right.
Which I would like access to. But if it's integrated into Razer Chroma, then I can tell Chroma to do it. Okay, that just changed things.
We're gonna figure it out one way or another.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but can you imagine? So I don't know the extent of the integration. I saw a post from the product manager at Monster. I saw a post from Tuya, who has some back-end technology in the Monster Smart Illuminescence stuff.
Okay.
And then I think Razer talked about it in their thing this morning. But I don't know which products. I don't know if it's future things or current things or how I have no idea. But I'm just putting out there.
We're gonna find out
That these kind of integrations between products open up all kinds of new capabilities. Can you imagine having, like we have out in Mission Control? We've got the Prism. Is it called the Prism? I'm second guessing myself. It is the Prism, right? It's the Prism and the Digit. So you've got a Prism above your monitor that Chroma knows about, and it can use the Prism to extend gameplay off of your screen through the Prism. Come on, because that's what Chroma is all about, is being able to push color, sometimes based on gameplay, sometimes based on environment, because you can have your keyboard change colors if something happens too, like send out a pulse. There's all kinds of stuff you can do with Chroma, and you can build, your environment. This is where this piece is, and this is where this piece is, that you can animate across different devices. So, Jennifer showed us the Monster headphone thing with all the LED in it,
Mhm.
you could push, if that's just past your keyboard and your keyboard does a thing, an animation could follow through the headphone stand.
Wow.
Wild stuff. I am so excited about this integration. I'm sorry, Jennifer, if I just stole some of your thunder, but this is just a live chat. This doesn't apply to the interview. Not everybody will see this part.
Plus, she'll show us things. So
yeah, for sure. So I mean, all of that is super cool. I'm stoked, and it's those integrations, right? That make all this stuff more interesting, and it's things that come from conversations at CES,
right?
Where these integrations all start to happen. So
that's true.
It is all pretty cool. So that guest that came in seems to have vanished and not come back. I don't know where they went, but they were here for a minute.
They were early.
Oh, they may have been early, so they may have realized it and left. I don't know.
Do it 10 after.
Oh, 10 after 7 here, 10 after 4.
Okay. So yeah, they may have just been super early
Pacific.
And then panicked. Yeah. Yeah. 4:10. Yeah. So, do you have any other topics, or do we want to throw to something from last year?
I think we're about due for a video from last year. What do you have teed up?
Well, actually, I don't have anything from last year. Hold on. I have stuff from 2020. Give me just a second.
Sure.
And I will. We played something yesterday. I don't remember what. Oh, it was the Sure Pet Care interview from 2020.
Yep.
As a follow-up. But depending
I saw
on
you
how...
had in the chat, you had Tittlelight. Did you play that one too when I wasn't on, or
no?
That's one I don't even know if that still exists. That's one of my favorite things ever. Alante and I did that.
We have interestingly been joking about it a lot all weekend. Just because, sometimes things happen. And that one keeps coming up. There was a speaker called Little, Liddle.
Okay.
Little speaker. And Alante made the comment that it should be paired up with the Tittlelight. So we called it the Little Tittlelight.
The Little Tittle. That's funny.
And we spelled light, Lite. The Little Tittlelight.
I need to go find if Tittlelight is still out there, because I still want one of them.
I know. That was cool. We were talking about the holographic fans.
Yeah.
From yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam in the chat said, well, if I'm going to do that, then I should also have an LED cube inside of my case. And I said, oh, the LED cube you want is the Tittlelight.
That's why that was in chat. Okay.
And so that started yesterday. And then, one thing leads to another. And once it's in your head, it's in your head.
No, not with us. Oh.
So there you have it. That's what happened. Okay, so since we've been talking about the monster interview from last year, that's what I queued up.
All right.
So I've got that queued up. We'll go to that. If one of our guests comes in, we'll come back and cut Jennifer off. But for now, here we have the Monster Smart Illuminescence interview from 2021. Help support our coverage through Amazon Prime. Get free music with Prime Music, TV, movies, and documentaries with Prime Video, and free games with Prime Gaming. For this and a whole lot more, go to plughitslive.com/prime. Our next guest is here. Hello.
Hey, Scott.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I feel a little unprepared with look at your table, so I'm gonna real quick. I feel like I don't have enough stuff here on my desk. Oh, it just so happens that I have a bunch of your product here too.
Fantastic. I see the prism, the digit, and I had a sneak peek of how you constructed that beautiful LED wood panel wall behind you.
Yes, indeed. All with your product.
It's wonderful. So yeah, while my table is glowing, this is nothing compared to the design department and my desk back at my office. I just brought a few things that I wanted to show you guys today. My name is Jennifer Garrett, for people that don't remember me from last year, and I'm the design director for Monster Smart Luminescence. So LED stuff is my game. And we've had a fantastically successful year launching these new products. And Scott, you were one of the first people we talked to about it last year. So thank you for getting the word out there and sharing our videos and supporting the brand.
I cannot believe today, a full year later, I cannot believe the number of people who are still viewing that interview and asking questions about the product. We get at least 1,000 views a day on these products. Particularly, I went and made videos on how to set each one up. And people are over the moon with that.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's something really great about LED products right now. I mean, obviously we all spent time indoors for much more of the year than we thought we would.
Sure.
So decorating and renovating and creating a really curated home space became so important. And the ability to do that with light and to change it, to interact with all of your other smart home devices and fold it into your life, it's exactly what people needed at a time when the world was dark and scary. You need fun lights. So I actually want to share a little video with you. That's a teaser video of some of the new items.
Ooh.
Yes.
And this time we don't have to carry a whole big armful of boxes and stuff around to be able to do this. So.
It's a little bit nicer. Here we go. We're going to share the screen. Technology.
Indeed. Yeah, the virtual CES has definitely been fascinating, hasn't it?
Oh, yes. Just as exhausting, though.
Indeed.
I'd say. I'd say.
There you go.
My intention
I heard
was
some oohs there. I heard it going off.
my intention was not to ooh the way that I did, but yeah, there were a couple of products. The little tent looking light was pretty slick, and the hollow that looked like almost like a fan with the lights in the middle. That one looked pretty slick too.
So you've called out some of our top new items right now. So the little tent one, we've got a very early engineering sample here.
Ooh.
So it's a touch-activated rechargeable portable light, indoor, outdoor, and it's going to have multicolor, multi-zone, so all the swirling colors that you saw in the video there. And it's going to come in a set of 6 with a rechargeable base. So the idea is they've got a little home, they make a nice little sculpture when they're all stacked together, and then you can grab them and go and use them for entertaining, for decorating, for little bedside lights, pretty much anything that you can imagine. We've been having fun with this because it is solid, clear acrylics. So
yeah,
you can grab like a dry erase marker and write on it and have yourself a little message board. So this is called the V. and it's brand new, hot off the presses. This is the first sample, and it's mine, and I'm really glad that nobody else gets to touch it in Digital CES. But we're expecting this about mid-year.
What I heard was that it is a perfect product for a on-air light outside the studio. That's what I heard.
Exactly. It's whatever you want to use it for. And they're, Wi-Fi controlled, voice controlled, app controlled, but then each individual light has its own touch control so that you can hijack it off of the Wi-Fi and control it by itself. Really good, just ambiance lighting that has a lot of potential to be used in a lot of different ways. Kind of embracing creativity here. We don't want to tell you how to use it. You come up with how you want to use it. So
that's really cool.
The other one that you notice here, this is the ARC, and this is a fantastic bedside gaming light. It's got the same color modes and features that you're used to on the Prism and the Digit, so amazing swirling colors, plus a 10-watt wireless charger, Qi certified, and additional USB charging on the back. So it's an ideal item for bedside or for a gaming desk, for example, because this size and shape is also sized perfectly to be a headphone rest. So your ideal digital companion here, it's got the light, it's got the color charging, and it also has full warm white LEDs. So it's a usable reading light if you wanted to read in your bedside, or you're working from home, you're doing school from home, it can use all of your needs.
Yeah, I actually really like, I've got a neon in my living room right now, and I actually use the reading mode on that a lot as just lighting.
Yeah, that is a very specifically tuned shade of white that gives you usable light. It's not too harsh, it doesn't have too much blue in it. So we're always trying to keep in mind both decor and functional lighting.
Yeah. Very cool. And so the headphone rest, you totally won me over on that one. Obviously, I was excited about it already, but that's an even bigger win. So what kind of timelines are we looking at on these two?
So both of these are brand new. We're expecting probably a summer launch. Maybe around back to school, back to college, but definitely coming out this year in all the same places that you can pick up the current Monster Smart Illuminescence line. And with these new products also come a couple app developments where we're working on an update right now. And the thing that I'm the most excited about, and it's a small thing, but to me it's wonderful, we're going to be putting in a dark mode for the home screen because right now it's very white, and so everything is switching into this darker, more vision friendly, more usable kind of consumer interaction here.
Okay.
So I want to show you something else that's cool in the dark.
All right.
I don't know if you can see these sitting on the table here, but this is a new version of the Prism that we're calling the Midnight Edition.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's got this super glossy, completely black appearance. Front cabinet, back cabinet, all accessories are going to be black as well, because we did white because that's the perfect color and material for the LED light transmission. It doesn't mess up your colors, but maybe you're going for that really dark, really trendy aesthetic in your living room, and you've got dark blue or black walls. A white product might not be what you're looking for. So now we have this smoky, glass-like version of the Prism and Digit that hopefully, we're still in engineering. See, the samples come apart. Still my early engineering samples. But hopefully we're going to try and get them cross-compatible so that you can have some white ones and some black ones, and you can create even more versions of your favorite patterns. And for me, I'm going to show my nerd card here. The starter pack of the Prism is 4 pieces, and you can make this lovely triangle. So if you can swap out the center triangle with a white one and a black one, and now you have a perfect Triforce. And it just looks great.
Okay. Yep. And you were saying, the black ones on a darker background, and I can't help but
Maybe I might know somebody who would want one.
I don't know. I can't think of anywhere that has a nice dark background that is already powered by this system.
And if you've got the whole system going and you've got your voice control, no more buttons, you just tell your favorite digital assistant to control your lights. And all of these new products are going to play into that system. You know, we're even advancing new versions of the neon. This is what we're calling the neon flow. So right now, you know, the neon can only be one color at a time because all the LEDs are tied together.
Right.
This has individually controlled LEDs. So every single one in there is individually addressable. So you can get really dynamic flowing patterns, really cool things. So even better for decor, but also for like holiday lighting and just changing things up because you've got a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, for sure. That's really cool. Of all the products, that being able to multicolor the neon is really exciting. And for those who may not know about the neon, what is it that makes that one unique?
So the neon, unlike normal LED strips, has a silicone diffuser housing over it that blends all the LEDs together. It's also about 3 times as dense for LED count as normal strips are. Normally you'll be getting 30 LEDs per meter. This has 84 LEDs per meter. And that creates no dark spots, no gaps between the LEDs, and a nice crisp line of light. And this flexible housing makes it so that you can spiral it and you can do really tight curves. You can wrap it around things. It's so much more flexible than a standard LED cable. So, you know, this has been one of our best selling items of just the normal neon. But now that we're adding the multi-zone flow features to it, I can't wait to get a bunch of these myself. And I know you'll be putting them up in your studio in your living room too.
Yeah, for sure. And I can't not say that I can't wait to. All right. Sorry to interrupt, Jennifer. But we have our next guest here in the studio and ready to go. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good, very nice.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Seungwon Kang. I'm in Korea, and I'm a founder and CEO of iMedSync, the AI-driven digital mental health care platform company.
Okay, so obviously the visual that I have is a little crazy. so let's address this. What have we got going on here?
Yeah, so I hope to introduce my innovative technology with this AI-driven brain scanner, seamless interconnected to our cloud-based EEG analyzing systems.
Okay, so it's brain scanning technology that is connected with AI and the cloud. I've got to know what is this for? Because it's fascinating.
Yes. So many people suffering from mental problems such as depression, addiction, some cognitive impairment, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. But the brain scan is very hard to be executed by some ordinary persons. So I have developed the easy to use, some wearable and portable, some quick assessment, EEG-based brain scanner, also with some NIR LED photo stimulator at the center of each electrode. So this device is not just for the brain scan, but the brain scan-based photo stimulating therapeutic device.
Okay. Just want to make sure that I understand what it is we're talking about.
Yeah.
We have got a brain scanning helmet. It looks like a bike helmet, right?
Yeah.
It's a brain scanning helmet that is designed to help you figure out
functional brain mapping.
Is it neurological issues? Is it psychological issues? What are we talking about here?
Yes. So also So psychological issues such as depression or addiction, or some Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's, so this kind of neurological problems also happens in brains. So this device can scan the brain's functional abnormalities and map which lesion work well or the other lesion doesn't work well compared to the age and sex differentiated normative standard database. So we can map the individual's brain and assume some psychological or neurological problems underlying the brain functional mapping result.
Okay, that's interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the aspect of it that is the scanning side. Now let's talk about the treatment side.
Yeah. So are you familiar with phototherapy? Maybe not. So, but recently,
not a lot.
Yes, some recently, many scientists have researched and studied about some NIR LED stimulation. So some frequency band wave LED can penetrate the scalp and skull and touch the brain cell itself. And then so when the mitochondria in brain cell get the NIR LED stimulation, they can generate more energy, ATP. Then they can regenerate and heal themselves, getting the NIR LED photostimulation. So that's the mechanism how our device could heal the brain cell and support the regeneration of impaired neuronal cells.
Okay. So where did this product come from? How did you get involved in working on this?
Yeah. So I have worked at the University Seoul National University data center for Korean EEG more than 15 years, and so at first I developed the age and sex differentiated standardized normative database world first, and then I founded my company, iMedicine startup company, and our research team developed this helmet working for brain mapping and also LED-based photo stimulations. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you have a big background in this area yourself.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I'm an MD and PhD specialized in integrative neuroscience and pain management.
Okay, pain management. That's a real specialty, and one that I think more doctors should be familiar with proper pain management because it is oftentimes dealt with wrong.
Yeah, so many chronic pain problem originated from brain itself, but there's no solution to assess the functional abnormality of brain. So that's my motivation why I started developing this device and technology.
Gotcha. That makes sense to me. I can see how those connections all come together into this product. How far into this are you? Is this like a prototype? Are you close to release? Are you on the market? Where is this product?
Yeah, this device recently get FCC, the electrical device mark for US market.
Okay.
So this is not the prototype, the completed one.
Okay. And are you ready for market? Are you still going through all the regulatory stuff? Are you required to go through FDA?
Yeah, now in Korea, this device is approved by medical device by Korean authorities.
Okay.
And also get FCC for electrical device mark for US. And about FDA, it's under the review and pending FDA.
Okay, so so you're really far along. It's on the market in Korea already, and you're working with the FDA here.
Correct. So we
Okay.
already submitted all the technical document for FDA, and it is started the review.
Okay, and is this the second country you're looking to launch in, or are you available elsewhere?
Yes. So many EEG-based experts for psychological problem and neurological problem, so reach out to me, and so we already introduced our device, and individually they ordered the device directly to us. So now we are open to selling and global business, and also US is my second target market.
Okay.
Because so many Americans are suffering from some psychological problem.
Yeah, especially after the last 2 years, right? So many people have been emotionally affected, and emotional affection effects can also manifest physically.
Yes, Corona blue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a good name.
Yeah. Pardon?
That's a good name for it.
Yes. Yeah. So recently I realized that so many children and adolescents are exposed to some street drug or some prescribed opioid problems. So I also hope this device could work for some prevention of drug addiction.
Okay, yeah, that's a great point, because there's been this global issue, but particularly in the West with opioid issues, high addictions. At this point, almost everybody in the West can say that they know somebody or have been personally affected by that particular epidemic.
Yes.
Okay, so since you're going through the FDA, once it's here, is this something that's going to come through a doctor's office where we have to have a prescription? Is this something that you could buy online? How is that going to work?
So just in the conventional medical system, just EEG device should be prescribed just by doctor's order.
Okay.
But so this technique, I hope to expand this brain scan device for functionality and photo stimulation could be set at the community center for some addiction rehabilitation, or some school system, or some drugstore, to be easily accessed by ordinary persons. Medical cost is very expensive, but this technology and device, I try to make and sales as cheaper as possible.
Okay.
So many ordinary persons can be easily accessed to this service.
Very, very nice. So this is a product that I could own once it's on the market, obviously.
Yes.
That I could own and have in my possession. It's not something I have to go into a doctor's office and have the treatments done there. It's something that I can do in the privacy of my own home.
Yes. In the near future, I hope to expand these services, some home-based remote telemental healthcare services.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha. And what kind of price are we looking at on something like this?
So this time for the launching event, so we open the prices some about some $160,000 per one unit.
Okay, that's a big investment.
Yeah. So this target customer is just for researcher or doctor or clinical psychologist, not just for the individual home users. But
Understood.
maybe I can integrate the subscription-based service model, integrating this device and analyzing services. So
Okay.
I hope to launch more affordable prices and service fee for individual customers.
Okay. So like a leasing type option.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's pretty cool. And do you intend on working with insurance and Medicare and Medicaid and things like that?
Yes. So I tried to reach out to some insurance companies such as Aetna or Kaiser to be covered by some preventive services and cost down for future disorders.
Got it.
So if some insurance company could cover the reimbursement part, then it's very good.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about this because while technically a specialized product, it's something that can help with an issue that is widely known, and that's the opioid epidemic. So I really appreciate you coming on and talking about this. If people want to find out more about the product and the process that you're going through with the FDA, how can they do that?
Just please visit our website, imedSync.com, or some LinkedIn or Facebook.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again so much. This is a fascinating product. And I'll tell you, when you first showed up with the helmet, I'm like, okay, this is going to be an interesting conversation. I don't know why, but this is definitely going to be interesting. So
yeah, I really enjoyed this conversation too.
I did as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of CES.
Yeah, thank you. See you again.
Yes. All right. That was cool. Absolutely not what I was expecting there. That was super cool. Well, we have our next guest here. Before we join it, don't worry, not in the system. That's right. This is a surprise, kind of a surprise interview, not currently in our system, but we've been talking about it all day. So our next guest is here.
Coming in.
Hello.
Hey, Scott. How's it going?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I can't see you, but I trust you look wonderful.
Sure, I'll go with that. So, all right. Your booth looks very different than it has in the past. So let's talk about what all the cool stuff is happening there. But first, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Garrett, Director of Design here at Monster Luminescence. We've been producing LED decor items for a couple of years now, completely taken over the market, major distribution, and always innovating new and fantastic products and features. So we are excited to show you two major stories that we're launching this year.
Okay.
If you want to notice, take a guess, we're in the outdoor space.
I can see that.
Right? I want to lift this whole setup and just drop it around my desk in the office because this is probably the most relaxing booth that I've ever made. It's quite calming and lovely. But it is decked out bottom to top with Monster Luminescence products. And, and there comes the booth next door. Yeah. So we're really focusing on outdoors. Obviously, outdoor living is becoming more and more important, and people are realizing that that's typically been wasted space in your home. You know, maybe we want to spend more time outdoors, and we want to make our outdoors a truly pleasurable living environment. So we started off with an item that I first showed the world on your show, what was it, 2 years ago? The Orb. Fantastic product, portable, indoor, outdoor, built-in handle, great for hanging. You can attach them up on a wall, on a fence. Amazing battery life. This has been going on all day without a charge. Lasts from start to close of the show. We've got mini Orb here too, and a little smaller remote control version. All beautiful lighting products for indoor, outdoor use. We've also got LED strips, brand new bistro lights, which are some of my favorite. And these are showing off new technology that we're putting into the majority of our products, which is RGB IC. So that is a step up over the normal LEDs that are in all these products, where each LED has an individual IC inside of it, so they can be individually color controlled. Normal light strips are all one color at one time. These get flowing colors that run up and down the length of the light strip, swirl around in the product, fully customizable, beautiful items. We're also focusing on lantern products.
So these are individual pixels?
Yes, yeah. I don't know how we have in frame right now, but we can show you on one of my cool products here, which is also a great product. This is the newest version of the LED strip. I also showed you the neon the last time we spoke, which was an LED strip inside a flexible silicone housing, super densely packed with LEDs.
I have one out in mission control.
There you go. This is the new fun one. I have put a memory wire inside. So now it is super easy to make custom designs, and you only need maybe one hook to hang it instead of turning your wall into Swiss cheese. They're super fun. You can also use them freestanding on a table. You can bend them. You can unbend them. You can play with them however you want. Really strong memory wire inside. But you can see here that the LEDs, the color is flowing across the length of the strip. Let's get into some fun modes here.
It's like
the
neon flow we talked about last year.
Exactly. And this gives you a lot of functionality. And within the app, these modes are customizable. So you can create your own with specific color profiles, brightnesses, speeds, name them, save them, schedule them, do everything that you want. And there's kind of no limit to it. So, out of the box, you plug it in, you hit the button, it's fun. You pair it to Wi-Fi, you get a little more fun. You get the app, you get the customizability. You can set it up with voice. You got Siri, shortcuts, Google, Alexa, anything that you want. And then you keep getting deeper and deeper. And we've got a brand new thing that we want to intro this year, which is yet another way that you can interact with these products.
Okay, real quick. Before you do that, real quick, I have to say that the design that you've got going on there looks a lot like Vortex to me.
Oh, that my color modes. I appreciate that about you, Scott.
Is that Vortex?
It is indeed.
Okay, so that means that all of the color scenes and stuff that I'm used to on, say, my Prism or my Digit now apply here as well.
They do, and many, many more. So when we've added in the ICs, we've expanded the number of color modes. So you get some really fun ones because of the way the ICs are done and the fact that this is, a linear strip as opposed to an array of LEDs. So we've got more running and fading light effects.
Okay.
But yeah, you can set them all up and they look great together.
Because that makes for more color zones. We did a holiday gift guide review before the holidays, and one of the things that we recommended was the Prism, and we talked about that it has more color zones than maybe some of the competitors, even the ones that cost more. But this is giving you the ability to really blow up the number of color zones.
Absolutely. Awesome. It breaks it up into different ways. Even one of my favorite things on this strip is the sound reactive mode. Rather than just one music reactive, I've got, I think, 6 different color profiles for sound reactive that take equalizers and make them in different rainbow patterns at different points on the strip. And they're just really expressive, and it gives you just a lot more options. There's always going to be a place in the world for the standard RGB where it's all one color at all one time, and that's beautiful, but sometimes you want all the colors all the time.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
I think that's fun.
Yeah, that's really cool. And seeing this product now, the one that you have right out that has written out love, I now understand an image that you posted on Facebook.
Yes.
Because it was that.
Yeah. It is this. So fantastic. I've always used the neon to make designs. I keep telling people in my design studio, in my office, I wrote the word design on the wall. And it's a staple for all of our designers. I hope it's inspiring. It was so difficult to get that up on the wall. I laid it out on the floor. I took a picture of it. I made a template. I followed that to put it on the wall. And that is literally what inspired this product. Because I'm like, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
That was too much work. I'm just going to put a memory wire in it and make a great new product. And it's kind of changed everything. It's so easy to create art with it now.
So we're getting some questions from chat. In particular, people want to know more about the little bulbs that are twinkling behind you.
The little bulbs that are twinkling. These are the bistro lights. So we've got these decked out all over. This is a 12 light bulb run. I think it's a 12-meter length. It's expandable, so you can plug in another onto the end of it. They are smart RGB IC lights. So again, multiple colors all at once. They're fantastic for outdoor decorating, outdoor entertaining, and at the touch of a button, you can switch them into holiday lighting, which I think is great because nothing's worse than going up and down ladders and putting up and taking down lights. Just install them once, and you never need to go out there and do it again. You just hit a button.
Absolutely. Marlo and I were talking about this earlier today because he loves LEDs, and he's like, you know, you can redecorate your house from Halloween to Thanksgiving to Christmas all with the same lights if you just have them in the right strategic places.
Yeah, and
perfect.
You know, considering that that's going to be a major use for a lot of these lights, I have custom color programs preset, especially into these RGB IC products for, you know, festive for Christmas, Halloween, some Valentine's Day. You know, everything's pre-programmed in there. And if you want to go off script and make your own, full customization.
Very cool. I have actually done that. I've done all kinds of customizations. It's a lot of fun to do. Now, I know you're itching to walk to your left. I think it's your left.
am. It is. I'm going to take you inside now. Walk with me. We're using some of our other products right now to do the audio, the cell phone holding. It's a whole setup.
Awesome.
Welcome to the game room. New this year, we're announcing partnership with Razer Chroma RGB.
Yes,
the largest gaming
I saw that
lighting
earlier. I have been stoked about this all day.
Good. I'm glad that we found some time for me to pop in and talk to you about it. So I told you all about the ways that you can interact with our products. You know, we've got Wi-Fi app control, voice control, built-in controllers on the product too, so you're not losing any functionality if you're disconnected for any reason. But now we're introducing PC control. So we've created a Monster Smart desktop app so that you can have basic power control, color control, and brightness right from your desktop. And that app also does a handshake and passes control over to Razer Synapse. So you can go into the studio and get all of your Razer Chroma RGB color control sent directly to your Monster Smart product. And the fantastic thing about this, you know, you've already got these products set up at home, and we love that. We sold millions of these things. They're everywhere. So many individual users, so many repeat users. Once you download the Monster Smart Desktop app, it instantly grabs all of those items on your home network and gives them right over. That's it. Just install this, open up Synapse, there it is, and you can do screen awareness, which is what's happening on these devices right now. You can do sound reactive, in-game reactions as programmed by the game developers. So depending on what game you're playing, it could be proximity alerts. When an enemy is nearby, a light on one side of your room turns red because now you know somebody's over there. Reactions to the mood, to the sound, it's limitless. And the great thing about this ecosystem is that everybody's in it. All the game developers, it's amazing. Razer's always adding more features, bringing in more people. So just, it makes me happy. It's bringing everybody together.
Yeah, I am stoked about this. Literally, like, we've been talking about it all day. And before you came on, Michelle and I were having a conversation, and I said, I'm going to kind of steal Jennifer's thunder here, but only on the live show because for the published interview, nobody hears the stuff we said on live. I said, I'm going to steal some of her thunder because I don't know what the integration is or how many products it works with, but I know for a fact that Razer Chroma is coming, and I am so stoked about it.
I want to show you some of those products specifically. And this one down here, if we can zoom in,
I mentioned
as it lights up when the
earlier.
video cues. This is the Arc Plus. This is the perfect desk companion. It is an RGB IC plus real white lamp. So you get awesome decor lighting, usable work lighting. This is also a 10-watt wireless charging pad for your cell phone. As you see, it's a headphone stand with a bonus USB at the back to keep your headphones fully charged. So absolute must-have in your gaming station or on your nightstand, wherever you want to work. Ties in with Razer Chroma beautifully. Also has all the wonderful Monster Smart Illuminescence lighting modes that we've come to love. And a built-in microphone so it can do sound reactive. Must-have desk or bedside piece.
Nice.
And yeah, this is how many was it going to work with? Yes. The answer is yes. Anything that we've made in Monster Smart Illuminescence is going to get this upgrade. The stuff you already have, the stuff you're going to run out and buy in 2 months when it becomes available, all of it is going to be partnered with Razer Chroma RGB.
Fantastic. I'm gonna ask that your camera operator bring the phone closer to you because your Bluetooth is jittering a little bit.
Oh no.
Just
there
a
you
little
go.
bit. We know how the show floor works. It's fine.
It's running around trying to get this set up was an adventure. So we produce under a lot of brands. Monster is kind of our headliner. But we're using some Extreme Cables branded headphones and a selfie stick. We went into every section of the booth to make sure we could pull power and media just so I could come talk to you.
Well, we appreciate it because the chat on Twitch is losing its mind right now.
I wish I could see. What are they saying?
Okay, so I see. Got to get that. So where can I get one of those headphone lamps? And then same question, LOL and when.
Awesome.
Wow. Ooh. The chat is losing it.
Let me show you another one then. I want to give the world what it wants. This is another item that we're going to be selling. It's the Vertex corner lamp. You've seen these out and about. You know, they've been making a splash. Designs kind of like this. What we've done is we've broken it down into 3 modular pieces. So rather than trying to go to the store or get shipped to you a 5-foot tall box that's going to get broken before it ever arrives at your door,
100%.
It's now in 3 easy plug-and-play pieces. Fantastic. Perfect for the game room corner because it creates a nice ambient glow that just reflects off the walls. You can see some of that going on back here.
Oh, and because it's a new product, it's got the RGB IC. I see that animation happening over there.
I love my tech. Once I figured out how to get this into every product, we worked out the color modes. It's in everything. Of course, we're still going to make the basic line products at all different price points. And in keeping with the philosophy of Monster Smart Illuminescence, these are affordable price points. It's not exclusive, restricted design. Everybody should have good design. Everybody should have good lighting. So none of this stuff is going to break the bank. It doesn't require a hub. There's no extra fees. We're not charging for the software. It's just out of the box. You buy an affordable product. It does amazing things, and your life is slightly better.
Yeah, for sure. And we were at Walmart the other day, and anytime I'm in a Walmart, I know where your product is in the store, and I always go look at what's going on over there. And I noticed that the neon has even come down in price since the last time I looked. So something that was already a good price is even more affordable now.
Yes, and that is because I guess thank you to all the consumers because we're buying so many of them that now we can get better prices on things.
Gotcha.
We've been so blessed to have great support for these products that we've tripled the size of our product line in the time that we've been doing this. And that's why, I'm going to have to go back in and check out the Twitch feed and what Twitter's saying because I'm missing all that being completely separated from you guys right now because I want to hear what the consumers want because I want to keep making cool products.
For sure. I'll make sure that we export this part of the Twitch chat for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I need this. I need all of this. Ditto. The corner lamp is so cool looking. Twitch chat is losing it over this. And I can imagine with the Chroma integration that Twitch is absolutely excited about this.
I hope so, because there are so many Chroma users out there, and this just gives them more toys to play with.
Yeah, for sure. Well, obviously we're stoked. I know you can't see me, but I've definitely got an orb running here on my desk.
Good.
In
Thank you.
the shot. I can't not when we're talking. I actually had Alante go grab it because it wasn't on the desk. I'm like, hey, go grab my orb real quick.
Nice.
But so what kind of timeline are we looking at on these things?
So the first Chroma products are going to be launching in April, and that's the time we'll be making the software available. You can see a little teaser bit of information at monsterluminescence.com, and that's where you're going to find /Chroma, and that will be your source to download the software when it is available in April.
Very cool. And then I know, so I'm on the website way too frequently. And so there are a couple of products that we talked about last year that I'm still curious about. The headphone stand and the selfie ring are the two that I'm still most curious about.
So yeah, I mean, we've got both of those sitting here. You can see the selfie ring off to the side down here. It's currently in clock mode, which is one of my favorite things about it, because when have you seen a selfie ring that can become a wall clock or a table clock? So these have just landed, thank you, and are in a few select retailers. I think they're about to go live on our website at any moment. So these are going to be available soon. If it does still say coming soon on the website, please hit the notify me button and you'll get signed up for alerts as soon as we load them in. We're getting all the shipments in and we're going to be adding products left and right.
Fantastic. Well, I know you know that I've been stoked about that headphone stand since you showed it to me last year.
Absolutely.
And the ring, because there's a lot of interesting selfie reasons to have an RGB ring, several of which we talked about last year. So I've been stoked about those. Now I have to, that I have to breach it. We have to do it.
Okay.
What about our friend Midnight Edition?
Midnight Edition is still sitting in concept land.
Okay.
I have a beautiful set hanging out at my desk, and I'm just waiting for the right retailer to pick it up. That's all. So retailers, if you're watching, give me a call, because I got some cool new toys to sell you.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Because I desperately need that Midnight Edition, because I definitely need to make the Triforce ever since you said it.
Yes. I appreciate your memory, and I really appreciate your passion for these products, because it's great that you enjoy these things as much as I do.
Yeah, because when you live in it, it's easy to be excited about it, but then also to get zoned out on what the real world might or might not be excited about.
Right.
So, so for people who want more information, how can they get it?
You can go to monsterluminescence.com and hit that subscribe button for our newsletter, or add yourself onto the wait list for any of the interesting products. But keep an eye out, because there's a lot of great new stuff coming.
Very cool. As always, Jennifer, I appreciate you coming on. This kind of rivals us running across the show floor with arms full of boxes 2 years ago.
Right? We got it figured out now. Maybe we'll keep doing this. I've got my camera guy who has been the pinch hitter right now. He's a lifesaver. Thanks, Nuri.
Well, we have a new thing. We're going to try and do more of these booth things in the future. So hopefully we'll be able to help work out some of that stuff for next year.
Fantastic.
Because the booth tour, very cool. You and I have to talk after the show, because we've got some stuff going on that I think we need to work together on. So
absolutely.
All right. Well, as always, I appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, Scott. Good talking to you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So what? I cannot believe that basically the entire line has gone individual pixel. That adds so much cool capability, especially when you take into consideration the price points that these things tend to live at. The original Neon is now down to $28.88. I think it premiered at $39. Michelle, if you are close to your computer, I would love to have you on. I know you're making noises right now out of excitement, but I would love to be able to talk to you about this. What?
Right? Right? And tell me what like your favorite parts are, because I missed the beginning of that. I had to go help Terry with First Friday for tomorrow. But yeah, no, I was watching because I have it on the corner of my eye on the big TV, and I was like, oh, I gotta get off of Terry so I could go watch this.
So the Chroma integration, and I told her I was gonna steal your thunder a little bit because I announced it a little while ago. We were already talking about it. But the Chroma integration for me is super cool because Chroma is so super powerful.
Yeah.
You know, Razer, you know, we've worked with Razer a lot over the years. There's a ton of Razer products here in the studio. The mouse that I use here in the studio is Razer. And there's a lot of stuff that you can do with Chroma. Chroma is the de facto platform for RGB for gaming. Other people have tried and nothing else matters. And it's simply because currently, if I wanted to, I can have my RAM in the computer respond to the game. Like,
wow,
there's just to games that have built Chroma in directly, which many games, PC games, have built Chroma directly into their systems.
Okay.
And then if you don't, you know, there's companies like Govee that have the little cameras that go over and could do, you know, screen reaction. Well, Chroma can do that built in. That's just part of what it does because it's already running theoretically on your screen, right? Because it's on the computer.
Right.
It's native. So the fact that you can have, like what was happening on the wall, the big Monster M made out of prisms, by the way, great use of 2 sets of those things. It was responding in color to the image that was on the screen. So if it was super purple on one side and super red on the other, so was the M.
Wow.
On the wall. So, you know, you can do that currently with PC components. You can do that with the Razer RGB mouse pad that was sitting on the desk and the Razer keyboard that was sitting on the desk.
I gotta get a mouse pad.
You know, you can do all of that stuff with the Razer stuff and some of the third-party partners.
Okay.
But now being able to integrate all of the Monster Smart Illuminescence stuff to have them respond, just like we were talking about. Literally have your keyboard turn purple if somebody subscribes on Twitch. Well, now you can have your wall turn purple if somebody subscribes on Twitch, like this wall or a prism or all the things that we were just talking about. Totally possible now because of the Chroma integration.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, super cool. I'm always blown away by what they're working on because they're always working on super cool stuff. Yeah. So I'm excited. I can't wait to get my hands on the headphone. Chat was losing it.
Yeah.
The headphone rest was one of the things that I got excited about last year.
Yeah.
Because it had Qi charging built in, and RGB around the top, and the extra USB in the back. All that's fantastic. I can see that being part of any gaming setup.
Yeah.
So super
or
cool.
even just me going to work. I mean, if it makes my desk look more cool and I can have more fun with the accessories around me, sign me up.
I love that. I love that. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So much cool stuff going on there. And I'm so glad. We weren't sure that we were going to be able to make it work. She might have had to have gone to the studio. I'm so glad that we made it work. But we also experienced some of the problems that we might experience.
Sure.
Bluetooth doesn't run that far on the show floor because of all the other Bluetooth devices that are running.
Sure.
So that's good to know because we want to do a lot more of this next year. So
Right. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we go, we have a couple things that we want to say because we're here at the end of the show. We're here at the end of the day. There's a couple of things to talk about. The first is if you want to help support our show, we have a store where we've got all kinds of cool stuff with our CES 2022 logo on it. I don't think this mug is one of the things that's available.
Oh.
I think this is just
You
for
know they're
staff.
going to want to be like me, though.
I think the white one is just for staff, but I think the black one's available. I think I know that the tumbler is available. There you go. There's the tumbler. The tumbler is available. There's shirts. There's phone cases. which I really wanted to walk around the show floor with my phone in a CES 2022 phone case, but it's okay. Masks. We've all, our whole team got the masks. Oh, have you got one there too? Yeah. Convenient. I don't know why I don't have them with
I was ready to go.
So lots of stuff there, and all of that helps support the coverage because
That's a
obviously
nice mask too.
It's really comfortable, and the printing on them is wonderful.
And it has the little ear thingy so you can adjust it.
I liked that.
Everybody's going to be asking me all over town now. What's that?
Well, good news. plugkids.live/CES/shop. You can see all of the products that are available there, and all of the proceeds go to help pay for the event. If you want to donate to it, you can go to techpodcasts.com. There's a PayPal link. Over on what would be your right-hand side, but is off to my left. Cameras. And you can donate from there, or of course, through our partner at Privacy. You can sign up at privacy.com using, there's a promo code Q. I don't know. Go to plugkidslive.com/privacy and it'll put the promo code in for you, because it's weird. There's a Q and J's and a 2, and I can never remember what it is. But if you go to plugkidslive.com/privacy, it'll take you right to it and put the promo code in for you. You get $5 to try it out, and it's a free service. And I know I have been using it since before we started talking about this.
Right.
I don't make any purchases online, including all of the products that Michelle and I just showed. All of them were purchased with privacy cards. You create a card for every platform. And if they get hacked, they can only use it on that platform. So you don't have to worry about, them hacking into Home Depot and taking the card and then going down the street to the gas station,
right.
and using it at the gas station and then buying stuff.
And don't they also have some single-use functions as well?
Yeah.
Like
So
when
you
I'm
can-
buying something for the company, and you can shoot me over a specific
burner
card number
card.
that's only for that purchase.
Yeah, you can
So
do
it can't
burner
be used.
cards.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really great.
it's a good service.
Yeah, and it's free. Thank you, Alante. QZZ2J is the promo code. I really appreciate that. QZZ2J. So you can go to privacy.com, put that in, or you can download the app. There's a plugin for Chrome and Edge, so you can just have it in there, and when you sign in, when it goes to make a purchase, like, you've bought Monster Luminescence products from Walmart before. No problem. This is the card you use. Do you want to use that one again? Or you can create a new one right from there for the platform, or a one-time card. Super cool. Wonderful, wonderful platform. And of course, Blueberry, you get 30 days to try it out. If you're thinking about getting into podcasting, honestly, I know that the CEO of the company opened our show today, but honestly, the way you want to start your podcast is by owning everything yourself. You don't want to build your house on somebody else's land, because when they want it back, you lose your house too. So you build your site, you build your brand on your own site, WordPress, PowerPress, all part of your hosting plan. You get 30 days to try it out. Give it a try, experiment, see if it's for you. I can promise you it is. We host lots of shows across the internet on different WordPress and PowerPress installs. It is a great way to do it. And at this point, if we weren't already running on something super custom built, if I were starting today, I would do it with WordPress and PowerPress, which is why we have so many of them out there. And so Blueberry 004, BLUBRRY 004 is your promo code, and you can get 30 days to try it for free. So anyway, that is our show for today. Thank you, Michelle, for coming on and vamping with me.
Absolutely. It was fun.
It definitely was. We've got a weird show tomorrow. Because it's now the last day of the show, and we know people try to kind of break down early on the last day of the show. So the end of the show is a little light, but one of our good friends, Steve Winter, has 4 of his clients that are over at the Las Vegas Convention Center that Danielle was going to go over and interview tomorrow, but that's not going to work. So instead, he's going to set them up with remote interviews. His team's going to split in half and do all 4 clients and do them with us tomorrow. Which
in the afternoon?
Yeah, in the afternoon, which I'm really excited about just before they finish breaking down and take off.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
Just like Jennifer, we'll be able to see those interviews from their booths. So we'll be able to experience their products because some of them aren't things that could even come over to the Venetian with them. So super excited about that. Yeah. And Steve's always got good clients. He curates better than we do even. On who he works with.
Yeah, he does.
So
yeah.
He really does.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
Most of the morning is going to be his clients too. Just as a warning. Tomorrow is very heavy with Steve's clients, and hopefully we're going to get to see him in the middle of the day as well. So
And is that with Todd then in the morning?
Yeah.
Cool. And maybe we can get some of our pictures and things of the group from past CES years. And
that's a good idea.
Show them in the afternoon too while we're, talking about different things.
That's a good idea. Yeah. We'll try and put some of that stuff together tonight.
Cool.
Very good. All right. Well, that does it for us today. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., we will be back from the tower overlooking the Venetian Expo. It is so hard to not say Sands Expo.
The Sands,
because we've said it too many times. Overlooking the Venetian Expo. In the morning, and then we will take over about 1:30 tomorrow, a little later than normal, so that we can get a couple more guests at the tower, and then we will wrap, and that'll be it. We'll do a New Year's Eve. We've been talking about New Year's Eve, right? So Seacrest is not live until 4 a.m. when LA shuts down, so we'll do a big handoff in the middle of the day. And then swap over to us so that they can tear down the studio. They've got to be out a day early.
And get out of there, yeah.
Yeah. So we will see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. And so until then, ciao.